What is up, everybody? Welcome into the booth for the very first Team Classic constructed event in these United States of America on the eve of an exciting Pro Tour in London. My name is Sam Byrne, and I am joined by an individual who needs no introduction, a community fixture. It's Steven DM Armada. What's up, my dog?
Oh man, I'm excited to see this event. This is the first Team Classic constructed in America. I think it's only the second ever, and it's happening in what is perhaps the most open meta we've ever had in Flesh and Blood. I mean, heavy hitters might argue differently, but here it is, and it's all, like you said, on the eve of the next Pro Tour. This is going to be a fun day, so buckle up. Team action across the board.
Yeah, I honestly am just stoked to see what this is like in the room, on the feature match area, when we talk to the players and just hear of their experiences. This is something that people have been asking for quite some time. Our friends at MinMaxGames are innovators to their core. They are just always looking for the next fun and exciting and honestly kind of bizarre thing to do at their events. And Team Classic Constructed, it just seemed like a natural next step of like, hey, no one's done this in the States. I think we want to do this.
Well, you know, both of us were out there talking. Excitement for this. Everyone is excited to sit down. If you haven't played a team event before, it is perhaps the most fun you can have playing Flesh and Blood because you're doing it with your friends. Sit down, you can talk about strategies if you need. You're playing 3 matches. For those that don't know the format, you're playing 3 different matches. You're paired up against another team member on the other side of the opponent's team, and you have the ability to communicate with your friends, say, hey, what line do you think I should take here? How do you best see us going through this matchup? And then whoever wins 2 out of those 3 takes the point, the match point. And there's a lot of teams out there today playing for a top cut spot, as it were.
Yeah, it's a full battle hardened. I mean, this is a fun and cool and different event, but it's also just a straight up battle hardened. Like these players are competing for PTIs, they're competing for gold foils, they're competing for money and fame and glory. It is something, I don't think it can be quite understated how different it is when you're sitting. I've done a couple team events with my friends, and you're sitting there and you're looking through the lines and you're just like, okay, what do you think I should do?
Yep,
and you're just
exactly.
like, you're trying to whisper and you're trying to not let the other team hear, and you kind of look at the board state and you're like, oh no, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Go for it. And it's really fun.
So
it's
fun.
really
it's so
fun.
much fun. We actually played against each other at a team event.
We don't have to talk about it. No,
in
we don't have to.
Barcelona.
We don't
We
have
played
to
against
talk.
each other.
No,
No,
we
it
don't
was-
have to talk about it.
It doesn't matter.
We don't have to
The
stop
results
yelling at me.
don't matter because we had the best time. We said it even at the table in Barcelona.
We
We
did.
said
Yeah.
we're having the most fun, and therefore we
Yeah,
won.
I know you were having the most fun.
I certainly
Yeah.
did have a lot of fun.
No.
Nevertheless, I think a lot of these players are going to be as well. And you mentioned it. They're going to have fun, but there's a lot of big-name players out there that are looking to take this event down. This is it's crazy because this is so close to the Pro Tour in London, and yet it's basically a sellout crowd. They had to increase the cap once already. People came here to play. They came here to play at an event coinciding with a bunch of other stuff they could be doing, and they're here playing. And it speaks to where Flesh and Blood is right now.
Totally.
And that's an exciting moment. We're in an exciting time for this game, and I think these players are really ready and raring to go.
Well, and in a funny way, it's like you get to see much more of the meta every round.
That's true.
Because you're playing your game, but you're also able to look over to your left or to your right, or where on both sides or on far side, and see exactly the other matchups that are happening, the other matchups that are going on, and get more of a sense of the meta. Even if it's not the game you're playing, you're still like, hey, what do you think about this line? What do you think about what if I draw this? And so you're able to get even more in the weeds of the metagame if you are headed to London, and I hope you are, for the Pro Tour or the Calling. This is another cool way to get involved with what's going on in the metagame.
Exactly, and if you're curious about what that meta really looks like on a 1-to-1 level, on a 1 versus 1, tomorrow we will be streaming the ProQuest Plus event as well, which is just a straight-up 1 versus 1 classic constructed event. So if you're locked in and you want to see what you're going to be witnessing or even playing into with regards to the meta in Pro Tour London, keep it locked here all weekend because we're going to be bringing you games from the classic constructed format across the board. Which is going to be great. I think especially
great weekend. Everyone's
this
excited.
First round is going to be a good one as well because we have some good names that you might recognize with some very strong heroes. But even if we look past that, the fact that this meta is so open, the fact that we're playing a team event, meaning that you sit down with your friends and your opponents are all sitting down together as well, you could see anything out there. I asked you before we went live, I said, what would you pick? If you could sit down in a team event, what hero would you pick to sit down with in this meta?
I said Aurora, but don't yell at me. Don't everybody relax. It's the deck I played the most.
Sure.
I picked it up like right after Rosetta came out. I've had a great time, chatting with my good friend Ellie Bird about her versions of the lists, and just like playing around with what she's working with. What do I like? And it's just I love that deck. It's very fun. It's very strong, and it's what I got the most reps on. I'm not saying it's like necessarily the spiciest, like, ooh, this is what I would pick, like, if I want to just play, like, what I think is the coolest deck to play. That might legitimately be Teklovazin for me. I can't.
Really?
Right now, for whatever reason, I can't. I have, like, a nearly fully iced out Teklovazin deck. I have all the EA, War Machines and the Terminator tanks. I don't have the Marvels because, I'm talking about the Marvels. But, but the deck itself, I've for some reason recently, I'll just be, like, doing other things, and I'll just think, like, I want to make boost Teklovazin work. I want to be able to boost draw a card because the Evo goes to the bench. How can I make it work? So maybe that's what I would pick.
In short, Sam O'Byrne says, I can fix him. That's what he's saying.
Exactly.
No, if I had to sit down and pick, I think I would take more of a how would I have the most fun? And I would probably take Feng. I'm a member of the Fang gang. I love Feng. I think he's one of the most fun heroes that has been recently released in Flesh and Blood. It's one of those heroes where he's underrated until he's not. When he's not, he's just so cool and busted. And so I would have so much fun sitting down and playing a team event with Fang. But of course, I mean, it goes without saying, if it's not Fang, it's going to be Kano. And I'd be curious to see if Kano has any legs whatsoever in a format like this where everything's a little bit more open, more shaky perhaps. But let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to be looking at for this first round. Here we are.
Round one of this team battle, Hardened. And if you're looking at the right side of your screen, you are seeing 3 calling champions on that MinMax team. They're going to be facing off against a couple of elemental heroes, and if you're looking over on the very far left, an OG of OGs, Dorinthia Ironsong. I believe that is the player we are going to be following. A player, if I recognize the name correctly, that you will have seen if you have come to these events time and time again. A grinder on the Flesh and Blood scene, has been close to a couple top 8s in his time. If it's the right Daniel Johnson. That's what I'm hoping it is at this point.
Now, keep in mind, again, if you've never played a team event, player A is going to play against player A from the other side, player B versus player B, and player C versus player C. So that means that Dorinthia is going to be up against Michael Feng on Enigma. He's been on an Enigma tear right now, and he's going to be doing it again here. That is a team that is locked and loaded for bear over there. So can the team here on the left take them down? Let's go ahead and jump into the game. Dorinthia versus Enigma.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one, folks. We're going to have to see which player takes it down in our feature match. Then, if there's still time on the clock, if there's still games going on, we will try to jump over and capture what we can of another game to see just how the rest of it all shakes out. But this isn't a match that potentially people have said, foregone conclusion, Illusionist versus Warrior, blah, blah, blah. But you look back at Sao Paulo, you look back even at Worlds last year in Osaka, and this untalented Warrior has a knack for taking down Enigma on stream. Now, Michael Feng, calling champion, one of the best to ever play our game, Pro Tour champion at that. Will Daniel Johnson be able to go ahead and get over the finish line?
Yeah, if anyone knows how to play this matchup from the Enigma side, and with the powerful hero that is Enigma, it is Michael Feng. But we are in something of a Dorinthia renaissance, if you will. Dorinthia has been just gaining equity and gaining points into this meta week after week after week. And you mentioned it. It was very, very successful over in Sao Paulo, if you watched, I think it was just last weekend.
Yeah, last weekend.
Very, very successful, and I think people are starting to realize that the needle has moved for Dorinthia. Cards like Jagged Edge, being able to search those out of your deck and just play those at key moments in this matchup can actually just break it wide open and just start the counter chain rolling on the Dawnblade. But like I said, if anyone can stop that from happening, it's Michael Feng on Enigma. So we're going to see how this ends up breaking out as Michael vertical shuffles.
Yeah, so we've got Michael, I believe Jacob Clements in the middle, and then Michael Hamilton on the far side. So that means Jacob Clements playing Aurora is kind of in the middle, almost like that anchor, able to look on either side, give some input if necessary. I know these players, they were telling me, had a little bit more of a stressful morning. I'm talking about the MinMax team. You know, the venue doesn't allow outside food or drink and they showed up with a big old bag of their breakfast, and they said, and the venue said, no, you can't bring that in. So they just like sat on the curb and ate breakfast really quickly, and then came in, and then they had to do the deck lists. So that's why you're seeing Michael taking a little bit of an extra time to shuffle, because they did not have the time they expected to have before the event started.
Yeah, he's not the only one. Apparently, MinMax also tried to bring in 2 sheet cakes. That said, play the game, see the world, and I think the other one was Duskblade. And they made them leave both at the desk where you check in to the venue. So I guess the security for the venue here will be eating well today.
Well, or that, or perhaps some pigeons start to play Flesh and Blood.
Okay.
They see that they're like, what's this Duskblade thing?
That's
as
right.
they're eating, and then they fly over and they're like, oh, play the game, see the world. Now I'm seeing the world because I'm a pigeon and I fly around.
Yeah.
But this whole, I haven't played the game, and I don't even know what the game is. These are the real questions.
It's time to begin
asking
their journey, is what you're saying. Sure.
Well, the players here are going to go ahead and draw up their 4. Let's see if the tunic gets ticked up, indicating that Michael Feng is going first. Nope, looks like Daniel is going to be the first to play in this round 1 of the Team Classic Constructed event, brought to you by MinMaxGames here in Milwaukee. The battle hardened starts with the Warrior's Valor as That All You Got is pitched. So the Dawnblade's going to be coming in for 3 and potentially get some go again.
Yeah, if this hits, it will gain go again. Of course, this is also swinging in for a nice sizable 6 damage, but immediately presented. Now, this is the danger of Dory, because on turn 0, you don't quite know what they're going to have, in their hand as far as attack reactions come. So even way back in pre-Monarch era, Flesh and Blood, you would oftentimes just throw the hand at your opponent on turn 0 just to try and avoid any possible counter gaining on turn 0. But arsenaling and passing on over is Daniel Johnson.
That means Michael Feng gets the first true tempo turn of the game. The Tunic has ticked 2-1. Looks like he's got a CNC in the hand, maybe a Rage Spectre. See exactly what he's working with in a moment. Looks like he's going to go ahead and pitch that first card. See the Rage Spectre, the CNC. Looks like maybe a Grazed Marvel.
It did look like he had a Marvel in hand, so he's going to pitch that Rage Spectre and play levels. With the levels of Enlightenment in hand, that's a clear way to start.
Extended art levels as well. Going to go ahead and put that Metamorph that he blocked with on the bottom. Nice for him, because he went second, was able to at least block with the card, get it in the graveyard to give the Preserved Tradition a target on his side of the board. Of course, classic play pattern we've seen since last May. The Enigma going to be responding to the levels with the Enigma, making that Spectral Shield. Draw a card and go again. 3 damage on the combat chain, and going to replace itself with that CNC and 2 floating. Must be nice.
This is great. I mean, if you're sitting in the Enigma seat, you very much want to find a Transcend so that at any point you can pop Traverse if you need it or want it, or if you want to line up a Manifestations of Mirror guy. Now you have access to it because it is in the deck and flipped as a chi. But 2 coming across with the Spectral Shield and respecting the first attack with that Yellow Warrior's Valor as the block. But there's the CNC, and looks like he is going to just be comfortable to give those 2 extra cards, giving up a Blade Flurry, a very powerful card, in order to keep that arsenal at play.
Yeah, not a lot of ward that he's worried about pressuring at the moment. Looks like it's going to be Provoke, pitched into potentially just the Dawnblade. Got a couple floating, got a card in the arsenal. We'll see if Michael wants to respect this, and if so, how much. Can just comfortably cover this up by 3 right now. Looks like there is going to be a React. It's going to be the Puncture. So coming in for an additional +3 and coming for that Spectral Shield.
He is going to have the response here with That All You Got. It's not going to draw the card, but that's a great response to have. And it really does beg the question of what version of Enigma you're sitting down to play against, because there are a couple of ways you can build the deck. Michael Feng has been playing, from what I could tell, off of stream coverage and things like that, is a bit more mid-range, has the ability to sort of flex into a more aggressive version of the list, thanks to these Spectral Prowlers and some of these larger attacks. And he's going to be sending one of those right now with Spectral Prowler with Go Again.
See, Michael there definitely wanted to keep that Spectral Shield around to preserve this powerful blue attack for 2 with Go Again. Oh, Essence of Ancestry Mind going to be the follow-up from the arsenal. So a nice little piece of ward. Just a couple of ward 2. So again, not too much ward that Daniel has to worry about, but against Enigma, any ward is tricky.
Over to Daniel's side, and the board's going to stack up at some point, but is he going to have the answer? Is he going to have the capability to remove it? with impunity. And no, he's just going to send Nourishing Emptiness, pitching away a D-React that could have gone to Arsenal. Of course, it is Shelter, so it could have been played at instant speed as well. So sometimes you don't want to put that in Arsenal, but pitching that away so that you can throw 6 Dominate Nourishing here.
Yeah, I think he's got a Sink Below left in hand, so that will be headed to the Arsenal. Michael here, because of that Ward 3, can comfortably cover up this Nourishing Emptiness. I have to imagine it's potentially just a 1-of in the list. So we'll just be coming in for that ward here. If Michael doesn't have a way to block it out with a defense reaction on the Arsenal, it's going to clear the Spectral Shield and the Essence of Ancestry Mind.
He's queuing up that Phantasmaclasm for the possible block there, along, like you said, with that ward. Could make its way onto the combat chain to try and stymie the 5-card draw, which is powerful no matter how you look at it. Doesn't matter if you're a wizard, doesn't matter if you're a warrior. Nourishing Emptiness drawing you 5 cards, especially if you get to sit on an Arsenal alongside of that, is quite good. So wondering if he can offer up the block. Now it looks like he has 2 cards set off to the side. Not possible with Dominate, but maybe he's thinking about how he wants to play out his following turn.
Phantasmaclasm as well, if Michael does keep it. All the information you gain from seeing a Dorinthia's hand also is so important. You're not in question, not trying to do the math of what it could be. You know what it likely will be, save for the 1 card that the Phantasmaclasm filters.
Nourishing Emptiness is such a fun card to include in Warriors because they just have the capacity to go over the top and just have this insane 5-card hand turn where you can just punish your opponent with impunity of having all of these attack reactions, and they have to just make the right call. Now, of course, the response to that could be just looking at that 5-card hand with Phantasmaclasm, but no, he's going to offer that up as the block.
And that is going to just shore up 3 of the damage plus the Ward 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means all 6 damage covered, no intellect for Daniel, but it's got a Sink Below in the Arsenal. And already seen 1 CNC, so potentially doesn't have to worry about it from here.
Spectral Manifestations red coming across. Going to send for 4 with Go again.
Yeah, honestly, kind of nice for Michael that he lost those other Illusionist Auras just to go ahead and get the 3+1 counters. But Daniel here just going to go ahead and get that 4 points of defensive value from the Sink Below, maybe thinking about the Sink.
Yeah, looking at the hand, he's got the blue he needs. He has an attack reaction. Looks like it's Puncture on the left there. Warrior's Valor, fantastic. So he could sink one of these blues because the hand plays itself already. If you draw into, yeah, exactly. If you draw into another attack reaction or a better attack reaction, you've upgraded the hand in this essence, and that's exactly what he's done. He went from Puncture to, I think, Stroke of Foresight, it looked like. Oh, he's going to offer the block there.
Yeah, going to get another 3 points of defensive value here. And the Restless Coalescence, just such a nice follow-up after the Spectral Manifestations. Michael Feng's sequence here of what cards have come off the top of the deck have just been super nice if you're fans of Enigma. Losing the Illusionist Auras, allowing him to get the counters from the Manifestations, then has the Restless to grab the counters on over, make the Spectral Shield.
Such a key card, like you said, such a key card. And this Dawnblade representing an innocuous 3 damage, but we do know that there are 2 attack reactions lurking in the hand. Offering up the Warrior's Valor block there means that he's not playing for a, go again second swing, get a counter. Instead, he's just devoting these 2 resources to either attack reacting twice if you want to get over damage, or you could send 1 attack reaction and then Grains with the last resource to try and get the Grains rolling. Something we haven't even talked about is just Grains of Bloodspill and how good that card is for Warriors in general, because it allows you to just float resources from turn to turn. And so he could choose to do that as well, which would leave him an attack reaction in the arsenal. It really just depends on how the block is presented. It looks like he's going to block for 6.
Reactions from Daniel here. Reprise, going to go ahead and I believe filter a card.
Oh, and I wonder what he... Oh, no, he's going to... Oh, and he found a Jagged Edge off the top.
Jagged Edge here, so huge. +3 and damage can't be prevented, so that damage is going to come across. And potentially, if there's no further reactions, just clear all of that ward. No Restless Coalescence activation, no Spectral Shields will save Michael Feng from this damage or the board from the blade.
In the classic warrior versus illusionist matchup, when the illusionist is just able to stack every piece of ward or dragon on the board, the warrior just gets overwhelmed eventually. And this is a perfect answer, a perfect timing to find that jagged edge.
Did he find that off the top from the
I
Strict
think it was off the top, or it was the far left card, and I just couldn't make out that because it looked like another puncture. But if he has a puncture in his hand right now, then he might have just pulled it right off. Either way, having it there is the perfect time because that board was starting to get out of control with Restless Coalescence.
Yeah, honestly sick. If it ripped off the top, that was pretty fire. Here comes Daniel Johnson now, facing down the levels of Enlightenment, just going to take it. So 27, about to play 37, down 10 life, but Michael Feng has no board, and Daniel just took all 5. He's got a 4-card hand, doesn't have an arsenal, but perhaps is going to be able to try to threaten a counter on this turn.
Yeah, he's got a blue here to pitch, but it looked like he had a Sigil of Solace and I think a Sink Below in hand, so not exactly the offensive, overwhelm that you could possibly have on a turn, but you can always fake it a little bit versus your opponent, ask for extra cards that they might not have. Michael Feng, though, just too good. Will he fall for traps like that when you have Sigil and you're trying to feint that you have these, go wide or go tall attack reactions?
It's just going to be the puncture here. Michael Feng saying you don't have go again, and if it's going to lit the Quicksilver, I don't want to block with a card and give you the reprise trigger.
Yeah, I have nothing.
No reactions. Down to 31 goes Michael Feng, but Daniel here has all these defense reactions in the deck, has the Sigil of Solace, makes the Courage from the Iron Song Versus, but I feel like if you're trying to play like a long defensive game plan into Enigma, is that a good potential recipe for victory?
Well, it kind of depends on how the Enigma's playing. If we're talking a couple of months ago, if it's a CYB Enigma, that seems like all but lost. But if the Enigma is playing a bit more aggressively, perhaps you could take a line that would open you up into a late game scenario. You do have a weapon after all, but it just feels like a tough way to play into Enigma, whereas throwing attack reactions and being aggressive might set you up more for success. And this is the type of hand where you would want to do that if we take a look. He's got a glint, he's got a blue, and he has a Steel Blade Supremacy.
Going to be that Astral Etchings coming out, turning that Spectral Shield from 1 into an attack for 4, giving it go again, and the Restless Coalescence returns, everybody. Attack for 4 into an attack for 5. With the go again, uses the floating, still has 2 cards to work with, has this Restless Coalescence ability now on this turn as well. Daniel Johnson has to be potentially worried about what might come next as he's staring down another 5 damage with go again and a second Restless Coalescence in like as many turns.
Michael Feng found that second Restless Coalescence on the very next draw after he played the first one, but he was very patient to keep it in the arsenal for a moment where he could pivot back to the having the tempo. And this is that moment where he's taken some damage. He's dealt very comfortably with what was a pedestrian turn. Create a Courage token, send 6 damage. That's not much from the Dorinthia side of things, and it was sort of gummed up in the works from the Sink Below and the Sigil all in that same hand. And so he sees that opening, and he's able to play this Restless back out. Again, trying to fill that board and make it really difficult for Daniel to claw his way into a winning position.
And here comes the Miraging Metamorph, 7 more damage. And Daniel's already shown that he is interested in blocking on this turn. Are you continuing to be interested in facing down a Miraging Metamorph? 4/7, you can still activate the Restless Coalescence. And Daniel, these cards, they're not the most impressive. Yellow Warrior's Valor, blue Overpower, but you're already facing down a number of ward pieces. I'm not sure the Jagged Edge is there this time to save you.
No, at this point, it looks like he's content with just playing out maybe just a sword swing and then arsenaling. But no, he doesn't even use the arsenal. I wonder if that is a Sink Below in the arsenal. We're going to find out now. It's not. No, it's an Unsheathed. Okay, Unsheathed coming across does make this turn a bit more strong, and it gives him the capability of arsenaling that Steel Blade Supremacy and setting up a 5-card hand with Steel Blade and perhaps some more go again. If you can get through this turn cycle without Michael sending even more board at you, you can set up a very strong 5-card hand that he's going to have to respect. But you're doing it off of a half-life deficit at this point, basically.
Yeah, and I wonder, Michael Feng there didn't activate the Restless Coalescence to get another Spectral Shield, and I have to wonder if that's because he saw Daniel do a couple cards of blocking And if Michael thought he'd be able to shore up the Dawn Blade and attack with that Restless Coalescence again with all of those counters before activating it and getting the next Spectral Shield, this Dawn Blade coming in for 7 with Go again. So if it hits, it's going to be able to attack again. But Michael Feng has to be interested in keeping the Restless Coalescence around.
You know, it's a great spot as well because you're feinting that you have an attack reaction. With 2 floating, you have the second swing resource if Dawn Blade comes across. Not Duskblade, unfortunately, but if Dawn Blade comes across a second time. So you're feinting that you have an attack reaction to push this to 10, and then that you're going to swing another time after that. And so Michael has to decide, am I going to somehow block 7 on this turn or on this specific swing and then let the board soak up the, over damage? Or am I going to, make some underblock and then block the second Dawn Blade swing? It's a really good heads-up play from Daniel to keep that card in hand, which we know is going to make its way into the arsenal.
See just how Michael wants to block this. He's lining up a couple cards, maybe just letting the Spectral Shield go if there is no attack reaction. He's got a total of 3 ward on the board.
Yeah, this seems like a very solid block to block 6 from hand, lose the Spectral Shield, or lose both and then play out a 2-card hand. It depends on his hand composition, of course.
And you have to know that Michael is thinking about what it could be exactly, given that he saw what Daniel blocked with last turn. So he saw those 2 cards blocked. It's like, okay, what do you really have here? You were already blocking. You were blocking with some cards that were reactions. So what could you have here? Because a +3 pump would be pretty devastating.
And keep in mind, this is a team event. So we just saw, if you were looking at Michael Feng, he turned to his teammate on the side and he talked to them for just a second. This is a moment where you could ask, what do you think I should do here? You lean over to your teammate, you say, how do you think I play this out? They've seen this many attack reactions that cost 1, that pump for 3. Do I just have this happen, or what do you recommend? And in this case, he's going to make that 6 block. It's going to lose that shield, and that card's going to make its way to the arsenal.
I wouldn't be surprised, however, if with 3 calling champions on your team, they're pretty confident just taking their games mostly one by one. It'll be interesting to see just over the course of the day how often these calling champs reach out to each other for aid, given that they've done pretty well on their own. Taking a look here just at the 3 players doing battle. You can see just a couple calling champs. It's a little harder for poor Michael Feng to get some help because of the, added responsibilities of being playing for our enjoyment on this feature match table. But still, if need be, could reach over and get some help from either of those 2 champions.
And never underestimate the ability to just collaborate. Lean over and say, what do you see here? Because I think all 3 of these players would say the same thing, that, the Flesh and Blood is hard. I've heard one Michael say that already. Flesh and Blood is hard, and being able to ask opinions and get ideas off of your teammates is really the hallmark of a good team. So I would be surprised if they aren't getting feedback or giving input to each other at some point. But they're strong players in their own right, as you can say.
Daniel here, 5-card hand, took all that damage, 15 to 31. He's half of Michael Feng's life total, but you have to imagine he's going to try to chew through this ward on this turn. He's shown a lot of interest in blocking, and you can see why. Without all of those cards, he's already committed to blocking some of these auras and attacks. He'd be at a significantly lower life total than the precarious position he already sits. But the Steel Blade Supremacy is going to try to draw some cards. It's going to give +2 to the Dawn Blade. And let's see how Daniel wants to utilize, I think, his first true 5-card attacking hand of the game. He's had no Dawn Blade countered. He's had no real pressure yet. But the Unsheathed is also going to grant the go again. The Warrior's Valor as well. So he's just putting it all on the line here.
Yeah, this is truly pretty face up at this point. The card in hand, we know it's a blue. We know it's a provoke. But this is asking a lot as 11 Go Again is presented. 11 Go Again on hit, draw a card. Already has Go Again off of the Unsheathed, but Warrior's Valor also asking the same question. Well, on hit, Go Again, but already have it. Nevertheless, are you going to block 11?
Blocking for 3, no reactions. Ward 3 on a block for 3. Drop in the ocean. Path well traveled, giving it go again. So maybe some no blocks in the hand here for Michael Feng.
This is the perfect time for a 5-card hand that threatens drawing a card and possibly creating a counter on a second swing when your opponent finds a double chi hand and they just can't make the blocks. But the sink below is presented from the arsenal. Oh, wait. I think he has
to do it. 3, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the Ward 2 on the Restless Coalescence. He can even activate the Restless Coalescence for another Spectral Shield. I think that's stuffing this turn. He has Enigma ability as well, and the Fate Foreseen as well to cover it up. We went from, a bunch of no blocks to some of the best defense reactions in the game.
And that is going to cover the turn. He's going to Arsenal that Provoke, a solid card in its own right, but not necessarily what you want out of a turn where you've set up an 11-power Dawnblade.
Here comes the Spectral Shield. It's coming in for 2 with Go again. That all you got's going to go ahead and allow Daniel to draw a card. He threw that onto the combat chain. Now the Tunic allows for the Restless Coalescence to come in as well with those counters. You're seeing Michael really interested in preserving the +1 counters on the Restless Coalescence for the offensive value. It's not a play pattern you see too often. Normally these Enigma players so content to just grab those Spectral Shields on each and every turn. But here Michael Feng smells blood in the water. He's got his opponent down to 15, and he wants him down even more at the end of this turn cycle.
A bit of a dire straits scenario for Daniel, who's committed to blocking at least one card. Trot Along's going to make its way as well onto the combat chain to prevent some of that life loss. But at this point, he really needs to find one of those jagged edge turns, and he just drew one off the top, off of the draw from that all you got. Can he combine that with other attack reactions to try and stop this board? Because Michael's playing this so well, focusing so hard on building Spectral Shields, building Restless Coalescence boards, trying to really just overwhelm via the board this matchup.
Pretty much, except for the jagged edge turn. Michael Feng has guessed right every single time. This is a master of our game, a master of this deck. He's won a calling with this deck. He is no stranger to defensive heroes, winning a Pro Tour on the Grandfather of Eternity himself.
Unfortunately, finding 2 more blues. So Trot Along was blocked with on the previous turn, and the second Trot Along plus a Fatal Engagement. Basically a 3 blue hand.
So wonder if we're going to see the Provoke come out to ask Michael Feng to either reveal an instant that gets discarded or an attack that gets added to the chain. And maybe the Jagged Edge sticks around for a slightly better hand later.
Yeah, these defensive tools have kind of gummed up the works for Daniel. These
100%.
Belows, sigils, that all you got there drew him into an attack reaction, but these extra blues, it feels like this deck was definitely teched more to play a defensive game plan in essence, and that's not what is transpiring here for Michael Feng in this game. He is presenting more damage and more board than perhaps this more defensive Dorinthia can actually stomach.
Yeah, I have to, we've seen the blueprint before on stream where Dorinthia does take down Enigma, and it is with some more offense. It is with Dawnblade counters and snowballing the advantage. But Daniel's defensive abilities here not able to necessarily get over the top. The Jagged Edge here is 6 on 2. This does potentially clear the ward after Michael Feng blocked the Traverse to grab a Chi, maybe for the Mirror guy, but is Michael Feng content to lose the board here? He's got a Fate Foreseen. And a Shelter to boot.
Yeah, at this point, when you see that block, you're almost incentivized not to play Jagged Edge because you know that they're going to cover up with a +4. Otherwise, they lose, portions of the board that they don't want to give up. Provoke is going to come out here. It's going to ask for a revelation, and he ends up revealing the Fate Foreseen. One of those beautiful Judge Fate Foreseens.
Yeah.
Very shiny, but it's going to make its way into the discard, into the graveyard. And so a little bit of solace there, losing another key defensive piece, but man, you really wanted to take the board when you find Jagged Edge, and that is not what happened.
Nope, 2 go again, free, thanks to the Enigma hero ability. Coming in now that Daniel has to think about. He's got plenty of armor to work with, only blocked with the Bolter so far. So 6 total armor at the minimum, 8 after the Battle Worn. That's going to crown a Providence away that other blue from the last turn. And there's, what did you expect? It's Manifestations of Mirror Guy coming out. He's going to respond with the Rising Sun, Setting Moon. That means that card just basically heads straight to the bottom as the Chi is created. And now it's 8 damage that poor Daniel Johnson has to think about.
He knew what was coming. Whenever you block with Traverse and your Enigma, it's most likely going to mean that Miragai is soon to hit the board. And probably wanting that jagged edge for right now is Daniel Johnson. Unfortunate that played out last turn, but you have to ask the question, and unfortunately the answer was presented. There's Sink below. Going to think about sinking something else. Blocking with yet another blue. So many blues in this deck that have really been just stuck in the hand to trot along there. He does finally have some offensive tools. He's got an Unsheathed that he's maybe queuing up to sink to the bottom.
He's going to head to the bottom, rip another Sink below off the top. Even more defense from a player that is on the back foot. Here comes the Restless Coalescence with the one floating. So now 4 more go again.
Well, it's good he drew into another defense reaction, so he's going to be able to sink again if he chooses to.
Even Michael there, his eyes kind of, the eyebrows went up as he said, listen, how many of these are you going to have? Another one, so Daniel Johnson down to 12. And listen, I mean, let's be clear, Daniel needs to stay alive. These defense reactions have done a good job of doing so, but you can't just win a game of Flesh and Blood by, necessarily just lasting too long, especially when Enigma is just presenting the ward board that he has. Look at this.
No, I think Michael's playing this so well. He knows what to do to win in this matchup. And Daniel, from his perspective, is looking at all of these defensive tools and saying, wait. I just wanted you to attack with these big attacks like Phantasmaclasm and, like all of these 1-for-7s that you could be throwing. And instead, Michael just says, I'm just going to build 1, 2, 3 Spectral Shields, 4 Spectral Shields. In this case, I'll throw a Manifestations in there. That's the way you win this matchup as Enigma.
Here comes 3. Michael Feng has all of the options available. He's working with a 3-block, a shelter, a 3-block, and another 3-block, so he's got plenty of blocking ability.
This might be the turn where Michael just decides to turn the corner. He might give him a counter here and keep the. Oh no! Look at this. He's got that all you got from the arsenal. So that is going to stop everything. He doesn't even have to give him the counter so they can play this 4-card hand. He's got a lot to work with, and he's going to be sending a lot of damage on this turn, trying to basically finish things off here.
Yeah, you don't want to call it early. You never want to call it early, but.
He's going to be trying to send across here so much of this ward board just to try and close things out. You've got 8 from the 4 counters off of the Manifestations of Miragai. This is going to buy the equipment block that he's been very judicious about stopping, its usage. This is the time where you want to try and use it, but Michael is very content to try and close things out here off of the back of all of this, and then I think he has Phantasmaclasm afterwards.
Sinks, shelters, that all you got. Sigil of Solaces for Daniel. Lots of ways to elongate the game, but I feel like potentially here might have just played into Enigma's game plan, perhaps just a little too much. I have a good friend. His name he is known in some corners of the world by Ethnic Smoke. He's to me, he's Punkage, and he has said if an Enigma player swings their Manifestation of Miragai twice, they win the game pretty much on the spot. We will see the Phantasmaclasm here going to go ahead and put one of the 2 Warriors Valors on the bottom. Daniel Johnson here going to draw another card. I think it's another shelter. Perhaps. And now he's still facing down the ward board. Michael Feng able to keep a card in the arsenal.
Daniel absolutely in the grinder at this point with the way that this board looks. But keep in mind this as well. This is a team event. So it's not just about this one matchup. It's about the other 2 as well. So as this match is slowly but surely coming to a conclusion, Daniel drops down to 3. There are 2 more matches going on. Michael, number 2, or depending on how you rank them, Michael number 1, is playing new currently as well as Aurora.
Yeah, so we have our first world champion ever, a couple tables away. Daniel Johnson here just with an attack for 3. It's going to buy a block for 3. Iron Song response for 3. Michael here has the shelter from the storm. That's going to go ahead and shore up all that damage and very well likely shore up this game of Flesh and Blood. But you alluded to it, Steven. Let's say that Michael Feng wins this game, but the other 2 players on his team lose. That would be enough. However, Michael Feng did go ahead and win this game. Daniel just going to go ahead and extend the fist bump. Too much pressure and honestly too much defense.
Yeah, there was too much there. He was not going to be able to cover all of that up. Even with the leftover equipment block, we do now have a winner for that match, and Michael Feng takes it down.
So that is the update here. Look like this is the only match that has completed so far. So we're most likely going to go ahead and take a little break, see how much time is elapsed or remaining in the rest of those couple matches. And then we're going to bring a little mobile rig over, check in on one of the games. Because now, if Team MinMax wins a game, they have won the match. They are 1-0. But if the other team, the challengers, win both of their next 2 games, they win. So it's whoever gets 2 out of the 3. So we're going to take a quick break and then go check in with another game in just a sec.
Well, we have an update from that round 1 match. We're back here in the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. Team CC, and it turns out right as we went to break, another round or another match in that round concluded. Let's go ahead and take a look at who ended up picking up the win, and it turns out Aurora closed that game out. Jacob Clements picks up the win versus Bryce over there on the other side of things in Jarl, and that means that because 2 players won on this Team CC event, they will earn the point for this first round. Now, from here, we have some pretty interesting other teams that we can look out for. You were talking about one you want to watch after this, right?
I do, yes. You know, we're here by the good grace and will of our friends at MinMaxGames. We do have another MinMaxGames player out there. You might know him. He's left this moniker behind, but the drip drop can never truly leave the man. Sam Dando is out there gaming. He's put out a FI deck tech right here on the MinMaxGames YouTube channel, and I do hope you'll check it out because he's trying to put his money where his mouth is and actually go out and take down this event with a couple very well-known players on another team. So I'm interested in seeing how that FI deck rocks and rolls because I actually put some games into it last night and it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun to see how it works.
Yeah, that was a fun watch. You were playing as Aurora and it was just back and forth, hair on fire offense.
It was.
No one wanted to block. I mean, the aggression which with both of you pressed the lose life button on the life pad was
he was bummed. I had a really sick somersault turn on defense when I just like full blocked him. He was like, "Where are these 3 blocks?" He was like, "Why do you have 3 blocks? You're not supposed to have 3 blocks." But I did.
Yep, you did indeed, and that was fun, back and forth to watch. Yep. So we're going to watch a little bit of him playing next in round 2. So we'll take a quick break, get round 2 set up for you. And of course, if you have ideas about what heroes you would like to see in this team event, keep in mind, the meta is incredibly open. There's a lot of great heroes to play. So if there's one that you want to see featured on stream, let us know in the chat. Sound off in chat. Get more people in here. Press the like button.
Yes.
The fact that this stream is so cool and Team CC, we should feature this. So everyone hit the like button and make it in here. And then, of course, let us know who you want to see on stream.
All right, we'll see you in a couple minutes for the next round.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 2 here at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. And we're going to jump down right away into the game. Before we do, though, I'm really interested in this matchup specifically. You mentioned it before round 1 ended, that it's going to be featuring Feng. It's going to be featuring Sam Dando.
Yeah,
but we do know what the matchups are across the board. So Feng is actually going to be facing into Verdance.
Yep.
And that's going to be a really interesting back and forth. Yeah, that's going to be a one. That's a little spicy. I think as well that that Vishra here on the left side is actually playing is playing Verdance as well.
No, Florian.
Oh, is he on Florian?
It's Florian, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
He's been playing Florian for a minute.
That's true, because we talked to him earlier.
Yeah, he's been playing Florian for a minute.
And that is going to be facing down on the other side of Aurora. But right there in the middle is another matchup that I would love to watch. This round is just full of matchups that we could have picked any of these and watched any of them, because this would be
Great
fun.
players, both sides of your screen. Jonathan, of course, top 8 of a Battle Hardened in Memphis with this deck. Jonathan is the person that put Verdance on the map. He absolutely is. Without the performance that Jonathan had, nearly top-8ing the calling, top-8ing the Battle Hardened in Memphis, Verdance is not in the kind of flesh and blood consciousness that it is today. So we're going to head on down to the table to see if he can take down this spy deck that Sam Dando has piloted. You can check out the deck tech right here on the MinMaxGames YouTube channel. And while you're there, you might as well head over to MinMaxGames.com and go ahead and get your High Seas pre-orders, everybody.
That's right.
It's time. The High Seas are around the corner. They've got a nice pre-order special here, so you'll want to go ahead and check that out. It's MinMaxGamesFab.com. However, the question is can the man behind the booth, the vendor booth, that is, Sam Dando, can he still put the money where the mouth is and bring the deck that I brought to my first ever calling, Phi Rising Rebellion? Can he show that an old dog can still learn some new tricks?
Yeah, we were talking to him yesterday, and he's a big believer in this deck having answers into the current meta. I told him, we were talking to him this morning, and he was kind of deciding if he wanted to play Phi or maybe go a different route. And I looked at him and I said, I really think that you sit down with Phi and people are going to chuckle a little bit and think that this deck doesn't have any legs whatsoever. But I think people are going to perhaps be proven wrong here. But presented on the other side, Jonathan has Surgeon Aethertide saluting to the...
Give the people at home a little like, what's up?
Yeah.
We back.
Sam Dando over here.
Back.
He is showing his masterful approach with the psychic damage. Not just playing the physical game of cards, but also throwing everything he has at his opponent.
Dando down to 34 here. No Arcane Barrier whatsoever, which means he's just going to be working off the 4 cards in his hand. Tunic goes to 1. His favorite card in this deck, I do think, and maybe not the favorite card, but Dragonscaler Flight Path is really the thing that he's utilizing to try to make this whole engine go. You can utilize it on your Ember Blade to actually attack with it again, which is huge. Ignite can discount your Ember Blade if you watch the deck tech, but here the Stonewall Gauntlet not going to be presented yet because it does have to go ahead and block with the power greater than its base, and then does it have to be greater than its base? Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Then it gives all attacks -1 on the combat chain.
Correct.
So Emberblade going to follow up the Spreading Flames, a card that I just near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, Spreading Flames is one of these cards that a lot of people were looking at right as the Hunted released for Cindra and trying to toy around with. And he's a big believer in it in Cindra, but he also understands the power of it here in Phi, as it is going to come across and allow him to fetch that Phoenix Flame from the graveyard, which, by the way, if you're wondering, he does keep there next to his hero card. He is going to send that across. You mentioned it. The 1-turn stopgap of the Stonewall Gauntlet there can be used to try and nerf this turn and break the chain up and keep some of that buffs from happening, but not going to be extended on this turn, maybe being saved for a later turn in the game. But keep in mind, I don't think Sam wants this game to go that many turns.
No, he is playing full aggression, no defension. He is just trying to attack and end this game quickly, and Jonathan here is going to do his best to cover this thing up. Sam Dando is going to be working off a 4-card hand at next turn as well, but now life total's nearly equal.
Jonathan gave the entire hand to blocking, has an arsenal, but most likely after the draw up here, maybe going to say pass. He is indeed, and now it's going to be full tempo to Sam. Can he do it again with a 4-card hand? He natural drew that off of the turn 0 and was able to just throw Spreading Flames and that large board. Can he do it again, or is he going to have more of a setup turn, more of an off and an on type scenario.
I have to imagine he wants to establish a 5-card hand to really put the pedal to the metal in this one and close the game out. But here's just working off the 4, got the Oath of Loyalty, 4 go again to start off this chain, and it's Draconic, meaning that Phoenix Flame is looking rife to come from the graveyard once again. I love this deck. Fi, it's just good feelings for me, just seeing Fi back on the feature match table. It's going to be a sync below from Jonathan, no sync. Here comes the hot on their heels. That's buying another block. Jonathan's like, dude, what do you expect me to do? I'm going to be blocking. But the thing with Fi is the ability to go ahead and come in with that Phoenix Flame over and over again is so important to getting around a deck that just likes to do a bunch of blocking.
And keep in mind, we just saw on that turn 2 very impactful new additions, and one just drawn up in the hand from this hunted set. So for all that are saying, you know, like Fi really hasn't done anything for years, even though we have seen results, even up at Worlds in Barcelona, these new cards are giving him new avenues to really, you know, attack. Oath of Loyalty is the perfect chain starter for Fi right now. And here we have Ignite, another great chain starter plus a discount engine for a deck that really doesn't want to pitch a ton. Maybe draw a single blue every turn and just run off of that single blue. Ignite allows the discount of your next Draconic attack.
This is so awesome. I love seeing Jonathan reach over and read Phoenix Flame, read Searing Emberblade. This deck has not been relevant in quite some time, and you have players that are playing in today's meta not sure what the Rising Rebellion did. In the times of Art of War, this deck was a real menace. 2 damage taken, down to 32. The Tunic now able to activate and come in with the Emberblade. How's 1 for 3 go again in your weapon slot because Ignite is discounting that cost. Jonathan going to block with the Felling of the Crown. Rising Resentment as well, now able to come in, and the Phoenix Flame will be joining the party for an additional 1 at the end of the chain.
I think we saw on the previous turn, I think it was a Rake Over the Coals make its way into the arsenal for Sam, so looking to set up a very big 5-card hand, and the question mark will be, is he able to do that if Verdance starts to present some amount of disruption? Now, there's not much disruption in that deck, but something like a Felling of the Crown getting to decompose could conceivably slow the deck down at least a little bit.
Jonathan here has just enough Earth cards for that first Decompose. First thing, however, looks like it's just going to be the Rampant Growth and the Life.
Oh, he has a couple of different options here. It is going to be the Rampant Growth Life. As you see, he has a Sigil in the arsenal as well.
Doesn't have to deploy it yet.
And he's just going to throw it out there. He does have Plume of Evergrowth. Keep in mind that you look at this, you're like, okay, well, what did that Rampant Growth Life actually do? It gained you 1 life. It's not really going to be amping anything whatsoever, but it's making its way to the graveyard, which means that at any time he can now fetch that with the Plume of Evergrowth and put together a pretty decent combo turn. Doesn't have to be something massive because your opponent is not running any Arcane Barrier whatsoever. So if you can find a nice little 5-card hand where you can take everything that's sent to you from Sam's perspective, you can send a very large turn off of the back of that Rampant Growth in the graveyard, plus the Sigil, plus the Surge and Aethertide in a spell.
Jonathan now finding some more Earth cards heading to the graveyard. He's probably going to be able to decompose from here on out. At every point now, the Rake Over the Coals is going to come over the top. This attack now coming in for 4. Draconic attacks getting +1 for the whole turn. That includes the weapon. That includes the flame. That includes, most likely, whatever's coming out of that hand.
And keep in mind, the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is the key card on this type of turn, and really just in this deck, because it is going to be able to go and fetch whatever he needs. If he needs like something like a Tenacity, if that's in the deck, or if he just wants, you know, like a 0 for 6 Chain Ender, he can fetch that with impunity. And that combos so nicely with Rake Over the Coals, because can you effectively block out all of these breakpoints and a Phoenix Flame and a sword and stop the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx trigger? It's not going to happen every single turn. And so this is perhaps a turn where we could see a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx make its way in, or he could just choose to play out this hand as he sees fit.
Blaze Headlong, good when it attacks for 4, also good when it attacks for 5. The Stonewall Gauntlet still not being committed to the chain. Can you go ahead and block for 3? Down to 25 goes Jonathan. Phoenix Flame now comes in for 2. Let's see if now this one is going to buy the block. No Mask of the Pouncing Lynx activation, but all the cards out of the hand once again. This time Sam's only got 4 to work with. Jonathan still working with that Sigil of Solace in the arsenal.
It's very smart to recognize that on that last one, you do need to commit the final card. Of course, it would be nice to just throw it for 2 healing, but you have to commit to full blocking there so you don't have 6 more damage coming your way off of the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx trigger. Covering it up there at the end, and then just full tempo passing back over to a 4-card hand that Sam has. Probably trying to look for one more maybe setup turn so that he can get another 5-card hand, but none of those cards are particularly powerful in the arsenal. None more so than something like Rake of the Coals that we just saw.
Here comes the Searing Emberblade. 3 more go again. Jonathan already down to 23, done a lot of blocking. Decomposed twice, 4 Earth cards in the graveyard. So all of a sudden, the Fellings, the Plows, a little more powerful, but going to need at least 2 more Decomposes unless there's another banishing effect to get the Verdance ability online. But the Verdance ability, not the key for Jonathan in this game. He needs to run Dando out of threats enough to be able to chain together some of that disruptive pieces or utilize the life gains to get over the top. Sink Below here just going to go ahead and come in. Fire Tennis Strike first, 3, go again. Next Draconic attack gets +1.
Yeah, we keep seeing Jonathan look at his arsenal. It's that Sigil of Solace, and I think he's really trying to decide if he wants to play that out so that he can re-arsenal something like the tree that he has in hand there, or play the tree and arsenal a D-react so that he can maintain a good arsenal target. Because at this point in the game, he's recognizing that this is just going to be a very aggressive affair, and he needs to have multiple ways to stop a big turn. Otherwise, he's going to fall to too much of a life deficit, and putting together a combo, even just a smaller combo, can become prohibitively difficult while also blocking and maintaining this almost half life. Now, of course, if any hero can do that, it's a hero that can gain life better than anyone. But it has to come at, the cost of a little bit of tempo, and he's continually blocking.
And look at this, the Mounting Anger coming out following the Fire Tenant Strike first. That's going to have to buy both of the cards from Jonathan if he wants to stop the on-hit trigger of turning that Phoenix Flame from an attack for 2 into an attack for 3, because you can get the Phoenix Flame back, respond to the Mounting Anger trigger, grab it back into your hand, banish it to the Mounting Anger trigger. Of course, we do have the Brand with Cinderclaw to go ahead and also be the Tiger Stripe Shuko benefit, so it's just going to be 2. Down to 21. Pouncing Lynx now coming in. He's going to get a lot of value out of this guy, because Jonathan is shields down.
Now, searching through the deck, he does have a Tenacity. I was wondering if he put both Tenacity and Salt the Wound in the deck. He did filter past a Salt the Wound, so he does have that as an option. But on this turn, you, of course, want to throw Tenacity because a full hand has been committed to the blocking. So this is coming across for yet another 6, and this is the perfect value time where you can get value out of that Tenacity. You know that it's going to be at its maximum 6 here.
When you crack that Pouncing Lynx, you'd like it to be for 7 or 8. I wonder if Dando is totally happy to see it be used for 6. It's still, 6 damage when your opponent has committed all the cards to block. Always something you're happy to see, but I do think Dando is mostly looking to see that thing have 7 or 8 value.
I also want to point out, I think that Jonathan has been very patient about using Stonewall Gauntlet. Like, even there, that turn could have presented itself as a time to use it. But Dando's might be playing around his knowledge gaps, because he's like, okay, this is a 4-card hand. Maybe this 4-card hand isn't going to present mass amounts of damage, and then throwing the Stonewall Gauntlet as sort of a stopgap is going to be totally ineffective. Maybe now I don't need to use it. I'll save it for a turn where I know for a fact he's going for a 5-card play. Dando's not really arsenaling. He's not playing towards these 5 cards, so he's not giving him the knowledge to say this is the time where you should block with Stonewall Gauntlet.
But look at this. This is a brick from Sam Dando. Just has to throw 5 and set up an arsenal. Let's see if Jonathan is able to utilize this turn to turn around. This is a deck that is designed to not brick. It is absolutely meant to just go ahead and keep the pressure on. But a real stumble here from Sam Dando. The question is there anything that Jonathan has to punish? I don't think there is. He's going to be able to gain a bunch of life, but there's nothing that's going to stop the aggression from Dando on these future turns. And it's still 5 damage that he's got to think about.
Now, he has so much life gain on a turn like this. If he had the resources, he could maybe consider popping Plume and getting a spell if it hasn't been banished. But at this point, you've got double Rampant Growth available, so you wish that you had the spell in hand available to really just send a big chunk of damage and try to regain parity in life totals. A little awkward that he doesn't have the spell to pair with this, and that Ring of Roses is sort of in his, in his hand as well. He's not fully decomposed, so the gaining life isn't going to send pings, which means he can't, amp those up. Unless I'm missing something, I believe he doesn't have the capacity to really send the damage that he would want to off of the back of a, single or double rampant growth life turn.
Yeah, and I just have to imagine that Jonathan is not anticipating big spells to be the way this game ends, right? He feels like that Plume of Evergrowth is for a Felling of the Crown, right? It's for big 8 damage, disruption, make sure I take a card out of your hand whether you like it or not. I have to see just how Jonathan wants to enact these next couple turns. These next 2 turns are the most critical in this whole game, right? It's how does Jonathan react to this brick? What is he able to utilize in response, and what is Dando setting up in that arsenal? Because you look at the hand here, you look at least at what's presented. Compounding Anger it's basically Lava Burst with additional text, right? Burning Blade Dance needs a Draconic Chainlink. Cinder Skin Devotion needs Draconic Chainlink. Searing Emberblade needs a Draconic Chainlink. He didn't draw the starter. That means it's probably not a starter going to his arsenal, so he's looking to draw it in his next 4 cards.
A Ring of Roses is the block, and he keeps the blue in hand. I'm very curious to see what Jonathan does with what is essentially, you could almost describe as his own mini brick hand.
He's going to gain a bunch of life. He's going to get defensive value, even though Sam Dando didn't attack, which is going to be quite good. Gain 3. He'll probably gain 3. He'll probably gain 1. And then, I don't know.
Choosing to play out the Sigil here. He's going to Rampant Growth life. And he's just going to send the Surgeon. Yeah.
It's not that good.
He says it's not that good. He knows he's just going to send the Surgeon here. It's not going to represent anything outside of just a big Surgeon Aether Tide punch, but Sam was sitting at 30. So the life totals, looking at them now, it is parity, and you are happy with that. But when you were so close to it being an absolute bomb of a turn, it feels really uncomfortable from the Verdance side of things to throw all of this. But keep in mind, in the state of the game as it is right now, you do have some amount of parity. And you're, at this point, looking to keep that close and rely on the fact that you have life gain and some disruption like you described.
I mean, listen, on a brick turn like that, getting to regain some life on the Verdance side, it's not bad. It's good that Jonathan is back up to 20 from whatever was 13 before, but the Rake Over the Coal is going to come over the top. This attack now comes in for 5. Looks like no further reaction, so 1 damage coming over the top. Let's see what the follow-up is here from Dando. Dando taking a look over as the camera gets adjusted. No stranger to the camera. No problems, putting on a show for the people.
Trying to decide if he wants to play out that mental block from his hand to gain a Ponder. I think it was the choice there. But there's going to be options and opportunities for that later down the line on this turn. Again, it's one of those question marks. Do we throw Stonewall Gauntlet to try and slow this down? This is a Rake Over the Coals turn, but the beauty of Rake Over the Coals is that it's at instant speed.
Yep.
So you never can get that first block. So it always feels a little bad to throw it on the second one, especially if your opponent has, 2 cards left. But are you going to get 3 value out of it? And is that the maximum that you can really predict for the rest of this game? If so, it might make its way here now, and that's what we see.
And the fealty that Display Loyalty just created, the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, going to create that embodiment of Earth. Stonewall Gauntlet brings us down to 3, but the fealty token, will that allow Sam Dando to just break this chain, stop the Stonewall Gauntlet effect, and use the fealty to create another starter? Looks like he's going to activate 5, pay 1. He is going to break the chain. He's going to go ahead and make that Stonewall Gauntlet go to the graveyard.
And keep in mind, the Rake of the Coals still applies for the turn. It is not on the combat chain. Like so many things in Draconic that are related to the combat chain, this just applies. So even though that Phoenix Flame is just going to be an innocuous 0, it does come across for 1 thanks to Rake of the Coals. And there's the use of the mental block to gain that Ponder token on a turn where you've pretty much committed to really blocking effectively. And there's the Searing Emberblade for 4.
Yeah, Searing Emberblade for 4. 5 was activated while there still were those Draconic links. So nice and efficient. Utilize the 1 to grab the Phoenix Flame. Still comes in for 1. Now this Emberblade comes in for 4. The mental block creates the Ponder. So Jonathan can block this out comfortably. Display Loyalty now once again coming in for 4, creating a second fealty. So that rake over the coals became a 0 for 5, I believe, on the turn.
That's not a bad card. At instant speed, 0 for 5.
But Jonathan here prevented some damage and going to ponder.
Yep.
And the embodiment of Earth, meaning that those cards blocked a little more.
I love hearing the table talk between them. Sam is one that loves to talk about things while the game goes on, so it's so fun to listen to it play out. Ponder token's going to trigger here. See what he draws. Oh, and
Blue Autumn's Touch.
That's not what you want. He's going to look, and I think he's going to count his blue count and his earth count, and he's going to decide whether or not this is even worth making its way into the arsenal. That's probably one of the worst hits that you could possibly... I mean, like Blue Fruits of the Forest is another bad one, but he is going to make its way there. He needs cards in hand that he can do things with. And look, it sets up the Seeds of Tomorrow.
Seeds of Tomorrow, actually a huge draw. Probably, honestly, why he put that card in the arsenal in the first place. He's like, hey, I can probably get rid of this with the Seeds when I find it. The aggression going to continue here from Dando. Can he close this gap? Verdance just gets stronger as the roots grow.
3 coming across, and he's taking a look at the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Keep in mind, Dragon Scalar Flight Path, another one of those tricky pieces of equipment you mentioned earlier that he's already popped the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. So we know that piece of equipment that can really send a turn super wide is gone. But now Dragon Scalar Flight Path, sort of that last gasp of really big turn synergy, still available on the board. No 5-card hand here. We're going to see if he can maybe set up a 5-card hand at the end of this. There's the use of the Seeds of Tomorrow.
Here's the Hot on Heroes. 3 go again. Not really caring about the marking. Got fealty if Dando needs it. Jonathan got all the value out of the Seeds of Tomorrow. Now going to block with the Meredith Scolding. Here comes the Phoenix Flame 4-1. And now the Lava Burst comes on in for another 6. Jonathan wanted to keep probably one of these cards. Maybe he commits both of them to block here, but then once again just allows full tempo back to Dando.
Who needs a 5-card hand when you can end with Lava Burst as 0 for 6, as you said? This is exactly what Sam needs to do turn after turn to try and close this out, because otherwise Jonathan is just going to, like you said, run him out of threats in a way and life gain out of his range. 16
damage off of the 4 cards. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's
that's
pretty accurate.
Pretty good.
That's another day at the office for Sam Dando as he sits waiting. Looks like he's waiting for
and here we go. We're getting some team action. Jonathan talking to Naib Mobassir. No stranger to feature match. No stranger to winning. Peter Budensick, similarly battle-hardened champion multiple times over, talking to Sam Dando as they're talking about the turn at play. You can see Jonathan there showing both the cards, showing the Lava Burst, saying, am I screwed? Do I block? Which card do I block with?
Well, he's got the Plow under, so he knows that he can decompose and get closer to being online, but in order to do that, he has to go down to 11.
Yeah, I don't think he can. How much does he care about decomposing here, right? Like, to get his hero ability online, just to get those little pings of Arcane. I think he's even more interested in the Mind Warp to be able to Surge an Aether Tide. Does he want to keep the Mind Warp for a future turn? Keep either of these for the arsenal?
Yeah, you could Surgent into a Mind Warp and try to force them off of a 4-card hand. You know you're not getting anything with the Arsenal because there is no Arsenal on the other side. So yeah, you could definitely play the turn the other way as well. Either way, the question becomes, do I want to take 6 to maybe stop what is 3 value on my opponent's next turn? Or is 11 too precarious for me to be sitting at against a Phi who has consistently put out above-rate damage turn after turn thanks to that Phoenix Flame?
Yeah, man. There goes the Plow under for block. 3 damage over the top. Jonathan down to 14, so I think he is keeping that Mind Warp for a future turn when he can utilize the Surge and Aether Tide.
I refuse to be plowed.
Sam Dando absolutely refuses to be plowed. Will not allow himself to be plowed. He is a man of virtue and principle.
There it is.
You got it, man.
Trying to sit Arsenal? Sam, you got it, man. And now the turn back to Dando. Here comes the Ignite, and this might mean we're going to see that Dragon Scalar Flight Path get activated because the Searing Ember Blade can be attacked with twice with just 1 blue from here with the ability of the Dragon Scalar Flight Path as well.
Drawing into another non-blocking card. It's the 3rd sigil Jonathan has access to there. He does have a 5-card hand. He does have a spell. He doesn't have much else going for him. He could maybe do like a Rampant Growth thing here with the activation of Plume on his own turn, but this is already going to put him really precariously low if he just lets everything walk across. We'll see how he chooses to play out this turn, how he wants to navigate this incredibly aggressive hero if he's feeling like this, he can push this game to a longer state. But there, as you said, is the pitch and possibly the activation of the Dragon Scalar flight path. It's going to cost him.
Still has 2 floating from here. Can he continue this turn? Jonathan, can he go ahead and get full defensive value? But if Jonathan does throw the Mind Warp, he was keeping 2 cards to strip 1 card from Sam Dando. 1 card on the last turn, 1 card on this turn, or whatever card that is. Just not really where you want to be. Hot in your heels coming in 4-3. Still has 3 float. Excuse me. Still has 2 floating. Don't get excited there, Sam.
Yeah,
still has 2 floating. Still has 2 floating. Got the Phoenix Flame as well as finally that mystery card can also come into play. Does have the Tunic as well. Mounting Anger here would be sick. Use the Tunic.
Y'all were playing this, you were playing specifically against Feng yesterday.
This, yeah.
You played, and you know the sheer aggression that this deck can provide.
Yeah.
And even though, they're maybe about halfway through, maybe a little less than halfway through their decks, respectively, specifically on the Feng side, it's so red line that running it out of threats, quote unquote, is harder said than done, I think.
Down to 9 goes Jonathan. What's the follow-up here from Dando? It is the Mounting Anger. It's coming in for 4. This is most likely going to buy the final piece of equipment block because Jonathan, I don't know if we can allow the extra value to come through. You grab the Phoenix Flame in response to the Mounting Anger trigger. You banish it. Now that Phoenix Flame is going to come in for 2. And you already know that Tunic, I have to imagine, is turning that Searing Emberblade into 3 more damage at the end of this turn. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Mounting Anger coming across for 4. Jonathan's body language completely changed when he saw that card. A lot more leaning back, sighing, a little bit more on his arms, and he's definitely feeling the effects of the pressure that this deck provides, the unrelenting aggression, the fire that Feng can put down. He's the rising rebellion, and the heat is definitely being turned up on the side of Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan ostensibly here still at 12. The Sigil of Solace just puts him there whenever he wants. The Barkskin of the Millennium Tree will allow this to be fully blocked out. It'll allow him to block out the Emberblade if it comes in, but he does still have to think about the 1 damage from the Phoenix Flame. Actually, it'll be 2 because the Ignite is going to be the first attack with 2 or less power. So Mounting Anger, if it hits, turns that Phoenix Flame from 0 to 3.
And the craziest part is, after all of this blocking is said and done, what does he actually do on his turn? How does he actually get himself back into this game?
He's waiting for Dando to have another, compounding Anger turn.
Exactly.
Another turn where he just completely bricks. Unfortunately for Jonathan, the brick that Dando had was only punished by arcane damage and no form of disruption. Like you said, that turn would have been so much better with a spell to go with the amp, but unfortunately it was just the weapon. And Dando was completely fine to take that down to 22.
And this is the effect of what is essentially a rogue deck in an open meta. Like, how do you prepare for all of these different heroes, all of these different playstyles, all these different decks? You have to be so well-versed on your hero. And Jonathan, of course, as you said, put Verdance on the map, is very well-versed, but this unrelenting aggression from a hero that almost no one is playing right now is unexpected. And sometimes you have to pivot in the middle of the game, and sometimes that pivot is too late or just not effective enough, and it's even harder.
Nodding along to your commentaries if you can hear it. Sometimes it is too late. Sometimes it is.
Even harder when you're playing against someone like Sam Dando, who plays with so much psychic aggression.
Yeah, he's been pretty chill. He's been pretty chill. Last couple times on Feature, he's been pretty chill, except for one moment in the last MinMax stream that he showed me with a delightful glee on his face. This is a family stream, though, so I won't repeat.
Of course.
Repeat. No reactions, take 1. Down to 8 in response to the trigger. Grab the Phoenix Flame, bring it back. That means this Phoenix Flame's coming in for 3 damage.
It's so fun to watch him play. Everything is exciting, everything is popping off, and that's going to be 3 go again.
All right, let's listen in here. In resolution, activate the Dragon Scalar flight path. Allow this Emberblade come in for 3. You hear Jonathan, I was not ready for that. The Tunic allows for the Searing Emberblade to come in. We talked about this at the very beginning of the turn. Jonathan, now to preserve that Mind Warp, has to go down to 2, stay back at 5 with the Sigil of Solace, but still, you heard, I was not ready for that. The Tunic being on 3 allowed for this play to happen.
It's such a cool play too that no one is using because no one is playing 5. To be able to just target that Searing Amber Blade, come in with it again and send is so exciting. And he's got his opponent down to 2.
All right, let's see now. Will the Phoenix Flames be enough to carry him? Jonathan is ostensibly at 5 with that Sigil of Solace, and Sam Dando is going to lose a card from hand because of the Mind Warp. But we'll have to see if it matters. He'll be on a 3-card hand, but we're about to see just what Fi can do with a 3-card hand.
I shall take the 1. How'd you know? 3. Oh my gosh, dude.
You heard him say, mind warp me.
Does it? You get shuffled? Yeah. And then you draw 3. I'm going to draw them back again.
Trying to neuter the offensive output of a hero that only really plays red powerful cards. By taking away a card is probably your best case scenario, but is it too much?
And Dando asking there to be cut real nice. Let's see what the 3 cards drawn up are.
That's a 3-card 13 right there.
Has the starter. That's probably the only chance that he has is losing out on a chain starter. Coming across for 3.
Here the banter of the players. Looks like both of the other games have ended. So depending on those records, we might be watching the final game that can actually determine who wins this round. Which is a bummer because I was hoping to see either Florian Aurora or Zen Vincent. No, I was. Let's be clear.
This was the best case scenario round 2. All of these matchups were so interesting to listen to. I really wanted to see them as well. Nevertheless, it looks like all 3, or 2 of the 3, I should say, matchups are wrapped up. And this one could be the rubber match.
And this is why, part of why we were talking to Dandy, we were like, dude, play 5, because he's not only so comfortable on the deck. You heard Jonathan say, I was not ready for that Tunic Emberblade play, right? Like, that is something that players are not going to be ready for, and matchup knowledge in Flesh and Blood is hard to come by.
It's huge. It matters so terribly much. And there's
the blade. Ooh, look at this.
What a good 3-card hand to be able to represent this much damage. It is going to buy another block at the very least.
Now, this takes nearly everything from Jonathan. He has to play the Sigil. I guess he doesn't have to play the Sigil. He can block 4 here if he wants. Yeah, utilizing both cards in the Millennium Tree. He can keep the Sigil around if he wants to. But that Phoenix Flame is coming in for 1 at the end of this turn. And Sam Dando's going to draw up another full 4-card hand after this.
And maybe Jonathan thinks, okay, I'm going to try to do it again and see if we can get a little lucky and sort of stymie your turn because I have the ability to go Surgeon into Mind Warp a second time.
I guess technically here he can go gain 3, go down to 1, block with the Millennium Tree and keep the Mind Warp around. But it doesn't look like he's going to. He's just going to give the Mind Warp. Take 1, down to 1, Phoenix Flame 4-1. This is what Fi does, everybody. It's just going to go ahead and keep the pressure on. But Jonathan here utilizing the Fruits of the Forest discard to ostensibly block the 1 and gain 1. So staying at 2, but now 4-card hand. Sam Dando. Jonathan has got 3 life in the arsenal there. What does Dando have up his sleeve? That does not look like a couple good cards there.
Jonathan chuckling to himself as he watches his opponent draw up and going, man, this was a meat grinder of a game. 3 coming across with Brand with Cinderclaw. Not sure what else is in the hand, but spoiler alert, it's probably red.
I think, dude, if that's a blue dragon power, we're about to see why Sam Dando loves that in this list. He's got the 2 fealties for a reason. Let's wait and see if it is. I don't want to necessarily spoil it because it's going to be sick if it comes out at the end of this chain. 3 damage blocked by the Millennium Tree. Here comes 3 more with the Emberblade. Can Jonathan find his way around this final turn? He's got 3 life in the arsenal.
And as ninjas so often do in Flesh and Blood, he basically has him in a must-block scenario.
Yeah.
Everything here has to be respected. It's a tale as old as Flesh and Blood. Ninjas get you to low life totals and then ask for your entire hand until you die. It's Kodachi lock without the Kodachis.
The team on the left, these boys are just laughing at everything going on. As you heard Dando say, it's not gonna stop. The aggression train choo-choos on, my friend.
It is the ruthless aggression era of Flesh and Blood with Fi on the side of Sam Dando, and he's gonna say, yeah, you can block this, and then you can block this, and then I'm going to pay for the Phoenix Flame, and you can block this.
With go again, mind you.
1 with go again, mind you, he says. Does Jonathan just want to fall to 1 here and see what else is available? He has the mental block as well. But the mental block, that Ponder, probably not going to be too valuable unless he just utilizes all cards to block here on this turn, which he might.
third sigil still there in the arsenal, so it can buy him a little bit of life, but I mean, he's looking over at that plume of Evergrowth and going, this has not helped at all through this game. Could there have been something else I could have swapped in to try and keep everything in front of me, as it were, something blocking, because this plume is not going to cut it the rest of this game.
Yeah, Dando said he's still got 2 Spreading Flames left. He's only played 1 at the very beginning of this game. That is where this deck can start to get even gnarlier. Take 1, down to 1 goes Jonathan. What's the follow-up? Using the fealty.
There it is.
For the Dragon Power coming in. This one's going to be for 6 because it gets the +3 from its own effect, the +1 from the Tiger Stripe Shuko. That's 6 damage in the blue slot. We're not playing Mechanologist. This is 5, baby. Rising Rebellion back. Dragon Power with the fealty. And Jonathan Fouk can do nothing but watch. He has the 3 life in his arsenal from the sigil, but the blue Dragon Power putting in work here, baby.
He can effectively block this entirely if he throws the Bark Skin, but he is going to use the Sigil of Solace here. But this is peak Flesh and Blood right here, folks. You got 6 damage from a blue coming across, going to gain some life, go up to 3. Try to hold things off, but at this point, you're just going to be drawing and passing and continuing in the Kodachi lock. Can you extend this to some point where you actually run him out of threats?
There's the Spreading Flame, there's the blue, there's the Mounting Anger, and there's, yeah, that's going to be a good turn. Let's see what Jonathan, he just, looks like he didn't utilize, if it was a mental block, he didn't utilize the instant block on the Ponder, I don't look like.
It did appear that he missed that, yeah.
So he just used it to block. All right. Here comes the Spreading Flames. You can see Shane in the back, a little bit of a grimace as this one's going to be coming in for 3 and +1 power to all Draconic attacks with power less than the amount of Draconic Chain Links Sam Dando controls. And you know what's funny is I know I'm probably sounding like I'm on the side of Phi. I'm on the side of the man who shares my name. But I love the Verdance deck. I think Jonathan is such an excellent player. I love watching the way, I loved seeing how Flesh and Blood responded to his run in Memphis, to just see the way the deck just came onto the map so quickly. So it's so cool to see Jonathan, you know, being considered this Verdance master, still here repping the deck in this team format. But, you know, it's just hard. Phi's my first deck I ever played. The dude shares my name. It's an underdog. It's pretty fun to watch.
That's the perfect underdog story, because no one's going into this event going, yeah, I need to prep for Phi versus anything else. And with some answers in the hand, he does have the ability to block this breakpoint here with Rootbound Carapace. He has one more D-React for 4 in hand as well. But oh, Sam Dando over here continuing to cut it up.
Players here hitting the sheesh as hard as any sheesh I've heard in Flesh and Blood in some time. Remember the dude, that used to be such a thing.
Yes, that was.
That used to be such a thing. Like the first cast I ever did, I remember being like, oh yeah, people sheesh.
Yes, yeah, that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Be like the people.
2 coming across, does have the ability to go
this game would be this game would be the fast game.
We did. We were like, let's put this one on because we would be able to pop over to one of the other games as well.
They're all just watching. Can Sam Dando find these final points though, man?
2 coming across. The Phoenix Flame is available. 1 resource floating, 1 tunic floating, so you could also, Searing Emberblade here.
But unfortunately, I think, let's see. He's going to have to give 1 of these cards at the minimum because he's going to take 2, go to 1. Oh, he has the tunic. Oh, never mind. Both of these cards are coming, are getting out of here. Yeah, both of these cards are getting out of here 100%. Yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot he hadn't attacked with Emberblade yet. He's got 2 more D-Reacts to shore this thing up. Another Rootbound Carapace. But Sam Dando's going to buy that final 4 block out of the hand with the Phoenix Flame.
Verdance is online. He's got a chip, a chair, a prayer, and he's probably going to die this turn. But
is this his 3rd decompose or his 4th?
I think that was, I think he officially has 8 now. He's decomposed at least 3 times. He's going to cover up the Phoenix Flame with a sink below.
3, 4 blocks there in the hand. Now, once again, the onus is on Dando. Can you draw the starter? Warmongers, Brant, there's a starter, and there's a Blaze, and there's a Lava Burst.
I think
we can wrap this one up, folks. Let's see what happens here.
We're going to find out, because the draw is also going to come across both decks actually looking a little bit precarious. It could actually be a scenario because of the consistent pressure with the Phoenix Flame that Sam could actually fatigue Jonathan as well. He's blocked inefficiently because of some of those instants that just gain life, so he has to block a little bit differently, and his deck's actually looking very thin as well.
Yeah, no, that is a very real thing. Fatigue is not necessarily just a meme. You have a constant threat with the blue getting your Phoenix Flame, and then you always can just attack with the Ember Blade after that. But now, here comes the Embodiment of Earth. 1 prevention floating. Here comes the Ember Blade. Still 1 prevention floating, but I think the aggression is going to be too much on this turn. That buys a block. Still 1 prevention floating. This now comes in for 2. Unpreventable because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko. That is a real clause. That mental block here not going to do anything about this Phoenix Flame. Jonathan has to give a full card, and it's a block for 4. That means this Blaze Headlong is coming in for 4. Go again. He's got the 1 prevention, and you know what the follow-up is? You know the way to end this game? Let's listen to the deck. Let's listen to the graveyard as Lava Burst comes in, and the fist bump is extended. Sam Dando points to the camera. Victor's column for Phi Rising Rebellion.
What a game to feature at the beginning of this tournament. It's round 2. Sam Dando absolutely stunting on us all, saying, hey, you should watch this deck tech I made about Phi Rising Rebellion. And let's go ahead and take a look at how this event, how this match wrapped up. It does look like...
the only winner! He was the only winner! They lost!
It doesn't even matter. The result of that, though exciting to the point, it did not matter.
Oh, isn't that isn't that exciting? Isn't that satisfying? You watch a whole game, you're so invested, you're excited to see just who's gonna take it down, just to find out none of it mattered at all. Except, you know what it mattered for? Our entertainment and our joy.
That's right. It's not about the match point. It's about the friends we made along the way. That's what they say, and that was a match for the ages. Yeah, if you want more information on that deck and why it did the things that it did or how, check out the video here on MinMax's channel because it's spelled all out there. It's pretty good.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a break before the 3rd round. We might be checking back in with our calling champs as long as they won. Well, we'll have to wait and see. My money is on them given their impressive resumes, but we were going to go ahead and check in with the rest of the standings, and we'll be back with more Team Classic Constructed live from Milwaukee right after this.
2 rounds in the books. Round 3 just around the corner, and we are seeing some calling champions return to the feature match area. But it's a matchup that I'm actually excited to see. And I say actually just because, you know, these are decks we've seen a bunch.
Sure.
We've seen a lot of news, seen a lot of Enigma, seen a lot of Aurora. But we haven't seen as much Prism since that stream in Memphis in recent memory. And I just want to see just how well the Awakener of Soul does against the Shooting Star.
That's right. It's Prism versus Aurora, round 3. Like you said, we're checking back in with Team MinMax with just that murderer's row of teammates there. Jacob Clements, who we're going to put on stream this time around, versus Dawn playing that aggressive Prism. And that's really kind of tailor-made to just do better numbers than decks like Cindra or maybe even something like an Aurora. So will it happen this time? Will the better numbers prevail? Will the Heralds, you know, shoot forward and establish themselves as angels on the board?
Dangerous Women seems to be the title of this round. Look at all of these badass women on the stream ready to try to win it for their team. Let's head down to the feature match area and let's see which hero will come out on top. This is a matchup that was the final round at the Armory that I took down like months ago. Was Aurora versus Prism. I was on Aurora. It was a very, very close game, a very good game. I think this one will be fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how both players attack this matchup because on the face of it, you've got Prism that's just able to throw Herald into Herald. Yes, that hat, by the way, is wonderful.
What's going on there? Hat and goggles?
You've got to spin the hat at some point as well.
Oh, I think I see what's happening here. He's got a hat on. He's got goggles. A cosplay, perhaps.
Yeah, it could be. It certainly could be. But as they drop in to the arena, I'm really interested to see how this all ends up playing out.
Ooh, immediately I want to talk about the Zap Clappers because not only do they have a name that makes me giggle, they also, I think, could have some really interesting tech against the Angels, right? Because if they have an Angel and they're attacking with a Herald, it won't trigger if you block with it on an Angel because it says the attacking hero, not the attacking ally. But if they're attacking with the Herald and you can threaten the Arcane against an Angel they have sitting in the back, that might be part of the reason why Jacob Clements has brought it to the table, not just for the potential of Channel Lightning Valley, but to try to clear an Angel once those figments are flipped.
Do keep in mind, though, that if a Angel is sitting on the board and swinging across, that if there is no prevention on the other side for Arcane Barrier or anything like that, then you actually can remove an Angel from the board. So that is a beautiful interaction because you can use that to your advantage to stop anything further on a turn if somehow that turn could extend. But on turn 0, playing, wow, Pierce Reality is a great way to end your turn 0, but slamming that down.
And for Jacob, one of the best feelings in Aurora, you block 6, you grab those cards back with the electromagnetic somersault, and then, whoop, played a lightning card. Aurora active. That current funnel that was blocked with and brought back to the hand now means Jacob, he doesn't start his turn with a 5-card hand like Don's next turn will, but he is going to be able to start his turn with an Embodiment of Lightning. We already saw the Arcanic Shockwave once. We're going to see it again, and this time it's coming in 1 Arcane and 4 Physical.
Yeah, revealing the Gone in a Flash there, a card that can do some really crazy things in every Lightning hero. We'll talk a little bit later after perhaps this game about the meta distribution and perhaps another Lightning hero lurking in the wings. But here, Gone in a Flash could do some pretty solid stuff. Nevertheless, we're going to start with Arcanic Shockwave, like you mentioned there, sending that Arcane. No Arcane Barrier on the side of the Prism, just because Prism's just going to try to do Prism things instead of pitching into Arcane Barrier.
Ooh, showing the Skyward Serenade. So this one comes in for 3.
The rare Ravenous Rabble for 3, revealing a yellow off the top. So often we see it reveal a red or a blue because that's the resource base for most decks. But there's the clear, the respect by pitching into that Starfall and taking that board, removing that card from the board. So Pierce Reality not going to give the +2 buff there because it was judiciously cleaned up.
Some discipline there from Mr. Clements, and we are seeing that Lightning Press hit the arsenal. This is a play that I know familiarly from the last time I played this matchup because you can block with an attack action card, pump it by 3 with the Lightning Press on defense, and turn it into a popper. Build your own popper in these Lightning decks. I actually remember the first time I saw this play was my first Flesh and Blood event I ever attended. First games I played that weren't on my kitchen table. It was a Pro Quest. I watched Lexi block with an arrow and play Lightning Press to pop something on Prism, and my eyes just went so wide. I was like, wait, that works? Of course that works. that sick. It's a type of play that, when you're first starting out might not seem super intuitive, but as soon as you see it once, it's hard to not remember it when you're sitting in that seat.
It's such fun little play lines like that Aurora has access to that really kind of shows why people are enjoying playing her, why people are enjoying even playing against her. I think the dev talk that was most recently posted, Brian Gottlieb mentioned that the data that they draw, one of the most engaging heroes in the game is Aurora because of things like that give you these like fun little interactions, and they're costly. You're giving up a lot of cards to do that, but it gives you play in specific moments. So it may feel bad at the moment for the Prism player to experience something like that, but they know that that's not some consistent play, and it's fun to see the interactions, right?
Prism all the way down to 24. She starts at 32. Let's remember, this attack's going to be fully blocked out by the Sizzle, the Carapace, and the Sink below. Now it's time for a Herald of Ravages to come in. This one doesn't have Go Again, does have the one floating, so if Jacob decides to pop this one, Don would be able to continue the turn with the Phantasmal Footsteps, but looks like it's going to be no blocks, no reactions. Here comes 6+1 from the Arcane damage. Prism Trigger means some ward is going to hit the board, as we're going to see an Angel and then most like a Figment become an Angel very quickly thanks to that Empyrean Rapture.
Yeah, that's correct. It'll be interesting to see what they end up choosing to pull. What Dawn chooses as she flips through the deck. Is she going to choose... no, she's just checking the graveyard there. Is she going to choose the Figment of Erudition? She already has a card in hand, so that's going to make its way to the arsenal. So oftentimes we see like Figment of Protection just be the first thing that gets pulled, just because it gives you that extra buffer. But look at this, Figment of War. All gas, no brakes. If that's the card we're pulling, we're thinking, let's get Bologna down, and let's see if we can get some work made in this matchup. Gonna flip it. That was another point of contention. Do you flip or do you keep for a later turn? You know in this matchup you're going to have fairly consistent hits with your Angels, or with your Heralds, I should say, which means you have access to flipping on a later turn. Are you going to flip now, or are you going to wait until later turn? And the answer is, now is the time.
I do believe also you want to get the 2 Spectral Shields from the Figment of Protection as well. Don, maybe not confident that this Angel's sticking around for much longer. Here comes the Skyward Serenade. Now, because the Embodiment of Lightning... he's creating the Embodiment of Lightning with Skyward Serenade. Doesn't have one left over. So, going to create the Embodiment, find the Skzk, attack with the Skzk, with the Go Again. It'll be 4 Go Again.
Yep. Can totally be absorbed by Bologna if that's the choice that Dawn ends up making. Depends on the texture of her hand, which we don't quite see right now, but... it could, like you mentioned, that Angel could just be used to block 4. Hey, I heard 4 and Go Again is pretty popular in Aurora.
Yeah, no, it is in fact good. Something I do want to point out, as our producer just mentioned, doesn't look like there might have been an attack in the hand for Jacob to utilize to pop. We've seen many more like non-attacks being brought in. It's why we're seeing Face Purgatory, Sizzle, right? We're seeing these Skyward Serenades come in. However, because of that, even though Jacob's getting some fine offense out of this turn, that Lightning Press in the arsenal is going to have to wait another full turn to utilize its potential pop ability.
Yeah, and this might be the turn where if we draw up into a hand with an attack, we just try to pivot a little bit and use it to pop so that we can stymie Dawn's turn and then move right on. But there's going to be the counter to this. Herald of Triumph coming across. It's going to make it all the more difficult to actually pop. 6 being represented. Courage token, I believe, also affects this attack, does it not?
It should be affecting this attack, no doubt. It should be an attack for 7. Let's see if they represent. There it is.
Yep, that is going to trigger and resolve. It's going to push this for 7, so that die is necessary there. 7 Go Again, feels pretty solid. Going to ask for the block there. And look, I think we are getting an activation of Face Purgatory here.
In response to the trigger, let's see if Dawn has any instant speed actions she can take. Oh, she said that you got in a Herald of Protection, so the answer is no.
So thinking about how this turn, and she's already pitched a That All You Got as well, so a double That All You Got turn, a little awkward, right? Thinking about how she wants this turn to play out, the turn cycle to play out. This will have Go Again. It will continue the turn. She doesn't have any resources left but a blue in hand, so that conceivably means she's going to send in another Herald there. Means that she was never going to get the value of that All You Got in the arsenal, so you might as well pitch and continue the aggression. With the 2 resources floating, you have access to swinging or to flipping, I should say.
I thought it was a red war tune, but it is in fact a blue. So just coming in for the 5. But Jacob Clements lets it through. Then it is going to mean another Herald, meaning that is probably taking this piece of equipment as well as the sink below.
Yeah, he has the ability to block this out completely. This would give up Dyadic Carapace right away, but in this matchup, it's really just, block 3.
Good reaction.
Choosing to sink.
So Prism here not really able to find any true damage, not sticking any angels. Jacob able to find the defense, cashing in the equipment early. It's so important to keep Prism off of the soul.
Yeah, it is. It's very important to keep them on the back foot because, again, you mentioned it earlier, they already start with less life. And so if you can block efficiently early on and get their life total pretty low so that they can't really snowball their own board and take advantage of their own above-rate attacks. And this is a great way to do it. Snatch after the Skizik. Represents a card draw. It's not really going to affect much, but we do know that it could replace the Arsenal because I think it's still Lightning Press.
It is still the Lightning Press, yeah. So we'll have to see if Jacob wants to just cash it in here just to get the value off the Snatch draw. Just say, listen, I'm just going to put you to 10. I'm going to put you to 10, and yeah, maybe you'll get some Angels, maybe you'll get 1 or 2, maybe you'll attack me with some Heralds, but I think with you at 10, I can weather the storm long enough.
Dawn very smartly looks through through the graveyard to try and maybe give account to amount of Lightning Presses that have been seen. And I think she's got the right idea because that Lightning Press is going to come out and essentially replace the Arsenal thanks to Snatch unless she does something about it.
And of course, the Sigil there did get that +1 benefit from getting the go again from the Snapdragon Scalers. It's always checking. So even in reactions when the Snapdragon Scalers join the party, it's going to get that +1 from whenever it gets the go again. It is going to be the Lightning Press. Yeah, Dawn just like, all right, yeah, no, I expected that. So going down to 10, drawing a card. And that card's going to hit the Arsenal.
Content with the 4-card hand she is, but at a precarious life total. Being at 10 against Aurora is a very scary proposition. But that's a great way to leverage it if you can go Herald of Erudition. You've taken all of the block from the equipment. At this point, they need to have had a an Arsenal Z-React.
They've got the Zap Clapper, so it does have the 2 blocks. So the question is, does Dawn have some kind of a pump to keep this train rolling? Let's see. What's on the list? We see 2 red and 3 yellow Angelic Rats and 1 blue. So there's plenty of options. She hasn't found them yet, meaning there's a potentially good chance she found them on this turn. If she brought them into the matchup, they are no blocks, but sometimes you do need to do a little bit of trickery to get your cards over the top. You see Dawn here checking in with the middle game.
Yep, keep in mind this is a team event. They are going to be touching base with each other as they go.
It's always so fun to see. It's like, oh, nice. They're helping.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, yay, look, they're friends.
This does have go again. Not currently with the die showing, but does have go again thanks to the yellow pitch. And even if this is covered up, like you mentioned with Zap Clappers plus a card, another Herald. Oh, very cute. Showing the instant. It is a meld card, so it does have the instant property. That is going to represent 1 ping, which could draw a card off of the channel Lightning Valley.
So this is the only block. It's with the Zap Clapper showing the shock. So 1 arcane damage coming over. That will mean a draw from the channel Lightning Valley. Unless Dawn wants to put some ward on the board with something like a Halo of Illumination play, could go ahead and find the Figment of Protection, get a Spectral Shield.
Good to take the shock.
Good to take the shock down to 9.
My channel triggers my draw cards. Anything before I draw. The trigger is good to resolve.
I love the clean play, both players talking through the interactions here. That channel drawing the card, as it so often does on defense just as well as offense. You see Aurora players using it so expertly. When you find channel, it just represents so much value for Aurora. Being able to, send a Sigil of Suffering, draw a card off of it. And there was a sink below in the hand going to cover up the Herald of Erudition. So, like you said, doing some trickery to prevent some of these big on-hit resolutions.
There's the Angelic Wrath, going to put it up to an attack from 5 to 7. To 8. He's getting the +3, so only blocking 6 at the moment. Is Jacob Clements. Does he have the other D-React here?
It's going to take the damage. That's going to draw the cards. That's going to go into the soul, and we're going to get another activation of Prism. Or trigger of Prism, I should say.
And now Dawn is able to go ahead and find the Figment of Protection. And if she can get another card in the Soul, she'll be able to attack with it. It might cost the Halo of Illumination, but if she can get another card in the Soul, she'll be able to attack with it and get those 2 Spectral Shields, which might be important. These are the moments Prism players are hoping for to get the cards necessary to utilize that hero ability and make those Angels into 4 life gained. Jacob Clements, though, does have to burn up and the Shock, and the Shock does threaten whatever Herald it is, which is why you do need to get the Figment for the Spectral Shield. You need to be able, you have no Arcane Barrier, truly. So finding the Spectral Shields when you know the opponent has a Shock in hand and a Channel Lightning Valley. Let's see if the Halo of Illumination is also utilized to try to get 2 more Spectral Shields on this turn.
Does draw into a Soul Shield. A little bit of an awkward draw, but a fine draw nonetheless. And it is going to be activated here. The flip does come across. As you said, we could see Dawn activate Halo and drop a Herald in. Try to get another card in the Soul so that you can get more Spectral Shields. But as of right now, it looks like there is going to be just the attack. Pitching that Soul Shield. Well, that is a great draw. I mean, if you're going to ask for some draws, drawing the exact best case scenario might be that War Tune Herald Red, sending that across. 4-7. That is going to trigger another Figment comes out of the deck. And it's also great to mention, the sooner you can get some of those Figments out of the deck, the less likely you are to draw them off of something like a Herald of Erudition. So it was an interesting moment where you draw off that Herald and you're really kind of hoping that you're not hitting some Figments that you want to pull out of the deck already. But getting that out and getting a Ponder token trigger here, meaning you're going to have a 5-card hand, getting yourself back in this game, but you're sitting at 9. You do have Prevention on the board, and it's going to be a pass back over to Jacob sitting at 20.
And on there, electing not to utilize to go ahead and not to utilize the Empyrean Rapture to get the Figment of Erudition flipped around.
I think we flipped previously.
Oh, because you only, Prism only flips once, right?
Exactly. So we already got that flip available there.
But here comes the Starfall coming in 2 floating. Surely there's no further moments here that can actually pump this thing up. Not something like the Shock that we've already seen.
Not at all. With 2 cards remaining in hand, this is probably the end of the turn. I'm just kidding.
Where is the Shock?
That's not the case.
What happened to the Shock? Did he block with it?
I think it was.
He blocked on the War Tune? No.
I think it was used.
He showed it to the.
Yes, he revealed it.
Zap Clappers. Sunk it with the sink.
Sunk with the sink below. There's the block, but we are going to have the play of a Lightning Instant. Electrostatic Discharge is going to come down to go again. This is covered up, so we're not currently we're not currently getting the draw off the Channel Lightning Valley, but we are going to continue to present. Starfall unfortunately made its way into the graveyard. Yeah. I'm sure they'll figure that out here in a moment.
Ravenous Rabble shows a Ravenous Rabble. Comes in for 7 and threatens to draw a card with the Channel Lightning Valley.
It's a massive ask off of the board, but you do have the ability to kind of stymie some of this with the board that we have, the Spectral Shield plus the Angel, maybe a card block here.
Yeah, Stonewall Gauntlet gets an additional value here because the power is greater than the base.
True.
So it's 4 over Aegis Alita. Yep.
Aegis is going to eat the 4 on top of this current block for 3. Goes the Combat Chain.
What a great sequence after making some just really smart blocks with cards on the previous turn, able to still send all of this damage, threatening another arsenal off the Channel Lightning Valley. Now the question is, are we going to give yet another card here to block from Dawn's perspective so that you can really avoid a 5-card hand? And the answer is yes, because that's going to take that Spectral Shield and prevent the card draw. Channel comes across, loads up the Channel Flow counter, and a 1-card plus Arsenal play is what Dawn is on here. Oh, and that's a great answer. If you're going to have anything in Arsenal, it might as well be an attack for 7, pitching a single card.
Attack for 7 here, threatening to go ahead and allow for this Figment of Erudition to come. The Static Shock, so excited
to join the broadcast. Unfortunately, my friend, your time has come. You were blocked.
A bit too late, Static Shock, a bit too late. Nevertheless, this card, if uncontested, will go into the soul.
Whoa.
There's the Herald of Triumph. Will go into the soul if uncontested and allow that Empyrean Rapture trigger to...
Yeah, which is huge.
Yeah, it's massive. Allows you another effective 4 life on the board and pulling another non-block out of the deck. And you're really starting to see the deck stabilize. The question will be, can Jacob put together a 4-card hand that says, it doesn't really matter what you do because I'm going to put you on lethal without those ward angels being an issue.
7 damage. Go again, though. The go again most likely not going to be relevant. Jacob here just going to take it down to 13. Goes Aurora. Prism trigger. What's Dawn going to grab? You can see her there kind of take a little think and a little nod. Be figuring out precisely what the move is. Wonder if we're going to see Ravages come down and deal a little arcane damage. All of a sudden, the life totals are closing and shoring up, and Arcane is looking like a potential way to finish this one out.
Oh,
Ooh.
Figment of Tenacity. What an interesting pick. I was thinking Ravages as well. I think, you'd be able to slam down. And notice these life totals aren't yet updated. They are going to update them now. At a precarious 13, being able to throw another point of arcane damage to really kind of get your opponent lower and lower is great. But instead, Figment of Tenacity, and that is going to be flipped so that we have the Angel. And this next attack this turn gets Dominate, but that Angel is going to make its way onto the other side, and that is going to be the Ward 4. That you want.
I think similarly, like we were talking about with protection, this Angel is really here just for the life potential.
Yep.
And that is part of why Dawn didn't want to grab Ravages. Maybe she wants to utilize it to get that arcane damage on the attack trigger as well.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, I think we now have 2 cards, or is it just still 1 card in the soul? If it's 2 cards, then we can kind of snowball the soul.
I think it's just the one.
If it is just the one because of the activation, I think it is because of the activation of the discarding.
Yeah,
or
she needs
banishing.
to find on her turn another card in soul to get more cards with the Figment. But she has the Halo if she can get around this turn.
Yeah, exactly. And this would be the turn where you want to get that 4 ward value. You don't want to lose it to this Starfall. And you know that your opponent is holding on to cards. They took 7 so that they could play this 4-card hand with a channel active, possibly play this overall 5-card hand. And how are you going to respond? You know the Starfall is not going to be for 1. It's going to be for a 2 because this turn is going to continue. The question is how best to block this turn out if you can.
That buys the Herald. Another Channel Lightning Valley to give go again. Dawn is not letting any damage through if she can help it.
This is a huge moment in the texture of this game. 2 cards drawn on this turn could basically just win Jacob the game, and it's going to mean perfect play and perfect calculation from Dawn, covering all of this up. Now, this right now is for 4, and that ward is just going to eat it up, but is there a further play? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, it's the rabble we saw on the top of the deck last turn. Let's see if the top of the deck is kind again. What do we see? We see the red, so this one comes in for 4. Dawn here able to block with 1 card plus the Gauntlet if she wishes to cover this up, and you know she wants to, because if she stops this here, there's a current funnel in the pitch, so 1 channel will stick around for the next turn.
Correct.
But Dawn simply cannot let 2 cards be drawn here.
And the Prism deck is usually so well built to, have a yellow, have a Herald, throw, 6 or 7 damage, which is just above rate for, that 2-card play. But the question we have to ask is, what does Dawn have in hand, and what is making this consideration so arduous? Because we do have the heads-up play of just Stonewall plus whatever 3-block you have, but it could be that she's drawn into 2 blues, or some blue plus yellow that doesn't feel very good. Could also be a Halo activation here.
Yeah, Halo, grab the Figment of Triumph, turn this attack for 4 to an attack for 3. But you have to draw the 3-block off the top of the deck for that play to work.
See if we can listen in, maybe see what she's thinking.
Can also, of course, flip whatever Angel from the Halo of Illumination. Still in the attack layer.
Yeah, it was a blue Angelic Wrath being pitched.
Here comes the Halo.
Oh, she's
That
going to drop.
puts
There it is. Yeah,
A
there's the
Herald
Herald.
into Soul. Draw a card off the top.
Oh, we missed the hand.
Maybe drew a Figment off the top, perhaps. Let's see what the call is here. She can either flip any angel she any card she finds now into 4 life and into the 4 ward. She can grab the Figment of Triumph to turn this attack for 4 to an attack for 3, but
Let's see how she chooses to proceed. The attack is certainly going to be blocked at this point with that ward. She could even flip Erudition if she wanted to, because she does have that available to her. But she's going to choose Rebirth.
grabbing Rebirth here. You go ahead and put a yellow action card on top of the deck that if the Erudition is able to come across, will draw. It's just going to be the yellow Figment of Ravages. Just looking for damage is our Prism player here. This attack is going to be stopped.
So she knows this is face up at this point, this 4 damage, and she's going to most likely flip here.
I'll use my 2 floating, activate Prism, and block it with Rebirth.
Yep,
Rebirth is going to go ahead, be that 4 ward and stop both of the draws from the Channel Lightning Valley. Embodiment Lightning is going to stick around with those 2 floating. We know it's an electromagnetic somersault in the hand if we're Dawn here. That means one of those cards doesn't block.
Yeah, well, that's why it makes sense. It's legal.
Oh, and she pitches the war cry there to send it. Was a Herald.
And it's a Herald of
Erudition. That's the best case scenario.
Oh my goodness. Maybe ripped it off the top?
Well, and this is so wonderful because it's really stopping the benefit of the somersault in hand, because obviously you want to be able to somersault back, like 2 cards that you block with, and yet, and there's the 3rd channel is in the hand as well. Gonna take it, taking 5, and this game is on a razor's edge, drawing 2.
But now all of a sudden, Dawn here is able to go ahead and flip the Herald of Erudition, attack with the Herald of Erudition because she's finally got the 2 soul. This is why it's important to keep Prism off the soul. Draw 2 more cards with Jacob Clements at 8. All of a sudden, it's not going to be about what Jacob Clements can do on his next turn. It's about can he stay alive with the aggression that Dawn is about to put forward. Such a sick play, such a sick draw here. Turn 5 of this round 3. Can you go ahead and grab the Figment of Ravages? There's the arcane damage. Down to 7 goes Jacob Clements.
And she might actually just be able to close it out with a combination of attacks and arcane damage if she chooses to flip the Figment of Ravages. Keep in mind, that won't just end the turn. She'll be able to send further. Depending on what she drew, this could spell doom, especially with what we know of 2 of those cards non-blocking.
Yeah, and Dawn knows one of them doesn't block. She knows one of them with the electromagnetic somersault. Flipping into Soraya, she kept it for this reason. She waited until she had that card in soul to be able to fuel this attack. She's got now 1 floating for something like a Wartune Herald. Attacking, going to trigger the Banish Claws. Go ahead and draw 2 more cards and come in for 4. Jacob Clements has to think about his life total here. And there's some big Heralds left over for Dawn.
She was looking for that 7, and she did find the Herald of Protection for 7, which also threatens on, hit. It's going to make that Spectral Shield protect her life even more. But at this point, she smells blood in the water. The shooting star is starting to fade, and can she close it out on this turn?
I think if Dawn just sends that big attack for 7 with that Herald of Protection, that might be the end of this game. Jacob's only got 4 block total in the hand. Or is it a Skizik? So he's got 5, so he could go down to exactly 1 and bring a couple of them back, so the game would continue from there.
7, the presentation. He knows the only block he can make, and it's that one. Down to 1. That's going to trigger yet again.
Soul, Prism trigger.
In resolution, Jacob is still able to play the somersault. Both players know about it. Dawn knows it's coming. Jacob down to 1.
She has so much prevention now on the board, and with an effective life total of 9, maybe she can just squeeze this out and finish the game on the following turn. Jacob at 1, like you said, but keep in mind, those cards are going to come back, and there is a 2nd channel. So if she doesn't respect the damage that's presented to her, double card draw could win this game for Jacob. So like we said, this game is about as close as it can get right now.
And what she can also do, she can even, let's say Jacob just comes in with the attack for 1 with the weapon, she can put the Phantasmal Footsteps in front of it and keep 2 floating if she's expecting to have to utilize that 2 floating with that card in the soul now to flip any of those other figments. She can just block the 1, and then if she needs to, and then if, let's say, oh, Jacob pumps it up by 1, then the Spectral Shield's going to come in. It looks like it's just going to be here. Oh, this is a tough position. This is going to be Skizik 4 go again.
Yep. Threatening the card draw from the Channel Lightning Valley. Now, she does not know the other card in the hand, and it is, I mean, only turn 6, and he's found all 3 channels. She was just weathered the storm of the Channel Lightning Valley, like, ×2 on the previous turn cycle. Is she expecting the 3rd one already? And if she's not, can she be got?
We're watching a classic 90-90 matchup in Flesh and Blood here, folks. From all the Prisms you hear, they never lose this one. From all the Auroras, they never lose this one. But Soraya here going to go ahead and shore up all 4 of the damage. Entwined Lightning fused with Channel Lightning Valley. Don here able to see exactly what's going on.
4 into 4. Heads up plays. Everyone knows where they stand, and she does have Stonewall Gauntlet on the board. She has a Spectral Shield on the board. Can she give a singular card plus those? Soul Shield.
Soul Shield going to shore up all of the damage. She's got 1 floating for Phantasmal Footsteps and the Stonewall Gauntlet if she wants, if the Starfall is the follow-up. Or if Jacob Clements is just going to put that card in the arsenal. Yeah, just Arsenal, the Channel Lightning Valley. There goes the first one. I mean, at this point, if Dawn finds another card in the soul, which is going to be tough because if Jacob takes another damage, he's just dead.
Yeah.
Figment of Ravages here, not going to be the way to close this one out, but let's see if breakpoints will be enough to do it.
Yeah, taking that Figment of Ravages and turning it into Angel.
She's got 2 soul. This game is over.
Is the play. It is indeed the play.
Send it in, use the effect.
Send it in, use the effect. Here's 2 Arcane.
Is there any prevention to stop that arcane damage? Is there a Sigil of Solace? Sometimes some people like insert Sigil of Solace into Aurora. Could be a scenario.
Yeah, okay, so if you have 2
You heard Jacob there.
Just a reminder,
with the Arcane on the stack. Don said, yeah, if you have 2 effects, but no, not going to be the case. Don DeLozier, your winner on Prism. Let's check in with the rest of the matches and see just how things shook out.
What a great game to catch on stream, and it turns out that is the first game to finish. So if we have the time, maybe we can pivot over to a second game. So we can maybe catch the end and actually figure out how this round is going to wrap up. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to see if we can get the rig set up so that we can bring you the conclusion of one of these other games. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
We're back. We got another game for you. We've got New versus Enigma. It's underway. It's happening now, so I want to waste very little time as long as I get the okay from my producer. All right, we're going down. Let's get into this game because we've seen the Prism win over the Aurora in this matchup, which means if the Enigma wins here, this game is over. This round is over, and the calling champions will have fallen. Down to 2 goes New. Immediately, there goes the Slither. Michael's like, I don't need that. I can't go in the graveyard. It's ephemeral. It's out of here anyway. But now for Michael Hamilton, he's got the Leave No Witnesses. He's coming in. He's down to 2 to the 29 of this Enigma. All of a sudden, are the calling champions in danger of losing round 3 of this team?
I mean,
Classic Constructed Battle Hardened.
2 plays 29 is precarious, but if anyone's going to claw their way out of it, it's you know, a world champion in Michael Hamilton. He's both players playing fast and furious, as you can see, but the presentation of the Restless Coalescence, and well, that is a lot of activations of some instance there. Art of Desire alongside of is that Grain that tips the scale?
No, Path Well Traveled.
Path Well Traveled.
Yes. So yeah, here's what's happening is this is all in resolution. We have seen all of these things happen in resolution. In response to, I guess it's technically damage now, but in response to the Leave No Witnesses trigger, the Restless Coalescence was played. In response to the Restless Coalescence being played, Path Well Traveled into the double Transcend with the Sacred Art, and the 2 cards banished for Michael Hamilton, I do believe, or excuse me, that he banished from Enigma there, 2 levels of Enlightenment, which means all of a sudden he's going to be able to come in with 2 levels of Enlightenment, draw some cards. It's going to be a big, powerful turn. The question is, will it be too little and too late? He's got an Enigma Chimera as well, so we can go. Let's see what the mode call is here. Looks like it's going to be draw a card and the go again.
There we go, representing the damage taken by the Leave No Witnesses. I don't believe there was an Arsenal, but they might have actually missed the banish off of the top. I believe they did.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and check in with the judge. They missed the banish off of the top of the deck with the Leave No Witnesses.
I think both players playing at a quick pace because they want resolution to this game. I think the round timer is, you know, getting to that point where you need to make sure that you get resolution. Yeah, it looks like 9
minutes left in the round.
So as they play quickly, they are going to see if they can go back and clean this.
I'm not sure you really can, though. Michael Hamilton played a number of cards. He's already played the levels of Enlightenment. He's already drawn a card himself. Or maybe he hasn't looked at the card yet, but I mean, I don't know. It's not necessarily any information that can change, but looks like, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if the trigger is going to be able to be utilized here.
Well, regardless how this ends up turning out, there are, like you said, multiple very powerful cards available to be played from the Banish Zone thanks to New's effect. But still sitting at 2 to relatively healthy 25 for Enigma is a tough place to be. He's got some cards in hand to work with. It looks like it's an Inner Chi plus a Fang Strike, a Slither. Judge going through and talking through the resolution. Modes chosen were go again and draw a card, I believe is what you said, right?
So they are just going back, and they're going to banish that all you got off the top. Now they respond with the new ability. Interesting. They're showing, oh, thanks. Thank you. Phantasmaclasm. Yes. We appreciate that. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, Elaine we're watching, right? Yeah, Elaine Sao is who we are watching here on Enigma. Let's see if she can take down our very first world champion in this game. Slither is going to be the call on the levels of Enlightenment. Looks like it was a draw a card utilization to mask as well in response. Going to go ahead and have to banish a card on this turn. Just a huge turn here for Michael Hamilton to try to claw back into this one. He's down 25 to 2.
You know, we're jumping into this game towards its conclusions, but it does appear, based on the way these banishes worked, either he got very lucky or he, you know, designed a turn like this to really come over the top of, you know, Enigma's life total with another powerful attack waiting in the wings and just presenting yet another blue that he could possibly play.
3 more damage taken. Now here comes
Levels of Enlightenment 2, perhaps, is what's being presented. There it is.
Yeah, this is a pretty huge, huge turn here for Michael Hamilton. All 3 blues in the pitch. This is 5. Go again, draw a card. There's a Codex of Frailty in there as well.
And that is a massive get to be able to banish that card, and that is going to push far more damage. Look at the life total bleed down. I mean, if you're wondering who... Oh, wow. If you're wondering who you're playing against, Michael Hamilton,
This
one of
is
the best in
insane.
the world.
This Bonds of Agony is going to be live with that tunic. He's got the Fang Strike. He's got the Undertow Stilettos. He's got the tunic to utilize it. This is going to be a live Bonds of Agony. And Elaine all of a sudden is going to be down so much life because there's a Codex of Frailty coming in after this.
Very, very smart to respect this. Look at the pummel sneaking its way into the deck. Respecting this, do keep in mind Quick Dodge Flexors is available in response, but can it cover it up? There is the pop for the Undertow Stilettos. That's going to be the activation there. Slither being played as well.
I do believe the Fang Strike here is not going to be able to get over the top, but the Codex is going to buy the last card out of hand. Pretty amazing that Elaine decided to let that blue, I believe it's one of the Tenants of Chi, come down rather than just utilize the Phantasmaclasm. But I guess Nu would have banished that card anyway on this turn.
He's
so I
going
guess,
to,
yeah, it's all
he's
getting
going to play it
banished no
out
matter
there, close
what.
the chain. It's going to make
Here
its
comes
way
the
out.
Codex.
Yeah. Now, what a turn. I mean,
This is
turn
unbelievable.
started at like 29.
Yeah, this is
25, something to that effect.
unbelievable. A lot of people will side out the levels of enlightenment into Nu for this exact reason. You could just hear Elaine say, I was winning. What just happened? If Elaine wins this game, their team wins the match.
Discarding the Dissolve Reality, losing the Command and Conquer, taking the extra damage, banishing the top card we knew was Phantasmaclasm after the board state was repaired, and a 0-card hand after that turn. But you know what? If that's going to happen to you, you might as well have the life lead so that you can at least draw up and pass. But now, look at this 5-card hand.
Yeah, and she's actually down to 8. She took 4 off of that
right.
Leave No Witnesses, so she's not up 10. She's up 6 after being up 25-2 at the start of this turn. She's lost all the cards in her hand. She's lost all the life lead advantage. She's lost all the tempo. Is she about to lose the game?
Another levels of enlightenment drawn. In this case, not the opponent's levels of enlightenment. It's actually going to be Michael's. But is he going to play that out first, or is he going to send the dagger? He represented the dagger for a moment, but it's not going to be that. He's going to pop the silver, the rare silver that you can gain in on Nu. He's going to pop that, draw the card.
Yeah, so now the silver going to get a blue card into the pitch.
Pain in the backside going to be the play. Starting off with that. the random hand sneak over. Jacob Clement wanted to see what's in the arsenal. Just going to sneak over. Let me just take a peek at that.
And remember, Elaine is actually at 8. She did take the 4 from that Leave No Witnesses, so it's currently 8-2. Now Michael Hamilton coming in with the Spider's Bite. Both players here just shuffling those hands. This one's going to be taken. Quick Dodge Fletcher's still on offer for Elaine. She's not taking it yet. There we go, down to 7 after taking that attack. Now the levels, all 3 modes active once again because of the Beckoning Mistblade. 5, draw a card, go again. Responding with the Rising Sun Setting Moon, finding the bonds of attraction, yeah.
He has the second levels in hand as well. Keeping the second levels, that's going to resolve back to his hand. Inner Chi going to be there. He has the ability to possibly use Mask of Recurring Nightmares in reactions, but before even that, he's going to trigger the draw card. He goes back up to 3 cards in hand. These are blues, and yet they are going to threaten lethal. This is the power of Nu played in the hands of one of the best players in the world.
This was a crazy end game to walk into. I did not think this was how this was going to go.
Casually tuning in, 9 minutes left, and then we see that turn.
And then do we know if the other game has ended? We don't know yet, so we'll have to wait and see, because if this game goes the way of Michael Hamilton, it will all come down to the Enigma game on the other side of the table. Here comes the Waning Vengeance in response. And here comes the Spectral Shield now because there's a blue in the pitch. Once again, 5. Go again. Draw a card. Inner Chi to lose the final card in the hand thanks to the mask. That's going to mean just another Waning Vengeance. Go ahead and block 3 down to 2 now. Will go Elaine. Actually, it gets down to 1 because she does have the ward 1 from the Spectral Shield as well. So she'll take 1 down to 3.
1 resource up. Quick Dodge Flexor is available, but that's about all she has left.
Oh, but look at that.
Yep.
She has blues in the banished zone. Yep. And that is going to do it as the new activation will close the game. So Michael Hamilton won this one. Don DeLozier won the game we saw before. It all comes down to the final game we didn't see. Let's see the winner of this round. Drum roll, please.
And would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Taking it down 2-1. The calling champions have fallen. And in the battle of dangerous women, it's Dawn, Elaine, and Jason on top.
Aurora picks up the win against Michael Feng, and they pick up the round. And point goes to them, whereas Team MinMax falls, drops a round here.
Fire.
Can you believe it?
So sick.
What a sequence.
Are you kidding me?
My goodness, we tune into that end game after already just a banger of a game before that. That is why you're here. Team CC is that much fun. So don't go too far, because we have even more of this all day, all
so
round.
Much more.
It's going to be a great day. No,
we have so much
great
rounds.
That's
so
right.
much more.
It's going to be fun. So don't go too far. We're going to set up for the next one right after this.
Hypnotize
The champions have fallen, but we have another round up for you right away. We've got a blasting, blazing Aether coming up. Let's take a look at these games. Samo Byrne and Steven DM. Armada, you ready to see? Is it your favorite hero in Flesh and Blood?
Is it? Is it? I actually don't know the matchup. You tell me.
Well, I said blazing, blasting Aether. Can you guess, my friend?
I'm guessing that we might be watching some Kano. Oh, my goodness. Look at this team. I think I actually talked to this exact team earlier, and they told me this loadout, and I loved this lineup. It's so much fun. We've got Fang, we've got Kano, and we're slipping through the cracks a little bit, but facing down on the other side, a team we've already watched once with Jonathan on Verdance. But looks like we're going to be watching Blazing for Lethal versus Naib. How fun is this going to be? Yeah. I can't wait.
Beam us down, not Scotty, Ethan. Show me the match. I want to see it. I want to see some Flesh and Blood. I want to see some Kano. I want to see my good friend Naib. And I want to see if Mr. Blazing for Lethal can take this thing out with the Drakai of Aether. This might be a quick one, but if it's a quick one, maybe we can see another game as it rockets towards conclusion.
Yeah, it could be a quick one. This was a matchup that I practiced a lot going into the calling at Nationals last year as Zen was at his peak. But depending on how this matchup goes, it could go really quickly or actually for quite a long time. It looks like Potion of Deja Vu is already being developed on the side of Kano. Obviously, this matchup also changed in complexion with the bans. And of course, Kano took a pretty big hit, losing out on multiple tomes that game plan had to change completely. And so Kano shifted greatly into Potion of Deja Vu's, into Clarity Potion even, and it became this sort of this Unga Bunga style that I'm pretty sure Blazing for Lethal either pioneered or was one of the progenitors of at the outset of that ban point. And it's a lot more focused on playing the mid-range, if you will, quote-unquote, block 2 cards, send a spell game plan that Kano was used to doing beforehand, and now establishing these potions on the board is going to be the game so that you can really pop off with that combo.
Well, Naib finding the transcends early. Going to go ahead and utilize the ability of Zen here. Go up to good amount floating in the pitch.
Now, keep in mind in this matchup as well, like cards, you want to look at your AB suite, and as you can see, the AB suite is pretty limited on the side of Naib. He's got AB1 over there on the boots, but he does have access to Kasaya. Usually, that headpiece slot would be devoted to another piece of Arcane Barrier, but in a meta that is so open, you can't really. But oh my God, look at this.
Tooth and Claw?
Everybody picks up and looks at Tooth and Claw. That
Tooth
is
and Claw?
not what you expect to see in any way, shape, or form.
No, I'm not even in the front. I'm not even going to pretend. I need this card to come up on the card viewer. I cannot tell you what it does right off the bat.
Well, it's all based on the number of Crouching Tigers, and you wanted to hit like 1 so you can get go again, as you can see right there. 2 or more, it gets +1, or 3 or more, it draws a card. And in this case, Chase the Tail is going to be the follow-up after the Crouching Tiger.
Damn, that was sick. Honestly, that art is so gorgeous. I love to see it out here. So it was coming in. That was what like 5 go again into 1 into, I guess 0 there into 4 into 2 into 4.
Yeah, and not only that, I think if I remember correctly, I think Naib was actually on a version of Tooth and Claw. I could be misremembering, but I think he was on a version of like a Tooth and Claw list and actually talked about it and played it perhaps on a stream. Correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but I think that this is not new for him. Nevertheless, Lesson in the Lava as a response after that previous turn, going all the way down to 14, is a pretty solid play. You've got 1 potion available and sort of on the board already. You're not really loving the fact that it's not a Clarity Potion or that it's not an Energy Potion, but grabbing the Wildfire and knowing that that's available and knowing that you're probably not going to be disrupted with something like a CNC from the other deck list is pretty comfortable. You're going to put that on top, and 2 cards still left in hand here. I'm curious to see how he plans to develop, or if he's just going to hold on to those. Maybe it's even, yeah, it looks like a big chunk of cards there left in hand. Looks like 2.
Okay.
Lesson in the Lava going to be resolved. Aether Wildfire goes on top.
Yep, goes on top of the deck, and it is going to be there available to draw into. And he is going to pass Arsenaling there with a huge amount of cards.
Oh my goodness, he just passed the turn, kept 3 cards in hand, just said, I'm just grabbing the Aether Wildfire. You're at 36, you have AB1. Unless you can natural chi into his end state on this turn, which it looks like maybe he did.
He has
He's
the capacity.
got a really nice wrist there, but we're going to go ahead and check out this 100 wins 4-3.
You got to play a blue card, obviously, for that Transcend to be available and the Kasaya to come down. I do think that Blazing for Lethal had in hand a Sonic Boom. And that is a point of contention as well. Sonic Boom making its way into the list as a bunch of potions also make their way into the list feels sort of counterintuitive, but the way that, and when I actually approached the Discord about this new version of the deck about 6 to 7 months ago, I asked, why are we playing Sonic Boom? And there it is. And it turns out Sonic Boom's just good. That was the answer that I got, and then I played it and tested it a bunch. It turns out it doesn't matter. Sonic Boom's just good.
All right, well, Amp 1 represented from the Will of Arcana being pitched. Potion of Deja Vu going to go ahead and put in response to the Kano. It looks just like we're going to go ahead and grab that Sonic Boom. Resolve the Kano. I'm going to let you kind of just walk us through what's happening here.
Yeah,
I should
Sonic
shut
Boom's
the
going
hell
to resolve,
up.
and this is the reason why he plays it in this order, because he put a Will of Arcana on the top of the deck, and that is a miss for Sonic Boom. So instead, you're going to expect some sort of a Kindle play. He's going to Ragamuffin's Hat on top. Kindle's going to... there he goes. He's going to activate Kano. That is going to allow the Wildfire to come out and play. The Kindle is going to resolve. That's going to draw the card. This is the beauty of Kano, being able to manipulate your hand, manipulate your deck, so that you can play out these above-rate things in a deck that is so well and below rate, it's not even funny. He's got available to him 2 resources. He's got a card in hand. He knows he's got a blue in hand.
It looks like Naib didn't realize that we were doing this at the end of his turn, so he had drawn up his whole hand. And then Blazing's just like, oh, no, brother, that's all the combat chain. You got 2 floating. We're still on your turn, so that Aether Wildfire has text.
He is going to Crucible here. It means he does have the blue there available. He's going to throw that Aether Wildfire. This is going to come in for 4 plus the buff off of Kindle plus the buff off of Wildfire, or sorry, off of the staff. And then he's thinking on Node here. He has 2 resources up. He has none floating. He's got. It's going to cost him 2 for the Sonic Boom.
So this is currently 4.
Yeah, this is going for just a casual 7, if memory serves correct.
He's got Amp 3 as well.
No, he's going for 8
with the nodes. Well, because it's got Amp 3 plus the Amp 3.
Well, he's amping off of the Kindle, so the Kindle plus
and the will and the 2 wills.
Yes, and the double will. You're right. The second pitch of the will sends this into the stratosphere.
So it would be
Let's
you
listen
have
in.
an opportunity to do something before nodes. When nodes resolves, I pay for it. Then we would go to Wildfire. You have a chance to respond.
Yes, he has 2 opportunities to respond. So he wants to respond after the payment here, so that he can actually figure out whether or not this is going to be for 7 or for 8. But I do believe he paid for it. No, it looks like he didn't pay for it. Either way, doesn't really matter because he's representing
amping 4
8.
because he's got 3 amp from the Kindle and the 2 wills, and then the 1 from the Crucible. So there's 4. Yes, that's why it's 8 already. So it'd be 8 or 9 with the nodes.
And there he's going to activate the Kasaya, and this is a great response. Kasaya is so good, and it is one of the reasons why Zen is so well positioned into so many different heroes, because this is essentially acting as a blue across a wide turn on this moment. So this is going to come across for 6. Sonic Boom's going to come in for $1 billion, more or less. 6 plus the 3, so this Sonic Boom goes for 9. And keep in mind that this is all happening off of a an activation of the Potion of Deja Vu, and not off of Storm Striders, which means we're not playing a post-combo game, even though the life totals look precarious. This will hit for 7. It will reveal a Gaze the Ages off the top that's going to gaze. He missed it by 1. And Overflow the Aether Well was on the top. He is going to be able to resolve, but he has no resources.
Vanishing and playing a yellow Overflow the Aether Well. So
This deck is even playing yellow Overflow the Aether Wells.
says if it deals,
And this
more than
will
2 damage,
surge.
I'll gain 2 resources.
So it's coming across for 8, and this will surge, and therefore he's going to gain 2 resources. He has the ability to pop Spellfire Cloak, but the top of the deck is the question mark.
That'll give me 2 resources. Then I will pay 1.
He knows the top of the deck. Okay, he's going to Storm Striders. Is this Blazing for lethal?
Oh.
Blazing for lethal. Has the Blazing for lethal.
Yeah, so he was able to find the outflow of the Aether Well. He's going to add all of this to a Blazing Aether. Let's hear how much this is.
26.
Yeah, he's got more than
26.
enough. He just had the ability to stunt on him with the extra resources, but it didn't even matter because Blazing for Lethal closes it out on a barn burner of a game. Zen has the capacity to stop some of that damage, but even a Zen State token doesn't protect Zen from the fires of Kano, the Drakai of Aether.
Yeah, poor Naib was like, no, don't put me on stream, man. I'm going to lose in 2 turns. I'm like, I know, but then we can maybe see another game. So we're going to do that. We're going to go try to see one of these other games because now we've seen, well, unfortunately, Naib's team on feature lose again. But there are 2 other games going on, and there's a Slippy out there and a Fang on the left side of your screen's team. So we're going to go right to that. Don't go anywhere. More right after this. We have a fast game so that we can see another game. We did a fast one first that we can see a second one. It's a team format. Why is everybody mad at me? Let's get right to the game.
This is what
we're trying to do. We're trying to show more flesh and blood rather than less flesh and blood. So the next piece of flesh and blood we're going to see, Aurora Shooting Star versus Arachne. Slip through the cracks. We've already seen the Kiss of Death on the combat chain. Looks like followed up by the Leave No Witnesses, which means this thing can be flicked. And it can come in for an additional point of damage when that happens.
Life totals at 14 to 20, and do keep in mind Flick Knives is still available. Of course, that is going to be available for as long as possible. There is the block. Trying to block out this Leave No Witnesses. Is the flick going to happen? It is indeed. That flick is going to come across, going to deal its damage, and it's going to lose that point of life.
So Riley Lont on the left side of your screen with that Slip Through the Cracks deck. And, of course, Shane Martin, Team Runaways on Aurora. Here comes the Lightning Surge out of Arsenal. This is going to be 4. Go again. It looks like the Widow Veil Respirator. up there on the left. And I think he's rocking the blood-splattered vest as his chest piece.
It does appear to be the case, very similar to that previous Arachne Slip Through the Cracks list that made its rounds over in, I think, Calling Christchurch, if I remember correctly. But the presentation after that is Enlightened Strike, most likely choosing that 7. Yeah, you point out Widow's Veil Respirator. That is a tongue twister, but you don't see a lot of heroes presenting Arcane Barrier into Aurora. Some of them that are trying to race are just saying, you know what, I'm going to play my equipment that do more because I'm not planning to, to basically pitch into this Arcane Barrier. But keep in mind, for Assassins, that also acts as Spell Void. So in a key moment where a block could be presented or a Channel Lightning Valley could draw a card, you could choose to pop that if you don't have the resources floating. So a little bit more equity in a matchup like this as we see it presented.
Down to 7 goes our Slippy player. That was just an E-Strike for 7, meaning Shane's putting a card into the arsenal. 4 cards going to be drawn. Let's see just what Arachne has up their sleeve. Starting things off, Bonds of Agony. And here's the problem when you're playing against Slippy. This ish has go again. So you can try to respect it. You can try to throw all the cards you want in front of this, but then Slippy might say, okay, pass. Next attack.
Yeah, this is exactly what you expect to see. Pick up the graveyard, start counting like crazy to see what they could present on this turn. They are holding on to what I think 2 cards at this point, blocked with a D-React on the previous turn. So holding on to 2 cards. They can also flick a dagger, so could possibly be representing the on-hit effect.
And a reminder, if Riley Lont, if the Slippy player wins this game, their team wins the round. They will move on to X and O, and the Runaways will fall to X and 1.
Excellent point, as 1 damage the presentation with Go Again already. And the consideration being made, you've got a full grip over there on the side of the Fabled Runaways and Aurora. 5-card hand. You have the life lead. But if this effect gets turned on, you're losing a card, and probably the best card, and as many as you could from the deck as well.
You can hear Shane, I think, speaking to Naib. Going to go ahead and get some advice from our Fallen Zen player.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing. If a game finishes quickly, one player can basically, 2 versus 1 someone else that's going on the other side. They can sit and discuss strategy. They can talk about lines of play. They have the capacity to really just jump in and make this a team game and talk it through, which can swing the state of the game pretty wildly.
All right, looks like we're going to go ahead and block for a total of 5. It's a sk and an Arc Lightning. React with +3 with the Razor's Edge. That's going to immediately bring this up to 4. Oh, apparently with this game might not be something that matters. But here's Black Tech Whispers. Here's the Flick Knives, the Hunter's Clave coming over.
He is going to pump it to 7. This is going to end up connecting, and it's going to steal that card from the hand.
Up to 7. Looks like there's probably going to be D-React here. Take 1 from the Hunter's Clave down to 17. Now here comes a Sigil of Suffering. That's going to go ahead and threaten the arcane damage and block for a total of 4, bringing this attack up to 9. Is there another reaction here from Slippy? Not looking like it, given that the equipment pieces were used.
Does appear like this is going to stifle the turn. This could be a moment where he just continues on and throws something else. Can't quite make out what he has in hand, but any further damage past this is likely to go through, as you've already sort of mangled the hand of your opponent.
Let's see how Slippy wants to respond to the Sigil of Suffering.
So it does look like he has like a Take Up the Mantle. I think a Take Up the Mantle in hand, already targeting that Bonds of Agony, so you're not really getting benefit out of that unless you wanted to transform it into Kiss of Death, but you've already flicked, so that wouldn't be a line that you would want to take. See if we can make out the other card. He's going to play it right here.
So currently blocking 4 with the Sigil of Suffering, so 4 on 5 is 9.
And he's just going to throw a Pain in the Backside to follow this up.
Taking 3 down to 14. So Shane was able to cover this up. And he go again.
I think he's considering whether or not he actually wants to play out this Take Up the Mantle just to try and get life parity. And that is going... Oh, no, scratch that. It's not. It is indeed a Leave No Witnesses, which is going to come across for 4 instead.
Down to 10 goes Shane. Off the top is a CLV.
wow.
Not a red, but I'm not sure you need the silver. Yeah, he shows the camera. Shane's like, dude, my top of deck has not been kind to me with these random banishes.
Well, he does actually have the capacity to use the silver to buy back his boots. Black Tech Whisperer is actually the boots that he brought.
True.
So maybe he does actually want that for an extra block value
That
and
is
then
true.
maybe use for Go Again.
Oh, it's Shelter from the Storm. Going to cover up.
Well, we have Codex turn lined up here, depending on if we can get rid of these cards prior. No daggers.
No daggers means no pitch outlet, really. First attack with Stealth will have Go Again.
6 plays 10. This will have Go Again. Threatening on hit, create a Blood Rot. Infect is indeed going to infect this Aurora.
Make sure he gets his Blood Rot pox. Now take it to Mantle just for an additional +2. So yeah, down to 5, gets the Blood Rot. And now the Codex of Frailty can come ahead and grab. Has to be the Leave No Witnesses, you have to imagine.
Yeah, there's already an arsenal for the opponent. You're not going to get a card out of their hand unless it's for blocking purposes at this point, not off of the effect of Codex, but you are giving yourself a Ponder. You are slowing down their own arsenal by, nerfing it by 1, essentially. Coming across for 4, you know you're also threatening 2 points of damage from that Blood Rot Pox. They are going to cover that up.
Yeah, not able to utilize the Dyadic Carapace there in a 3 block to just give the 1 card. So Shane in danger of falling down to 3. Ponder goes to the arsenal for Shane on Slippy. There you get to see Shane's face.
Just peek on for a moment.
Ooh.
Oh.
Flicker Wisp here, going to go ahead and deal the 2 damage because it has been fused. Will there be an Arc Lightning in the arsenal?
Flicker Wisp is being fused, coming down for 2. Arcane, like it said.
But this is, and in response to the
Correct.
Flicker Wisp, yeah, the Channel Lightning Valley is being played. So the only way to get around the draw here is to AB1 with the Widow Veil and then Spell Void. You are able to utilize both. And you can see the players here going to go ahead and get some help from the other teammates.
I think he does definitely want to avoid the card draw here because it's basically just relegated to whatever he has in arsenal that he can actually play. So he is going to pay 1, using that Take Out the Mantle, pop the Spell Void. That is going to cover it up. And then he's going to fall off. He actually did have it. Never didn't have it.
Yeah.
Arc Lightning is the play there. There's the 2. There's the draw. Let's see what the draw ends up being.
If it's a blue, it just ends this game because the arcane damage from the Grasp and the Starfall just wins. But it's a static shock, so it's going to come in for 4. If it hits, the arcane damage is going to do an enormous amount. There is 2 arcane damage that's not going to happen here.
This is going to resolve with Go Again thanks to the Arc Lightning. This damage is going to come across. It is going to be covered up, blocked here. He does take the damage here, I believe. He took that damage.
Yeah, he just went down to 3, yep.
Draw up.
Yeah, blue off the top, ended the game. The Go Again from the Grasp of the Arc Knight. The Go Again on the Starfall was 4 damage. But now Shane has got 2 cards.
2 cards plus Arsenal. Let's see what he can put together here. One of those does get him a Graphene Chelicera.
Here comes the Orb Weaver Spinneret. There brings the, what's it called? Graphic Chelicera, like you just said. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Next attack with Stealth, getting +3, and there's Bonds of Agony. But this one, I don't think it's possible to, with 1 card in hand, get a 3rd reaction in this Slippy deck. But it does have Go Again, thanks to the Slippy effect.
And he does have to consider here because this is coming across for 4. If he's got Razor's Edge, this is you have to block 7, otherwise you're immediately dead. If it's another attack after this representing 3 or less, then you're going to have to commit there. So he is going to block for, looks like 4 or 5. And then there's the pain in the backside. Begging the question, do you want more damage?
Here's 1. You have to give an additional 2 to cover this up. There's the 2. That takes 3 cards out of Aurora's hand.
He could consider flicking here, but I don't know what purpose it would serve to flick on this combat link.
The thing for Shane, if he can just keep blue 2 turns in a row, he just wins. He just goes grasp attack.
Right.
It's about finding the blue, keeping the blue, and staying alive. That is the out for Shane, at least on this turn, but it looks as though that card is headed straight for the arsenal.
He's going to clean up, and we'll see if he does have the blue. You're right, though. Nope, you are perfectly correct.
He showed us. That's nice
It
of
is
him.
a lightning press instead.
He couldn't have blocked with it even if he wanted. 4 more cards off the top. Here comes the persuasive prognosis with Go again.
Coming across for a measly 1, but keep in mind, on the board at all times, there is 1 damage thanks to Flick Knives, and who knows what's in the hand as far as attack reactions are concerned. Most of them give +3. We've seen 2, just in the conclusion of this game, we've seen 2 take up the mantles, which are only +2 at this point.
You can hear all the play. I love listening to them discuss the various potential outcomes. That's going to buy 2 card block. Just a nick on top.
Oh,
and the Tarantula Toxin is going to buy the game. So Riley going to go ahead and take this one. Let's take a look at the graphic and see who took down the remaining rounds, because we know one team wins, and it is going to be your Blazing for Lethal team. Fang, Kano, Slippy taking down some of the titans of the meta as they win a clean 3-0, our first of the day.
And I want to point this out. Last round, I actually talked to this team because they were sitting at the top table. And I asked them if they were interested in doing the stream. We got them on this stream this round as well. And that means they're still sitting at the top table.
Means I want to see the Fang. I want to see the Fang.
With this compilation of heroes, how exciting is this? This is incredible to see that this is the #1 seed as of right now in the tournament. And, we just wrapped up, round 4?
Mm-hmm.
So on to round 5 after this. I think the conclusion of round 4 just happened. So we'll take
4 more rounds.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back and better than ever here in just a moment. So don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. It's round 5, and we are powered by coffee, Chinese food, and the love of the game. Let's talk about the meta breakdown. I'm very excited to see this. I got to look at it earlier, and there's a hero I want to talk about. But at the top of that breakdown is probably the hero you would expect, isn't it? It's Aurora Shooting Star. Everyone has really said that even though this meta is so wide open and available for everyone to play, we all kind of know the deck to beat and the deck to tech around, and that's Aurora, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all three of the decks at the top are those I think you would expect. Perhaps the usual suspects. Aurora, Nu, and Enigma, the three decks that I think people are looking at for the Pro Tour perhaps most excitedly. It is the team of the Calling Champions, Team MinMax, of course, repping all three of those heroes. What's the hero you want to talk about? Because there's a hero I want to talk about.
Well, I will say this. I was actually surprised to see this many people representing Cindra into this tournament.
Yeah,
that was the big
mine.
Shocker for me. I expected that number to be far lower. I think Cindra's stock has fallen recently, and just the fact that some of these other heroes have been able to come up and can do disruptive things, like, for example, Florian and Prism with better numbers. Vincent, you could argue, might be able to go toe-to-toe. I expected Cindra to be way far down the list, but I will say, the other hero near and dear to my heart there, being represented, the only singular representation, of course, at the bottom, Basilio, looking to flash his way to a victory or two. Way there at the bottom, I'm a big fan of Basilio. But what do you see on this list that stands out to you?
Honestly, the Cindra, was the thing that I was the most curious about, given how poorly she has done day 2ing any events in general. Their conversion rate has been abysmal for the Drakai of Retribution. But in a team event, it's not necessarily just about the Cindra's record. It's all about the total wins from all three players. So we'll have to wait and see if any Cindras make it into the top 4. It is, of course, 8 rounds of Swiss and then a top 4. It'll still be 8 total teams. Nope.
I think it's the top 4
just
teams.
4.
Yeah, there should be 4 teams. So
4
it'll go
teams,
2 versus
12
1 versus
players.
1. Yeah. So
Everybody,
buddy, it's okay.
I think I'm going to go home.
It's round 5. We got this. No, this is
because
going
I
great.
thought
we're having a great
4 teams of 2, but it's teams of 3.
No, it's teams of It's okay. It's all
so
right.
12 players are going to be represented in our top 4.
There you go. All right. So
as I've been saying all along.
Can we also point out the fact that the Rune Blade support from Rosetta is really showing up and showing out? Obviously, Aurora sitting at the top there, but Florian, now that the other Rune Blade Viscerize out of the way, Florian comes up and sort of meets it there. Vincent doing the same sort of thing. Rune Blades, very popular and very powerful right now in this current meta.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well you see the Cindra representation. You saw Phi do well on stream. There's another Phi that's kicking around at the top tables as well. I'm excited to see if the Mechanologist and Rangers return, because especially you look at the Rangers, man. We haven't seen Rangers really kicking around the top of the tables. Azalea can still do some super disgusting things. Riptide exists, so it's going to be interesting to see, can these heroes get some support, and how will Marlin affect the metagame? especially with the new cards being printed and the new heroes coming in.
I heard there were pirates coming up, but before we talk about pirates, of course, I'm honestly, like, I always hear people talking about Riptide as a possibility. I tested him pretty heavily around this time last year to possibly be taking it to Nationals in that calling side event there. But I just never see Riptide actually come through, and yet there's more people representing Riptide than Azalea, the hero that everyone thinks of as the sort of quintessential Ranger. He's good, but is he good into the right things? That's the real question. I do think that Ranger does need some love from this upcoming high seas set. But let's go ahead and jump down into the game because we've got a good one cooked up for you. As we jump in, you've got, look at that hat. Can you get a better hat than that? I don't know. That one's a pretty good one. Alex Tyler, Fang, Drakai of Blades. You asked for it. We are bringing it, and he is going second into Raven on Zen, Tamer of Purpose.
All right. We've got the Fang gang rising up. We got a judge coming over as they clarify something. We've got...
Are we supposed to start now, or are we waiting?
Yeah, they're good to go. They're good to go. You guys, you
Radio down.
Like, let me go ask. And so it looks like we're going to take a second. They're going to go and make sure that they can come and get started. The answer is yes, but we appreciate the feature match making sure that they can check in, or making sure that they're ready to start. We do, of course, Fang versus Zen. What are you say you've been part of the Fang gang.
Oh, I love Fang.
What do you think about the matchup?
He's so much fun to play. Now, this matchup is interesting because when you're looking at like what Fang was, really struggling against, it was the biggest one, in my opinion, was Viserai, because you could not pitch into those Rune Chant tokens and stop that. But against a hero that in essence is just throwing maybe like 12 to 16 damage a turn, you can go toe-to-toe with that, particularly if you get your fealties online fast. And you have a lot of equity in equipment blocks thanks to Valiant Dynamo. And so because this isn't split damage, you have the ability to really slow your opponent's aggression down, but not if you draw 2 Sync Belows on turn 0. Maybe you just sync some stuff and get yourself set up. I also want to point out, this is Alex Tyler, and if you watched the last Battle Hardened we had in Milwaukee, he brought a just hair-on-fire Bolton deck to the top, I think it was top 4.
Yeah, he was first seed.
Yeah,
he was first seed as Bolton in that tournament.
And now
so warrior player
the
through and through.
Arguably better warrior. Arguably better in Fang. Can he pull the same thing off alongside of his team?
All right, so we're going to sync. Looks like he's syncing away the Endear Devotion. Wants to try to find some more gas. There's not a lot to go on here. Let's go ahead and see. He might be thinking about reacting again with the sync below. Just going to pass to Arsenal, but going to tip off in reactions, or just at the end of turn at instant speed to mark the Zen. Alex Tyler, of course, did just take down the Verdance. I actually talked to them. They were our feature match last round, but we didn't see Alex. We saw the other 2 games. Alex was like, oh, it's cursed. Scour is a card. I am not going to make this one out.
Yeah, that tip-off, I think, was what was drawn off of the sync below, which is absolutely perfect because getting your opponent marked on turn 0 and then just comboing them up with these scar tissues feels so great. Also, just want to point out that beautiful custom art.
Shout out Dead Minto.
Yeah, exactly. I have one right here. I was given a card myself. This extra marked token is very beautiful. Done by Dead Mint Art.
Yeah,
very nice.
Been a big fan of theirs for quite some time. Looks like this is going to be blocked out by 3. We're putting a couple of scar tissues on top.
Those will indeed create that fealty token. Love that Marvel fealty. That is just a beauty. I think LSS should make even more of those tokens, that Marvel style, because it's wonderful to just sit them down and just look at them. Marvel Gold, of course, going to be making its way, and one of my favorite tokens of the entire game, Marvel Gold. I can't wait to get my hands on it personally. Anything that lives on the board and that beautiful art and that foiling finish is wonderful. But 100 wins the play into the weakest link.
Weakest link coming in for 6. Not a lot of cards that don't block in this Fang deck. Just damage here. The Dynamo going to go ahead and make sure it gets the value. Sync below here, yep. Going to sync a card out of the hand. That means Alex is going to be playing with a 4-card hand. Got 1 fealty, looking to get a couple more before those daggers are free.
Does he have the blue in hand? No, but he does have the yellows that he needs. He also has a D-React in the form of That'll You Got. I love the inclusion of Perforate. It's such a fun card that some people thought maybe makes the list. Some people thought, you know, not so great at the outset. But there it is. It's a card that drawing a card is pretty good in general. It replaces itself, allows you to attack an additional time, and it's free. It's great to have early in the game because it discounts the dagger before you get your fealties online. And on a, you know, like a red hand, it allows you to really send more damage than if you just were completely red-handed.
All right. Starting the turn here, has the Vigor, so this one's coming in without having to pitch a card.
That's another reason why I love Fang, just how he uses Grains of Blood Spill to start this ball rolling, so even if you run into this red hand, you can kind of play your way out of it from previous turns.
See if there's any blocking here. It's going to be the Ancestral Harmony, and Raven has seen the whole hand. Perforate's going to... And you can hear, yeah, the Obsidian Firevein can now attack twice and comes in for free, so doesn't need to pitch as well. But Alex does need to give this Firevein go again.
Pitching the That All You Got that we knew he had from last turn. He is going to follow that up with Scar Tissue again and Searing Gaze as well. Searing Gaze, a card that you oftentimes see played on the second chain link, but here he's just going to dump literally everything.
So not going to do any marking because this is not the second chain link here. We'll be coming up for 9. Raven taking 6 down to 31.
Now this hit does clear the mark and give the second fealty. It is going to remark off of the Scar Tissue as well. And if any of these next daggers hit, which is free, of course, if any of these hit, you immediately have your fealty generation online, and now you're playing so above rate, it's absurd.
That one's just going to go ahead and block, but all of a sudden, Fang is one fealty away, like you said, to playing a very, very different game. 36 playing 31, turn over to Raven. Just a 2-card 7, I think. 7 damage here.
Drawing into some tricky cards on the side of Alex Tyler. He can block this. He still needs some amount of resources to pitch. He's going to have that 1 Vigor pop that does cover the Obsidian Firevein, but if you want to follow it up with a second attack, you will need to pay into that. He has the ability to play Loyalty from Beyond the Grave, probably wants to get at least 1 copy into the graveyard on this turn, so most likely looking to send that in front as sort of sacrificial cards here. Maybe he chooses to hold it and arsenal it. Maybe he chooses to use it as pitch fodder so that he can play his other cards out. He does have an attack as well.
Dynamo counter up to 2. I'm super excited to see just how much value that leg piece gets. One of my favorite pieces of equipment in the game. Here comes Obsidian Firevein, thanks to the Grains of Blood Spill, because those Vigor tokens have been able to be maintained. This one comes in for 1 and for free, and if it hits, that next dagger all of a sudden becomes free. So you have to imagine Raven is thinking about blocking this one if she can.
Zen has had such a pedestrian game up to this point, not really drawing into anything too impactful, nothing that has really presented itself as a major threat for Alex. And when you have this type of game from the Fang side of things, where they're just sort of either blocking you out or playing this innocuous, I don't really care about your damage type scenario, you feel great because they're giving you more time to get online. And spoiler alert, we're officially there. You don't need to pitch anymore. That Pledged Fealty is going to create that Fealty token, giving you go again as well on the Firevein. And now we get to swing our daggers for free.
Here comes Fang. Doing the Fang thing, coming in 4-1, thanks to that dagger being free, a 4th fealty created. I think Raven, she's saying, listen, I'm not blocking this one. I'm just seeing what you can do. I'm going to throw back my hand. It's now become a race. It's now become damage on damage. Searing Gaze is going to go ahead and mark on hit because it's the second Draconic Chain Link. Is there a follow-up to utilize the go again here for Alex?
There is, if he chooses to send it on. I believe he does indeed have a 4-power attack, and that's really the question mark when it comes to deciding how this game or this deck plays out. Playing for the Drakai here, how many of these 0-for-4s do you include? Because you do oftentimes get, like go again on your second dagger, and therefore you want to follow it up with something like a 0-for-4. How many do you end up playing? And that's really the question mark for building the deck.
Looks like, yeah, we're hearing from my producer, the battle-hardened winning list had about 9. It was this card, it was Blaze Headlong, Oath of Loyalty as these 0 for 4 attacks. Because you do want to get value off the go again on that second Fire Vein if you can. Alex Tyler here putting his opponent down to 23, establishing a Loyalty Beyond the Grave in the arsenal as well. Flex Claw's going to be the play from Raven. Zen Tamer of Purpose trying to go ahead and find some real offense where he can.
Going to be covered up by that shelter from the storm. Covering 4, and there's the play of the Wind Chakra plus the Stir the Pot's going to transcend back to the hand. But again, it's just another turn that's sort of innocuous damage. You're not really asking a lot of questions to Alex, and Alex is more than happy to block with cards you're not going to use and then just throw daggers at you with impunity.
I mean, that's Zen, right? You're not asking any questions other than, can you handle the damage I'm presenting? Are my numbers going to be better than your numbers? Fang has numbers on top of the potential of the fealty to change the axis of this game. So Raven, now that she has transcended, has access to the Traverse the Universe for a future turn from here. This is just going to be stick into Tiger into Mauling Chi. This is as classic as it comes, but the Wind Chakra as the Transcend is going to give that full value.
Reactions for you? Sure.
Bum, that all you got coming out onto the combat chain. Get a draw card after this. Here comes 4 from the Tiger.
If you've never played against Fang, one of the things that is really like a first impression is how good at blocking this deck can be, especially when you're splashing in something like that all you got, which is card neutral. You're not losing a card if you're putting it in the right spots. And against exactly this list, it's a great answer. Gonna throw more equipment, not having to give up cards, more blocking. Loyalty says, no trigger for you. I'm gonna draw back up, and I have a 3-card hand. My daggers cost me nothing, and I'm gonna be sending at least a 0 for 4 to start this thing off with the Oath of Loyalty.
So fire. Fire veins, fire on the chain, fire in this game. I love it. Honestly, I was surprised by how much I enjoyed playing Fang when I played some Fang. I have 1 cold foil Fire Vein. I'm in search for my second. I enjoy the deck quite a bit.
Yeah.
I enjoy it more than I thought I did.
He was the hero that I think solidified my love for the warrior class. I was, and I still am, big into playing Kasai the Golden Sands when she came out. I was incredibly hyped because she is so much fun to play into, and I think he solidifies the fact that it is incredibly fun to play warrior as a class because of what you get to do with weapons and attack reactions, and Fang, just quintessential warrior, doing it all.
This turn, however, I guess pretty mid. It was a 2-card 7 value. It's just exactly what you would expect to be doing. You had to spend a fealty on it.
It's the equivalent of playing, Herald of anything that attacks for 7. Yeah, write that down. Write that down.
All right, so now Alex, 27, playing 20. Here comes the Tiger taming Kakata. Coming in for 2, go again. Got to sound the alarm. Looks like it's going to be the follow-up. Is Raven really just going to plop that Cosmic Awakening in the arsenal?
A long Whisker Loyalty along with a Perforate on the side of Alex. A pretty full hand over there with
that
some
Cosmic,
stuff to do.
Man, that Cosmic could be a clunker up on in there.
Great card, though. Great spoiler as well.
Sound the alarm once again, going to show things off. And a defense reaction can now be grabbed and placed and put on top of the deck because there's definitely some attack reactions in the list. This is a card that you just love to see like popping up in lists randomly. You know, like no one was talking about Sound the Alarm. All of a sudden, a couple people started playing it. Now it's just like de facto included in all these lists. Flesh and Blood community, it is often fun to see the way deck building trends will follow results, follow deck lists. People try to get an edge, especially with Pro Tour on the horizon.
Exactly, and credit to Flesh and Blood and LSS for making a game that has the ability to do that. I mean, the only way you have access to that is if you have consistent, well-run events, and you can see what people are doing, and people can go into those events and try to change things, try new things, and your Flick Flag is going to be grabbed and placed on top of the deck, as you said.
I think that Cosmic Awakening, I think Raven maybe was hoping to block with it.
Can you fail to find on that? You can.
Yeah, you can indeed fail to find. That was a fun little thing to learn in 2019 when Flesh and Blood was just formed. You were like, I failed to find. I'm just going to keep this as is. That was something that you could do some kind of weird, interesting things with back in the day.
All right. Flick Flack goes on top. Mirror Guy's sleeves are cut. Mirror Guy's sleeve heads to the bottom. Flick Flack once again to the top of the deck. Cosmic Awakening hits the arsenal. I wonder if that is ever getting out of there, or if Raven is going to be playing without an arsenal for the rest of this game.
We just have not seen many Transcend cards already. Yeah, you can grab one with Traverse, but at this point you're a little bit pot committed to trying to clear that. Otherwise, you're just going to end up in a scenario where you're stuck there. And this is not going to be a small turn from Alex. He's got a full grip. He's got just about everything that he could possibly want. He's going to pop a Fealty. I think he pops the Fealty and plays the Perforate. It is now Draconic. It's giving Go Again, as well as drawing a card, as well as discounting, which you don't really need at this point anymore. But you're giving you the second attack as well.
It's so rare to just see draw a card on a Flesh and Blood card for any reason.
Yeah.
Perforate just going to replace itself. This thing now gets to attack 2 times.
Does have a 0 for 4 in the arsenal there. Let's see if he sends that, or he's going to throw a bunch of attack reactions first.
Yeah, Raven down to 19. I was waiting to see when that would be represented because the Fire Vein, thanks to the Fealty, is going to get +1. But the Traverse of the Universe, like we said, it's become a race, folks. We're grabbing that inner chi. Deck was shuffled thanks to the Flick Flack, so it's not nearly as close. Perhaps Raven would like it, looking like it's damn near the bottom of this deck. Where the heck is the chi? There's the chi. Third to last from the bottom. Now Traverse the Universe getting in front of this, bringing a chi. Raven trying to do some real big damage of her own, but Alex still got plenty of armor to work with. This dagger can swing 2 times on this turn.
Even more because of the Long Whisper loyalty lurking in the hand. We'll be able to send that again and again.
Still has to find the Go Again.
Well, I think he has an Affirm Loyalty in the hand as well.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to do a lot on this turn, and of course he can end with that 0 for 4. I think it's a 4 Drakai in the arsenal. This turn is long from being over. There's the Affirm Loyalty.
Second Draconic Chain Link, so of course refunds the Fealty. I love to see in the Fang decks, once you do get the Fealty, and then you get your 4th and your 5th, it really becomes much more possible to aggressively use the Fealties, turning cards like Perforate, like Glint the Quicksilver into Draconic cards to power up these turns. So now we've had 3 Draconic Chain Links so far with these daggers, and there look to be many more as this Long Whisker loyalty. Yeah. It's not a specialization, but it damn well may be.
I think he has a Blistering Blade there as well, so he's going to be able to send this again after this.
Long Whisker loyalty, all 3 modes. Target dagger gets +2. Attack with target dagger an additional time, and the next time the target dagger hits, it's going to mark, but now gets to attack again.
So that Go Again is going to resolve. No hit on this time, but it's coming in again for 1. Gonna say make it 5. Raven does a double take, takes the damage, gets the mark, and then, oh, spoiler alert, here's a 0 for 4 to finish this off. And that's the beauty of Fang, the Drakai of Blades. Just a flurry of attacks.
Down to 8 goes Raven. All of a sudden, the attack reactions start to look a lot more dangerous with all the armor Alex has to work with. Perhaps the Fang gang gonna rise up, and Zen is going to continue to be just shy of the wins needed to ascend into Living Legend status. No Living Legend points on offer here, as team events do not offer the LL points. But for all of the players looking to take the hero to the Pro Tour, all of the reps and all of the matchups are important.
I'm going to pop the boots so that we can get ourselves this combo line started off of the back of a 0 attack.
Dang.
But Chase the Tail coming across.
Dude, it looks like this chi is just used as a blue on this turn, not even used to help with the Zen ability.
See, now this is the turn that everybody knows is what Zen is trying to do in a matchup like this, where we go and chase the tail, create a second Tiger off of Aspect of Tiger Body, send that, and then end with something powerful. That's what you're looking to do early in this type of game, but just not finding it until this moment is Raven, and probably too little too late at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to now be, the Tiger Stripe Shuko turning this into 4, and then the CNC threatens to put Alex down to 10 with no on hit from the CNC, but it's going to be literally just 6 damage. 2 resources, a 2 for 6, as classic as it comes. There comes the Valiant Dynamo. Alex took 2 down to 12, takes 1 down to 11 here. Oh, sorry, with the 9 because of the 3 damage from the Aspect of Tiger Body that they didn't represent, but now Alex at 9, Raven at 8. And Alex has a full grip of cards to work with. 3 daggers, 7 fealty, and Raven has to respect these attack reactions or go the way of the bird.
Ninjas so often play the game of Kodachi lock. We've got you to low life totals, now you must respect everything. But Fang arguably just does it better, especially when they find Savor Bloodshed at the end of the game. Oof. +4, draw a card if you're marked. Spoiler alert, you're marked, and I'm looking to end this game.
Shout out once again, that Dead Minto token looking gorgeous. Let's see just how Raven wants to deal with this. The dagger hits here now mean a card being drawn for the rest of the turn. And it looks like, oh my gosh, how many no blocks are in the hand?
I was going to say, she at least
how many no blocks are in this hand?
one.
No, it's really hard to tell. Let's see if we can see when she starts to flip them.
You don't want to know.
The math sucks because of Hunsend, yeah.
Hunsend, I have 3 of them. So look at
You
that.
don't want to know is the response to what do you have?
I mean, does the Sacred Art block?
No, it does not.
I think most of those cards don't block. But we've got,
Oh my god, is that all 4 cards don't block?
I think literally all 4 of the cards don't block in this hand.
Oh,
The 4 blocks looking for the double transcend to try to find a card. The Rising Sun Setting Moon here is going to look for anything that can block in this hand. I mean, hilariously, if Raven was able to keep this hand, the Cosmic Awakening would go insane.
Nuts. It would have been insane. But natural drawing the hand for Cosmic when you have 0 tempo and you're about to die is not the play. Okay,
No.
we have a card that blocks. Wind Chakra does block 2.
Sometimes
might not be good.
Sometimes it's just not your day, folks, and it's looking as though for Raven Williams this might not be a notch in the victor's column.
Well, you can indeed pitch to the Kasaya. At the very least, you could do that. You could pitch to the Kasaya. At this point, you might as well pitch to the Kasaya.
Here comes the Scar Tissue coming over, make it 8, 3 over the top. Raven, those cards still do not block, which means I believe this 3 damage is going to come over. It's going to represent a draw, another fealty, take 3, card drawn off the Savor Bloodshed.
I'll draw a card.
Now,
Another
saving
Relentless
grace
Pursuit, yeah.
is it could be that your Fang opponent draws into a couple of cards that just don't do anything, and he does have 1 in his hand right now. He has a blue right there that does nothing currently, but he is going to pay for that vigor. He's going to pay for the +1 off of the Brave Forge bracers, and he's going to send the 2nd Obsidian Fire Vein with a buff. And Raven's just crossing her fingers that she finds a way to survive.
Marked again from the Scar Tissue. This attack now comes in. That is a huge die, Alex.
Coming in for 2.
You're not going to find anything there. Yeah, this one comes in for 2 thanks to the Brave Forge Breakers. That's going to buy the block from the 12th Petal Kasaya. Plus a total of 3-4 over the top.
Going
3 over the top.
5, yep.
Down to 2 goes Raven.
I'll pay the grains for the second one. And then I will.
We're going to grain as well.
Okay.
Raven gonna grains. Yeah, the whole hand there did not block, but she's now got blues. She's got chi. Is it gonna be the Cosmic Awakening?
Yes.
Is that the most damage she can do on the turn? Hilarious!
It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one, but it's gonna buy equipment block, and it's gonna buy a card from hand.
She's the best player in the world.
Double.
We were like, oh, that Cosmic's not gonna do anything.
Alex drew into 3D reacts on this turn. So he actually has a little bit of head scratching to do because he has to find, he's got a Long Whisker Loyalty and 3D reacts, which means that he can actually relatively cover this up, but does he want to sink any of this?
God!
So the
You can see, Raven, I'm with you. You got 3 chi in the pitch, but these are 3 defense reactions, including a Loyalty Beyond the Grave. I think we've already played 1 in this game, so we're going to be able to draw a card. This is my favorite game I've ever seen.
Never didn't have it at this point was the statement made. Goes down to 3.
How did she get it off for 20?
Going to activate.
What the hell?
Going to activate here. Drawing a card. And does he draw into what he needs? He's got a bigger token pop. 2
It's the best game of Pleasure Fun of all time.
And he says, I'm just going to go ahead and send this for 1. It's just for 1. You don't need to overblock. Please don't worry about it. And in spoiler alert, it's not just for 1. Haha, I got you. I do have at least 1 Draconic Attack reaction. trying to dig around. He's got the long whisker loyalty. He says attack again, so this is going to go to 2, but it's overblocked. That does mean he can dance around what Raven's doing, perhaps. Oh, he does. He has the resource as well, so he can send this for 6.
This is going to be coming in for 1, then the big plus damage with the reaction from the DeLozier, and that's just going to do it. Alex Tyler going to get it. You see the little fist bump. He stared down a Cosmic Awakening 420 from an ill-advised Cosmic Awakening in the arsenal, but the 3 D-reacts off the top were enough. The Bolton player moves on, booming his way into victory with Feng, the Drakai of Blades. That was straight up one of my favorite games I've ever seen.
Oh my
Let's take a look at the rest of the round. The rest of the games, which team potentially came out on top, and it is going to be the team on your left. Kano, once again, just blowing people up. People not respecting the Wizards, Steven.
That's what we talked about before this stream started. I asked the question, are people going to respect Wizard? But here's the other thing. People also need to respect Alex Tyler on Fang, because he danced around the Cosmic Awakening perfectly. Never didn't have it, drew 3 D-reacts right when the opponent had 3 chi. That's all you needed. And clearly it carried him to a victory, doing better numbers and picking up the win for his team.
Well, my friends, I do hope you enjoyed that one, because I really did. Because that was one of my favorite games I've ever gotten to watch. I was so sure that Cosmic Awakening was going to be doomed. Then it was for 20. Then there were 3D reacts. Then Fang won. What? I mean, you can't script it any better than that. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. Thank you to all 1,000 people for watching. And while you're here, go to MinMaxGamesFab.com. Pre-order your High Seas case. You get yourself $20 worth of singles credit on their website for you to build whichever of the 3 pirate decks you are looking to build, because it's a pirate's life for us here in Milwaukee, and we'll see you in just a minute. 5 rounds in the books, 3 to go before we cut to a top 4 here at the Team Classic constructed event at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, brought to you by MinMaxGames, as well as Sam O'Byrne and Steven Diamarmata Cookis.
That's right.
You know what? Some players have been cooking today.
Yes, they have.
Mr.
And we've watched some insane games.
Yeah.
Some of them have been just like low key, and then all of a sudden they just pop all the way off,
Yeah.
like that last round. So if you didn't catch the last round,
Go back.
just scrub back. We'll catch up.
Go back.
You scrub back, watch it, and then you can catch up with us because it's been incredible. I think people have shown up, and they're really enjoying themselves out there. Every
Yeah.
time I talk to somebody, just singing the praises of team events in general.
Yeah, I am hearing actually that quite a bit. I've had some people come up to me and be like, "Hey, can you guys put on more team events?" And I've had to be like, I have nothing to do with that, but I will try to let the right people know. I've really heard that from so many players out there that team events are just, I mean, I know from my experience playing team events, they're a blast. Like we talked about it earlier.
That's
We
right.
played in a Team Blitz event.
Had a
And
blast.
it was very fun, and
Had a
I
blast.
only heard really good things out there from the people taking part. But we've got 3 more rounds before we cut to a top 4, because even though everything is fun in games and the vibes are high, it's still a battle hardened. This is still a very prestigious event. A lot of players are going to go their entire flesh and blood careers without sniffing the top 8 of a battle hardened. So there's a lot on the line.
There is indeed. These players are playing for not just, bragging rights and that sort of thing. They're playing for real prizes. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at what we are going to be seeing here for round number 6, because I think we're staying at these top tables, and they've been there for turn after turn. They've been there for round after round, and Alex, Tyler, Blazing for Lethal, and Riley are all there at table number 1. And I think this time around, we're going to be watching slip through the cracks.
Yeah, we've got Slippy versus new. Dyllon Dietz was first seed in either the Battle Hardened or the Calling in Memphis, but he was first seed at one of those 2 events. I think the Calling, yeah, he was first seed going into that top 8, so a new player that's kicked a bunch of ass. But looking at Andrew Rothermel, this is so surprising to me, because this dude, he doesn't play anything that's not like a tier 4. He plays Pro Tours and Worlds, and he's like top 16, top 32, or top 8s damn near every event he plays. He's a multiple time, I think, Pro Tour top 8 competitor, at least the one in, I think he is 2 times.
He was a top 8 on
LA,
Lexi,
right?
Yeah, he was on Lexi. I think he was indeed a top 8 at LA as well.
He was either top 8 or close, but he is just a player that is known for tier 4 top 8s. But he is local. He's in Minnesota, so he came up for this event. And it is time to check out our Assassin Mirror match, because slip through the cracks. You kind of want to dodge the other Assassins, because you're giving every attack with stealth go again, the first one on each turn. So we'll have to see just how Riley Lont wants to try to navigate this matchup, as these are potentially the last 2 undefeated teams in the tournament. Yeah, the last 2 undefeated teams in our tournament.
I'll be honest with you, I have never experienced sitting down at the table and playing this matchup before. Seeing the basically just allowing, from the news perspective, all of my stealth attacks to have go again. What that does for her game plan can just do some crazy, crazy things. It just transforms it. And then, of course, knowing that you're giving that on the side of Riley, do you just assume, okay, let's just go. It's hair on fire. Let's take it to the house, essentially. What will his game plan be? It's going to be really interesting to watch this play out.
Hunter's Clave is the first action from Riley, going to be blocked by the Bonds of Attraction. Here comes Pain in the backside, blocked by Levels of Enlightenment. Art of Desire Body, this has got go again. Does Dyllon have the blocks to handle this? Bonds of Agony, gonna be the block. Riley here probably happy to see a couple of those cards hit the combat chain on blocks, and the Shelter from the Storm hits the arsenal.
Of course, knowing that these cards are in the arsenal is important, because there's this card in Assassin called Codex of Frailty, and sometimes a little bit of graveyard fill here at the early outset of the game means you have more access to some of those cards. And in fact, one of those cards we see on the side of Riley in Leave No Witnesses, that's a card you want to see make its way into the graveyard so you can recur it off of the shared card pool that is Assassin cards. We talked about this early this morning of how powerful this card pool has become for Assassins. Assassins have so many tools at their disposal. They use it in slightly different ways, but we just can't understate how good some of these cards are into the meta, and it's going to be interesting to watch them play against each other here.
Here comes Beckoning Misplayed, one with Go Again on the combat chain. Threatening to give the next blue attack this turn +1 and Go Again, of course, but Slippy the Cracks might be doing that anyway. Persuasive Prognosis, this now gets the +1, but would have already had to Go Again, of course, because of Slipped Through the Cracks. Any actions blocked with will go ahead and be banished thanks to the new ability. Block 3 with the Command and Conquer. Reactions are going to be a hiss with that one floating. So +3 up to 5 goes this attack and the Slither to give Go Again. Interestingly, but the Shelter from the Storm will cover up the rest of this damage. So currently 5 on a block for 7.
Cover up there feels comfortable, but no follow-up, it appears. I think they're adjusting right now. No follow-up, it appears, to this as of yet. It looks like he's representing that card might make its way to the arsenal, and it is indeed going to do that. The tick up of the Tunic, and Riley gets out of that first turn relatively unscathed, even though for the entirety of the game he's giving his opponent an extra bit of card text. And on an all-red hand, how is he going to work his way through this?
Infiltrate.
Infiltrate.
Yeah, now that's a card that is not always the most relevant, but in this matchup, certainly every card in Dyllon's deck is something that Riley can play, as they are both assassins, both talented. Chaos versus Mystic. Attack for 3, block for 3. Is there a reaction on Riley's side of things? No reacts. Moving on, just leave no witnesses, threatening that arsenal.
Giving up that early just to Nick. Sometimes you just see it out there. Maybe it gums up the works you don't have access to. You don't want to line up multiples. Sometimes multiples get tough to churn your way through. And instead, just going to give it up and present a block here for 4, protecting the arsenal. And no reaction. I believe it was a tarantula toxin that made its way into the arsenal on the side of Riley.
Bindal Spring Tunic up to 2. Let's see just how Dyllon wants to enact this next turn. Checking both graveyards. See him doing that a bunch this game, have to imagine, in this Assassin Mirror.
He's going to focus on sending Spider's Bite here. Spider's Bite going to threaten just a single point of damage, drawing up into another red hand on the side of Riley. It's going to be a very red-heavy deck because it is more aggressive, leaning.
Yeah, I'll probably see this Spider's Bite used more than perhaps normally, given the persistent Go Again that the hero ability of Slip Through the Cracks is representing.
Curious to see how Dyllon follows this up, because giving up the Justinic sort of indicates that you don't have anything to play it on top of. So is he holding on to his own Leave No Witnesses, or is he going to be looking to recur something after this with something like a Codex?
Yeah, they're both going to go ahead and check out this hand. Him and his teammate, they're going to say no blocks. Ooh, Kiss of Death into a Kiss of Death into a Justinic into a Shelter from the Storm is the hand.
So he's pitching again here, both daggers. Very defensive hand, and of course a card that can't block in the form of that Passover. Not able to play off of a blue, it would appear as well.
Interesting block on the Black Tech Whisperers here. It seemed to me, looking at that pitch of the That All You Got and the Chi card, that there wasn't a great follow-up from Dyllon. So you have to imagine Riley's likely hoping to use the Black Techs on this turn. If he doesn't, I have to wonder if that Black Tech block would have been used on a break point, have a disruptive effect later in this game.
Kiss of Death is the play. This one is going to have Go Again. It does have the on-hit effect active, and because Flick Knives is on the board, even if this is covered up, it could be flicked later. No major combo, at play right now. Nothing that you can add to the possible damage this presents, but this is going to come across for the 3 from the attack, and then of course the life lost as well. No block being presented.
Changing the life totals, hopefully for our purposes. Here comes the Tunic. One floating here. Here comes the Clave with has to be the Justin Nick, given that you're not going to use it on Kano right now.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if he's going to be now sending the Arsenal so that he can pop Shelter into the Arsenal and have it basically sat on for a little while. It's going to end up flicking the Kiss of Death.
So Dyllon here took 4, now takes 2, now takes an additional 1, so should be down to 33, 34. In reactions, once he takes the 1 from the Clave, he'll be down to the 33. There it is. Shout out once again those beautiful tokens. See what the follow-up is. It's going to be another Kiss of Death. Does he have to react?
Yeah, it is that Tarantula Toxin, remember?
Oh,
from
in the
that
Arsenal.
previous turn, so he could just be
Nice.
looking to send it on this. He needs a block, of course.
Yeah, he's
Andrew's leaning over there. You can see on the camera over there, leaning over, trying to deduce what could be the line. I mean, if you look at, and this is really interesting when you're playing an Assassin Mirror, if you look at the scope of possibilities, and you know what range your opponent possibly has here, you might be able to figure out this line. The real trick is the fact that the hand is not an attack reaction, but it's actually a defense reaction, and that wants to go in the Arsenal.
Almost like Dorinthia, do you want to give them the value of playing into your attack reaction or into your potential blocking card? I love to see the teammate coming on in. Must be nice feeling to have a Pro Tour top 8 player just casually popping into your game, checking it out.
Well, you know, the real question is, that's probably the Kano match. Did it already finish at this point?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Because, let's be honest, there's a real chance that that ended very quickly either way, because Kano can just explode sometimes, and then Kano can just be punched in the face sometimes. Tarantula Toxin is going to come down, thanks to the block, specifically. And the Arsenal will be filled by that D-React, which is a great, great thing for Riley. He wants to get some of that tempo, and he wants to be able to throw that.
Tunic up to 1 here. Perfect sequence for Riley there. He is so happy to have seen those 2 cards hit the combat chain as a block. He got value out of his card. He got damage on the table. He got this Shelter from the Storm in the Arsenal. Just something so good for Riley there on that turn, honestly. You just got so much more value out of that turn, establishing the Arsenal, moving through your deck, and getting damage through with the perfect coupling of Kiss of Death and Tarantula Toxin.
Now, I do think that we saw at least 2 on that previous turn. Of course, 2 Kiss of Death were played. I think that's the 2 out of the 3 that we've seen already. This early in the game, it's turn 3. So if this deck is more centered around playing towards the combo with Kiss of Death, then now you have to do that off of something like a Take Up the Mantle rather than just natural drawing it. So it could be that Dylan's, just drawing a sequence of cards that is really uncomfortable, and so therefore it's been dagger swing into attack or dagger swing into dagger swing like previous turn. Or it could be that his overall game plan is to just play slow, play consistent, block when you need to against this deck that's giving you benefit, and then in the second cycle maybe come across with a lot more aggression or damage. Could be that either of those things are the case. The question is, can Riley, who's actually going to sink away the Shelter from the Storm that he arsenaled previously,
They're going to go ahead and,
can he effectuate a game plan that gets around something that could be represented as fatigue?
Here comes the 4 damage over the top from the Crown of Providence. Riley there almost forgot to draw the card, but Dyllon graciously reminded him that card doesn't just sink. You actually also get to replace, because that D-React could not be played. Would have been hard to protect after the Spider's Bite and the Arousing Wave. Threatened to do some nasty work, potentially. Actually, I guess there was only the 2 floating with the Tunic, so yeah, couldn't use the Arousing Wave there.
For those that were wondering, that pause there, we were let known that there was actually a deck check on that Kano game that is going to be playing up against Andrew in the seat next to them. So that game hasn't actually started. So if you were wondering, no, they still have yet to play that game.
But it seems like such a sick meta call to not only bring Kano, to bring, clearly a badass Kano, someone who, eats, lives, and breathes the deck. People, ICBM Kano, in case you beat, what is that? In case you beat.
Intercontinental Ballistic Missile.
Okay.
There you go. And yeah, I mean, it definitely showed he was playing
ICYM in case you missed it, like the acronym.
He was playing Yellow Overflow the Aetherwell. So yeah, there's definitely some spice in that list. But back to this game, we do have Enlightened Strike coming across after the Infect is blocked out. So it's going to be 5. I think he said go again. It is indeed.
It'll be nice. He's going to be able to follow this up with the Leave No Witness and then reestablish the Shelter from the Storm in the hand. You can see here comes Alex. That game's clearly over. So he's just coming over. How we doing? Let's go ahead and check in, as now, once again, 2 heads are better than 1.
And that is a big deal as well, because it means that you can theorize your way perhaps to a win in this. And if Alex picked up the win, then he can help his team secure it just by talking through some lines. But if he dropped that game, then he can try to help his team claw back in the match. It really will come down to whether or not he picked it up and whether or not Riley can pick it up here in the Assassin Mirror.
Wonder what that arsenal is for Dyllon. I'm not sure if we had the chance to see it, but he's maybe kicking himself that he utilized the 4 block on a non-threatening attack there, without like an on-hit effect of that Enlightened Strike, because he had to give a Codex of Frailty and a Hiss in order to stop the Leave No Witnesses. Let's see what the arsenal is here from Dyllon, because he might be wishing he kept that 4 block. It's just going to be a pass. Full tempo over to Riley. Dyllon only down to 28, so Riley hasn't been able to get the damage across. I wonder if he's got the toxicity in this deck, because we've already seen 2 Kiss of Death.
I'm very curious to see if Dyllon's idea for this game is to just play Fatigue, to just block, keep everything in front of them, and force Riley to come over the top. Otherwise, they just lose threats in their deck, because turn after turn, it's been, well, I'm just going to full block, or I'm going to block efficiently, or I'm going to send dagger, or I'm going to send dagger plus CNC, and then it's pretty pedestrian. But is that enough to get him across the finish line? Even though you've been gifted this extra bit of text thanks to your opponent playing the hero effect.
All right, so now the Shelter from the Storm. Going to go ahead. And the Tarantula Toxin here can once again give this attack -3. So now he's only blocking 1 on 6, and the Blood Rot taking effect, as well as the top of deck being banished, and if it is a red, card gets to be drawn here for Riley. So 5 damage over Dyllon.
Spike with Blood Rot resolution, and there's the resolution of the attack. Let's see. Banish trigger here. It is, and not only that, but it is a D-react. That's exactly what Dyllon wanted in the hand, and instead it's being stolen, a life is being gained, and a card is being drawn.
Looks like, though, unfortunately, this is just going to be 1 more damage with the Hunter's Clave, but if this hits, that means Dyllon will be marked, and so cards like the Take Up the Mantle that we see in the pitch might be more relevant later. You can see these 2 players have now joined the fray, helping out. Our Fang player on the left side of your screen did fall to Nick on Aurora, so if Dyllon wins this game, the match is over. If Riley wins, it comes down to the Kano game, and I don't know, Kano I think is X and O perhaps on the day. Still hasn't started yet, so we might be able to catch the end of that one, but this game might take a little bit of time. Even though Dyllon already down to 23, a lot of the aggression has been on the side of Riley.
Yeah, Riley's done a fantastic job of putting together big turns that are just awkward to block, and Dyllon has been trying his best to do these, like efficient blocks, efficient trades with, D-reacts and things like that, but making it very difficult is Arachne Slip Through the Cracks to actually answer the questions with D-reacts at the right time. And we've already seen Dyllon make, like you pointed out, a block with a D-react onto innocuous Enlightened Strike damage and then pay the price with 2 cards. So we'll see how this game continues to unfold as these players are really balancing.
Here comes one. Looks like that one's just going to be taking Codex of Frailty now. Yeah, just going to go ahead and grab the CNC. It was pretty face up. Here's here laughing. Riley, I think, was debating. This happened to me literally in my games yesterday when I saw 2 floating on my opponent's side of the table. I used a defense reaction on just like a random weapon for 1 or 2 because I was like, you're going to CNC me, dude. I'm getting my value out of this D-react when I can. Looks like Riley might just be taking this and losing that Shelter from the Storm. Down to 25 goes Riley Lont. Dyllon Dietz here going to ponder and take 2 off the Blood Rot. Looks like he's going to ponder first, see if he wants to pay into the Blood Rot. He's giving that a real think. That means it's probably a blue. Yeah,
Yes,
look, it is a
is.
grain that tips the scale. He's literally asking, what do you think I should do? Is this better in my arsenal? He hasn't transcended yet this whole game.
No.
Or should I just cash this in for the 2 points of value? What a cool moment to see caught on stream. Just ponder, I don't know what I should do. Let me turn to a battle-hardened champion and ask my friend Nick the question.
He is going to pitch, and he is going to prevent the damage. Again, it lends credence to the idea that he's just trying to stymie damage and keep his life total high and take advantage of, you know, his defensive capabilities. But the game on turn 5 still hovering precipitously at 25 versus 23, and Infect is the question.
An actual ponder. I like that, chat. It was a true moment of pondering. Blocking 3 on an attack for 3. Tarantula Toxin once again just going to give that basically a shred, but the Sync Blow is going to come over as well and continue to cover it up.
What an interesting choice to just respond with Sync here, losing a point of value on this block, but preventing 2 points of life loss on your own turn. And now the question becomes, do you send the E-Strike and bottom a Sync Below, or do you want that Sync Below in the arsenal? And the answer is, I want to send Aggression. Here's 7. Are you going to block it out? And yeah, he's just full committed to blocking and keeping his life total high.
Yeah, down to 22 goes Dyllon. End of turn, the frailty is going to go away. Now Riley's going to have 4 cards to work with. Once again, full tempo. He's got his Tunic up. Let's see what he draws. There's a Spike with Blood Art with the Tunic. There's a Razor's Edge. Does he find the attack? He does not. He has Orb Weaver Spinneret here. Razor's Edge that can't target anything, and a Spike with Blood Rot that needs an attack with Stealth. He needs to maybe attack with the Hunter's Clave. But I think Spike with Blood Rot needs to be an attack action card. I don't think it just says attack with Stealth. That's an Outsider's cards, friends. Oh, a really rough rip of the 4 cards there for our Slip Through the Cracks player.
He's going to finally cede some tempo over to Dyllon here. He's double pitching. Not only that, but it's pitching 2 red cards, and he's choosing not to do Arsenal the Sync Below here. Instead, going to Arsenal something that is likely more aggressive. He's going to activate Flicking here.
We go ahead and flick away the Hunter's Clave just to play the Orb Weaver Spinneret to make the attack with Stealth. He has a Tunic as well, but look at this. He's going to go ahead and Shelter from the Storm is Dyllon just to discard that card for potentially 3 points of offensive value or defensive value. That means that Dyllon will no longer be marked from that Hunter's Clave effect. Here comes Orb Weaver Spinneret to grab the Graphene Calicera. It's going to break the combat chain, which means that all you got is going to draw a card.
And that's major as well because, again, Dyllon is just trying to fatigue him, essentially. He's just playing with everything face up, unless he can cede tempo, which is kind of what we're getting right now. He's going to send that Calicera over.
This is unfortunate because that Spike with Blood Rot that we see in the pitch, that would have been so nice with that Tunic resource, but Riley needed to use the Tunic resource here to go ahead and make this play happen while keeping that Razor's Edge in the arsenal. Spike with Blood Rot with the Tunic is so impactful, feels so good when you're sitting on the Assassin's side. But it looks like Dyllon here has just got 2 more cards to work with. It's just going to be the Leave No Witnesses, but there's the Sync Below in the hand for Riley.
You know, over the past couple of turns, I've noticed that Riley has been doing a very good job of taking either all the cards or an inefficient amount of cards from Dyllon. And in doing so, he's slowly but surely taking more cards than he's using. Now, can that be a pattern that continues, or is this going to be a situation where, regardless of how many inefficient blocks he makes, Dyllon's just had too many cards sighted in, and they can't really get to the fatigue state? Curious to see how it plays out.
Can't just give this the 4 block because of that Arousing Wave and that Tunic. If you don't respect that card, this Leave No Witnesses can get over the top. Let's see here. Does he just want to do this and potentially walk right into the Arousing Wave? Block for 4 in reactions. Now Dyllon's got to think. Riley here. Decline the sync. Dyllon here. I think Nick's saying, I'd use it. Let's listen in. Tunic resource.
Training arms for the arsenal is what he just said. He is going to activate that Fang strike, and that is going to buy the arsenal unless he has some manner of prevention. He does not. Indeed, it is going to steal that arsenal, steal the top of the deck as well.
Top gets a Bonds of Agony. No silver. But there's the Rager's Edge, so 1 silver.
Of note, he did banish a Bonds of Agony, which can be activated off of News Effect, which is not inconsequential. Sink below makes its way to the graveyard, and now Riley starts his turn. Persuasive Prognosis, the ask here. 1 point of damage. 1 measly point. How much could that actually matter?
Certainly not very much.
Okay.
Certainly not very much. Potential to put this up to 7.
Yeah, just
You can see Dyllon just kind
of measly 7.
You see Dyllon like just trying to shrug as he grabbed the Ender Twisted. I was like, I mean, what if it's just 1? What if this is just going?
What if it's just 1? Said no assassin ever.
There's the Just Nick. Let's see if there's any reaction from the right side of the screen. Let's listen in. You heard 1 card. Nick, of course, battle-hardened champion. Last time we were here with MinMaxGames in Milwaukee. You have the battle-hardened champion and the battle-hardened top 4 finisher on the who are the helpers in this game. Fate Foreseen going to go ahead and put a card to the bottom, and the sink below going to cover it all up. No sink. Oh, it's so cool to see these players literally just playing like face up with each other. Currently blocking 10.
Now keep in mind that this is 2 cards spent on Riley's side for 2 very good cards spent on Dylan's side. I would say, you know, it's arguable that 1 came out ahead. They both lost 2 cards, but you just took 2 D-reacts, which are pretty inefficient in their blocks overall, after also blocking an attempted breakpoint, because maybe it was just 1 with the boots. So at this point, you're getting these little exchanges of value, and Riley's coming out sometimes ahead. Can he keep that up, or is he just going to run out of steam eventually?
Bonds of Attraction. 1 with Go again. Thanks to the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Going to transcend now. Put a card to the bottom. Now Rising Sun becomes an Inner Chi. Mask of Recurring Nightmares can be activated. It is going to be Mask here, so Riley's losing a card whether he wants to or not.
Choosing to banish, here's the real question as we take a look as they filter through. A fairly red hand. That 3rd Kiss of Death is right there, pain in the backside, but chooses instead to just lose a red Infect, which does not have any merit on the side of Dylan. He can't access that. If it was a blue, he would.
Riley down to 23. Oh my! It's a blue. Another Bonds of Agony. You can see just a grimace there. That means the Persuasive Prognosis can be banished as well, and 1 life will be gained from Dylan, so he'll go up to 23. But like you mentioned, Steven, those are some blue cards in the banish zone for New to work with.
See how many cards here are in the grave.
And another 3 thanks to the Go again from the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks ability. We've seen some Slip Through the Cracks player utilize the Mask of Deceit to turn off the Go Again in defense, so that a player on the other side of the table might expect to have Go Again on the turn. You block with Deceit, you become a different Arachne, and then all of a sudden the Go Again goes away. But Riley had to use the Crown of Providence in this match just to try to keep a D-React around, and that D-React ended up still getting eaten up by Command and Conquer, so not as impactful there.
I think we heard Riley count his graveyard. I think he said 32. Might have said 32. If that's the case, he's starting to thin out as far as his deck is concerned. This is the final Kiss of Death. Both of the other 2 were played on the same turn. Not necessarily what you want to see if you're not going way over rate on that turn, because this card is so impactful. We haven't seen many recursion cards for that Kiss of Death yet. Take Up the Mantle has been pitched multiple times, I think, at this point. So that is still lurking around in the deck. So he does still have some amount of reach when it comes to damage available to him.
Pain in the backside. Threatens to mark. That one's going to go ahead and buy a block. In reacts, we're going to flick the Kiss of Death. 2 damage. Down to 21 goes Dylan.
I think he actually should be at 22 because he gained a life on that previous hit of the Art of Desire body.
Yeah, that just wasn't represented. Yeah, I said it would happen, but he didn't put it on the life total. So here comes now just Persuasive Prognosis for 1.
I mean, it's probably only 1, right?
Probably only one. Well, on this turn, I think we know it can only go up to 3 because it is a take up the mantle right in the arsenal.
The odds are pretty good.
So this is just pretty easy. Just block 3, block 3, block 3. That buys the whole turn. Back over to Riley. What are the last cards remaining for Dyllon to work with? Tunic goes up to 2. Leave no witnesses is pretty good.
Yeah.
2 Codex of Frailties in one hand is pretty bad.
It is very bad. Yeah, this is not how you wanted to draw it up. He had not seen a Codex in quite some time, maybe at all, and having them clumped like this in the deck is quite painful. He's going to have to give multiple cards here. He might just choose to pitch the Codex and play the CNC and sort of fall back in tempo a slight bit. But this Leave No Witness is so efficient to just buy back multiple cards. Trading 1 card for 2 of your opponents, especially after you've started to really thin your opponent's deck out, is quite good. And don't forget, there are 2 Bonds of Agonies sitting in the Banished Zone that Dyllon can activate if he chooses to activate new off of a Chi pitch.
You can hear the players discussing their moves.
Well, 2 of those.
You can kind of hear the players discussing their moves.
That's one of the interesting things about team events, and I think strangely a real benefit is being able to speak a different language. I think we played against Team Poland in that same event that you and I played, and they were able to speak in a completely different language, and they could just have the entire conversation right there. And the mind games that can come with that is pretty large. But he is going to lose the take of the mantle from the Banish there.
Codex off the top with the Leave No Witnesses. That is a devastating potential for Riley. He is losing some really good cards off the top.
Now, this is interesting. He's going to start with Codex of Frailty, which is going to force a card out of his own hand. It's not going to force a card out of Dyllon's hand. Keep that in mind. But he can go and grab a stealth attack.
Yeah, he's going to use this Codex to start with a Kiss of Death and then attack with the Command and Conquer. He thought that was more valuable than trying to keep around that random take up the mantle. But probably was not happy to see that Codex leave from the top of the deck. Here comes Kiss of Death.
Now, his options are fairly open here because I do think he's used 2 Tarantula Toxins. I think there's still 1 lurking around in the deck somewhere, so his hand could be representing that he has another one of those.
Take 4, down to 18 goes Dyllon. He's almost very likely down to 16 on this turn after the Kiss of Death. Here comes Command and Conquer. What's Dyllon working with?
Does look like he has 1 Chi in hand. He's just going to give 2 cards. He has the effective block. So many of the D-Reacts at this point have already been used that he did just have an effective blocking hand, but just in case, he tried to throw that CNC out there, maybe catch him a little bit off guard with a D-React there at the end. Nevertheless, he's going to flick to get some value off that Kiss of Death and move right along.
Ponder card right to the arsenal. There's a Frailty for Dyllon, so those daggers ain't doing nothing. Riley's going to draw up 4. That deck is absolutely starting to look thin. Let's see what Dyllon has to work with. It's a Bonds of Agony. It's a pretty good way to start. He's got the Tunic. He's got the Undertow Stilettos. I think he's got the Chi as well, so that means the Mask of Recurring Nightmares can join the party. This is going to be a challenge for Riley to get through. Oh, it's a that all you got that's left in the hand. He can't play that to the Command and Conquer. But with the Tunic counter, with the Undertow Stilettos, with the Grain that tips the scales, this Bonds of Agony is absolutely live. But the most damage it could represent is 5. So if Riley gives a couple cards, he will be able to get around this. However, he will also lose a card to the Mask of Freaking Nightmares, so he'll be down to just 1 card.
That is a lot of cards. I like how he stole his graveyard here. Oops, it's my graveyard now. No, that is a lot of cards in graveyard being presented. Both players actually running relatively thin as far as deck is concerned, but don't forget, recursion pieces aplenty in Assassin, as you can play Codex of Frailty.
No blocks. Riley's going to let Dyllon take whatever he wants here. That's pretty interesting.
He says, new, take the wheel, show me what you got.
You know what, I mean, Dyllon could, no, I guess the Mask of Recurring Nightmares would not, or excuse me, the new activation would not be enough of a reaction. Here comes the Path Well Traveled, giving go again. Oh, it wasn't the Grain, it was just the Path Well Traveled. Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Before, now this is a great sequencing here from Dyllon because Riley's still not sure if Bonds is going to be live, but staring down that tuna counter and that stilettos, you have to imagine it's going to be. There goes the Infiltrate, so that's the thing that Riley wants to insulate from the Bonds of Agony effect. And go ahead and check out the Banished Zone.
He's already pitched his chi for the turn, so he can't activate new. But
Until it just passes.
yeah, I think he's just going to
Dyllon
pass.
just passes. He says, you clearly are comfortable with me letting this Bonds of Agony hit. What a fascinating interaction between those two players. Riley said, no blocks. Dyllon said, fine, I'll just react once. And he's going to go ahead and keep that all you got in the arsenal, and that's going to be it on the turn. What an interesting turn.
Well, I think he only had the 2 attack reactions, right? So he can't get the effect.
No, because the
to
Undertow
trigger.
Stilettos. Because you can go, one is Undertow
that's true.
Stilettos,
Yeah,
and then the Slither.
Because
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
third
yeah.
one, yeah. So he could have done it.
So now it's Bonds of Agony for Riley, and now Dyllon has to think about this. He's got that all you got in the hand. I'm surprised that he didn't just slam it off. Yeah, it's not that exciting, I suppose, if it's not as much damage, but your opponent seemed to be okay with taking the damage here.
He's going to make a block here with Siren's Call. The 1 go again. Now, this does have the capacity to get very large very quickly. And he has his own 3 attack reactions as he wishes.
All right, close the chain. No reacts on the Bonds of Agony here. Both players just kind of staring at each other. Here comes an Infiltrate, coming in for 3.
And he's holding on to adjust the Nick, and he's holding on to a take up the mantle, and he has Flick Knives available so that he can mark on command, essentially, unless he's expecting there to be, another copy of Shelter from the Storm in the hand.
Dyllon, a battle-hardened winner in his own right, took down the battle-hardened attached to the Pro Tour in Baltimore. Here comes a Flick Knives. That's going to flick the Hunter's Clave after the block of the Double Trouble. Does Dyllon have a response? He has the Shelter from the Storm. Is he going to play it here? Is he going to discard it in response to just turn off the mark effect on this turn? There is the Shelter from the Storm, and you see Alex just lean back in frustration as that's going to prevent the Flick Knives once again, and it's so much more devastating on this turn because the mark was absolutely relevant with that take up the mantle.
And he's gonna do it anyway because that card is sort of wasted now, but the answer is there regardless because of the D-React. Such an interesting sequence of events from this turn cycle. We could probably look back at this over and over again and just think about what their thought process was. This would be a fantastic game to look back over after the fact.
Yeah, I'm curious what Dyllon is saving those Undertow Stilettos for. Maybe it's the Bonds of Agony in Riley's Banished Zone, because he had the kind of seemed like open potential to go for it on that last turn, but kept it around.
I mean, he's at the point now, too, where there's multiple threats in the Banished Zone, and there's such few cards in Riley's deck that he could just be looking to just send it as a last gasp scenario where you're really locking your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, just a Nick there in the arsenal that's destined for Riley. He doesn't have many targets left. Maybe kicking himself just could have resolved it on that first Bonds of Agony. But instead, just wanted to pass and let the value of just having your opponent block 3 and an attack for 1. But now it's going to be hard to get that just to Nick off.
Well, and knowing that that's your last copy of Bonds of Agony as well almost incentivizes you to maybe get the effect off and find something in the hand that really does slow down or like lower the threats in deck for your opponent, because the other 2 have been banished. The other 2 are live and playable for Dyllon because they're in Riley's Banished Zone.
What's the follow-up here from Dyllon? It's just going to be a blue into the silver. See what the random draw is off the top. Surgical Extraction, so that's just headed to the arsenal. It's not what Dyllon wanted to see. So once again, full tempo back to Riley. What can he do with it? Yeah, both of these players have very few cards left in deck, and he also has some chi in there as well. Now this is interesting. This attack currently doesn't have go again. Because, is he marked? Oh, it's got stealth, excuse me.
Yeah.
Stealth is going to get the go again just from Arachne's hero ability.
Yeah.
I was like,
No, Riley.
That's the benefit of Calicera, right? And
Yeah.
That's the other interesting kind of place that we're in right now, because if you keep flicking these knives, you have to keep recurring them by creating them again. Otherwise, you are out of the ability to sort of just pull cards from your opponent because you don't have a weapon anymore. And that's the point where they're sort of getting to, because both of these decks are very thin. These inefficient, like, D-react trades that Dyllon has been making has cost him a good bit in deck size because he's had to commit extra cards to blocking. But at the same time, he can afford that because at any point he can just pitch a chi and get one of those Bonds of Agonies from Riley.
Bloodrot Trap, we're seeing it in the pitch for the second time. Those cards have not lined up well for our slip through the cracks player.
Look at the positioning of Riley. He's on pins and needles right now.
Absolutely.
Just trying to see what he can get across. I mean, he's sitting at an opponent at 15 life, but that feels so much further away right now when your opponent has said every answer pretty much to the questions that you've been asking.
Here we go. That takes 2 more cards out of the block.
Now, pitch stack at this point actually matters very greatly.
Art of Desire Mine coming in. 1, go again. Now with the Tunic, if it's another blue, Dylan's able to go into either dagger into the Surgical Extraction. No defense reactions on play here for Riley. Does he want to take this one? We're going to count the deck. Let's listen in.
14 cards.
I think he said 17. Did you count 14?
I counted 14, but then again, it's all blends together as those red sleeves don't have the disc.
No block, go to reactions. You hear these players really discussing. Asking once again, any reactions? You definitely get the sense that Riley a little anxious.
Dylan sitting on 14 cards in deck as well.
But now 1 card off the top thanks to the Bonds of Memory, but it's not a blue, it's a red. That's not a threat density, but that's also not a card drawn for Dylan. Now let's see if it's a blue. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Spider's Bite here. This is, I think, going to be Surgical Extraction into Surgical Extraction with the Tunic.
Spider's Bite. There's the Tunic resource going to come down here soon. And there's the Surgical for 4. Again, very efficient, and it's a break point, and it's asking a very tough question.
So Riley here able to give 1 piece of equipment in that Bloodrot Trap. That still blocks for 3.
Yeah, he would have to give up Fjendal's Spring Tunic, and he can't give up Flick Knives. Though, you know, at this point, honestly, giving up Flick Knives might be a consideration because he's burned through so many copies of Kiss of Death. He does still have a Codex of Frailty lurking in the deck. I think he blocked with 1 as well, but he's played 1 as well. But that really encapsulates all the flicking that you might be wanting to do. So you could consider giving that up. He doesn't have a D-React. He's burned through basically all of those.
Yeah, and just giving 2 cards to this when you're already down to so few cards in deck. The Chi here are going to be so interesting for Dylan if he's able to utilize the threats in Riley's Banished Zone as like a pseudo extra set of threats, given that he's got some of those no-block Chis in there. Not too many.
Yeah, both players just trying to suss out what's left in each other's decks. At this point, there's so few left in both players' actual deck cycling through and through that they could probably figure out what's remaining. And if they're tracking themselves, they could know what's pitch stacked here.
Here comes the 4. Let's see how Riley wants to handle this.
Now, we do know one of the results. Yeah, that's right.
Let's give it another
check. We do know
check.
one of the results of this match. We do know that Alex over there on the left side, helping his partner Riley here, did indeed drop the match on Fang. So this could be the rubber match. This could be the match that just seals the deal, depending on how the Kano matchup is going.
Yeah, players here really giving this such a think.
Wait,
here we go,
just got an
Bloodrot
update.
Trap, yeah.
Kano took down the Enigma. So the result of this is the rubber match. And I'm just going to say it again, Kano beat Enigma. That, by the way, is a 30%er for a Kano. But you know who did it? Well, it's Blazing for Lethal.
Heart of Desire body here. 3, go again. Banish the top card on hit. Interesting, Riley keeping all the equipment around, using 2 cards to block. Eventually, this fatigue race is going to come down to the wire. The rubber's going to have to meet the road. No blocks. Razor's Edge here. Going to pump this up to 6, down to 9. Potentially goes Dyllon. Does he have a defense reaction?
He's hiding from all of us. No, he does have
that all you got.
one.
He has
Yes.
one. He has a that all you got.
It won't cover this up. It could be used to slow some of this damage leak down. It's not going to draw him the card. At this point, he has so few cards left in deck that drawing him the card might end up being a little irrelevant. He's really not looking to put on pressure. I think he does have a double chi hand, a double transcend hand. No, levels of enlightenment, and then one other thing.
Take 6, down to 9 goes Dyllon. What is the top of the deck hold for Riley? Well, actually, we have to see. Banish the top card of the deck, the Homage to Ancestor, so it's a blue, meaning that it will not draw the card. It's just going to be the tuna counter into 1 damage on the Graphene Calicera. Oh, but that all you got is going to shore it up.
Does get the value, losing a couple of points there, but drawing a card replacing itself. So, in a way, not losing too much at all.
There's the Justin X. We have 2 Justin X with 1 in the arsenal, 1 in the hand, and the Persuasive Prognosis. Riley needs to keep that card in hand to be able to really threaten something powerful on his next turn. What does Dyllon have cooking up after he took all this damage to head down to 9?
Oh, he's got a lot of options here.
A lot of options.
He's going to play that levels. And then in doing so, is going to represent 3 just for go again.
Yeah, interesting. Not utilizing the ability here to turn on new in response.
Yeah, no Passover being played. I think that's the chi card he has in hand, right?
Yeah, maybe waiting to just use the go again and then utilize the Passover here. Wait, yeah, interesting. Oh, yeah, excuse me, Passover, not Path Well Traveled. So going to banish another card.
Sure.
And then activate new most likely and come in with some threats from here. It's going to have go again because it's a stealth attack, and then the Codex of Frailty will be the follow-up. We're probably Persuasive Prognosis is the grab? Or just another Bonds of Agony.
Now all 3 Bonds of Agonies are actually in the banished zone, which is absolutely absurd. He hit 2 natural hits on Bonds of Agony for his opponent, and now all 3 of them have made their way in the deck. He has effectively 3 more cards than he did before just by pitching one of those chi cards into new.
Yeah, you can just feel the nerves from Riley here as this game is coming towards its conclusion. Dyllon looks up at the other side of the table. Alex grabs a card, says this is the one to put in. There goes the Shelter from the Storm into the Banish Zone. And it's going to be the Codex of Frailty. And you can see Alex here, a little bit of an excited nod, because now that Command and Conquer, if that is the grab, is something that Riley can think about. It is going to be the CNC. But what does he do about it?
6 damage the ask here. After it's sent over, of course, Ponder created, Frailty created. Does he just give 2 cards? Does he give up the arsenal? Can he play out this 3-card hand? You see the power that he's sort of pitch stacked. He has Persuasive. He has Just a Nick ready to go. He's going to offer them, though, as sacrifice to protect the arsenal.
Ooh, I don't know.
Both of these players have just put together a fantastic little end of a game for us.
I mean, do you just no blocks, lose the Just a Nick to go 3 into the 6 that the Persuasive Prognosis represents? Looks like that's going to be the call. There goes the Just a Nick from the CNC.
He wanted the double Just a Nick turn. He'd set it up. He double pitched them earlier, and yet he just has the 1 available to him. I think the tale of this game is just the fact that he was never able to resolve one of those Bonds of Agonies for its actual effect, because 2 were lost, and he chose not to activate on one of them. And instead he pitched and arsenaled so that he could set up this moment.
And that Just a Nick would have gotten value on that turn. He would have gotten that 5 points of value on the turn, and instead he just lost it to the CNC. That card's been sitting there for turn after turn. This is the game that decides it, folks. This is the match that will determine if there is a team that moves on to undefeated. And they're still not, I don't believe, technically locked if they win this one. They have 2 more rounds. They need to go X and 1. You need X and 2s, we are hearing, are just straight out. So you need to be X and 1 at the end of 8 rounds of Swiss to make it into the top 4. It's a huge ask on these players, and neither team wants to take that critical loss here. All the players are leaning in. You can see the spectators are starting to come to the feature match area. What's going to be the call here from Dyllon? Is it time for either of these equipment pieces to get in the way?
I think they have sussed out correctly that the card remaining in hand is just a nick, and then they don't know what the other card is. But knowing that that's just a nick means that this is a clear 2-block scenario. And then you have the question, okay, what's the other card? Is that something that I also have to worry about in this scenario, or is there, going to be a follow-up that's even worse that they can use the just a nick on?
Time is running out, 3 minutes and 15 seconds of this play. I don't know what happens if the game goes to a draw. These players got to continue. Most match points in the round are what dictates the end result. So if this is a draw, it would just become a double loss for both players. So these players got to play fast. That's going to be the block for 6. They've sniffed out the just a nick. They're going to go ahead and just utilize the pick up the point, and they're going to pitch away that just a nick to grab the dagger back. So now here comes 3. Go again. No blocks. Take 3. Down to 6 goes Dyllon.
Hunter's Clave now live for future turns, but the amount of turns left in this game are very small, as are the amount of cards in both players' decks. But New has the edge because she has Chi, and that means you can unlock the Banished Zone. The question is this where we see that begin to happen? Look at these double sync belows in response. This could actually blow out a turn, but he doesn't have anything to use the take up the mantle on.
I'm not sure the threats that Riley has left. Here comes the grain that tips the scales. There goes the Preserve Tradition, the double Transcend. Dyllon's going to be able to move on from here. He's still got the Undertow Stilettos. Time here, a little bit of an approximation. So we're not sure the exact amount of time left that these players have. Dyllon here with Ducci is going to be able to rip a card out of the hand with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares and continue this chain with the new hero ability if he so desires.
Riley here has counterplay. He has the ability to block this, obviously with Sync Below, but keep in mind, he's going to have to banish cards just about every turn from this point forward because of the activation of Mask of Recurring Nightmares. So he really doesn't have any more space and any more time left in this game if he wants to be blocking well. And he's going to Sync here, drawing into a new card. Spike with Blood Rot is what is being presented. He's going to look at the top, activating New.
Activate the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and now the Blood Rot Trap, I believe, could be active, right?
Gonna grab that.
I think Blood Rot Trap is if your opponent has played an attack reaction, it's live. I think. It's been a while since I played Outsiders Draft.
Let's see what he ends up
There
grabbing
it
here.
is. So yes, if this Blood Rot Trap comes out now.
Well, he's already covered the attack with Sync
Oh, we've
Below.
moved on. We've moved on completely.
And so this would be a different chain link, but he still has the response here if he chooses to. He's going to give that Spike with Blood Rot up. There's the activation.
We haven't used the Mask of Recurring Nightmares yet. I thought he already used it. I see.
Yeah, they have a time extension because I think perhaps the other match gained a time extension. Nevertheless, he has the ability to kind of cover this up, but what does he choose to lose? One of these cards is either just going to be pitch fodder or it's just going to make its way into the arsenal, and then New has the ability to draw back into these Chi and just full send whatever they can.
We're discussing this on the turn. Oh, looks like that is the real time in the round, so the players here having to make a decision. So this is going to be a tricky one to see just how this one resolves.
I'll be honest with you, I did not expect this match to go this distance.
Yeah,
I thought this would be...
Yeah, they're saying that they they've in the past been communicated with that they get time extensions for being on stream. And that timer there was, in fact, representing a time extension, it sounds like, with a little bit of an extra buffer rather than the true time here in the event hall.
So adds another layer of this end game here. With this going to turns, they have to find a way to resolve this, and this is the game that hangs in the balance for one of these two teams to continue their undefeated streak out of round 6 and into round 7, and one will basically have their back against the wall. It's crazy to think how back against the wall they're going to be because, like you said, X and 2s are out. They're dead for the top 4, and it's a top 4, not a top 8. These teams are playing out of their minds, though. With such great heroes and have created such great games, one of these teams is going to be pushed to the brink after this game, or both if it goes to a draw.
Yeah, this is a complicated endgame situation now all of a sudden.
You are describing the things that you can still do can be interpreted as pressuring.
Yeah, they're describing what they're allowed to say. Maybe, yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and come on back here as the players go ahead and resolve that one. I mean, let's be very clear. It's a little tricky to figure that one out, I think.
What a game, too. It's gotten down to just so few cards in deck, both players back and forth. Credit Dyllon for getting to that point, in the aggression that is Arachne slip through the cracks, and really has gotten both decks down to just the bleeding edge of what's left, but has the edge in the matchup currently because of the ability to pull from Banished.
Yeah.
But does he have the time? Does he have the space to actually close it out?
Yeah, because that turn he has the Persuasive Prognosis. It looks like he was representing that it had go again, because what did he start the turn with? Levels? I don't remember. But he could go, has the ability to utilize those cards in the Banished zone from the Slip Through the Cracks player. So that's just going to mean a lot of aggression, even in just those forms of those pesky little 1 attacks. If you can do dagger into that for a couple turns, that might be enough to buy, at least because, those cards have some disruptive effects. The Persuasive Prognosis, the Bonds of Agony, with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and the Undertow Stilettos that he kept around for probably this exact reason, for this fatigue state.
Yeah.
Seems like they're discussing what they're allowed to say because, of course, you cannot ask for a concession.
Right.
So they're going to go ahead and figure it out. Our producer's going to go ahead and see if he can suss out what's going on. But I'm not sure. I'll be completely honest. It might be a little bit of a weird ending to that game. And if that game ends in a draw, from what we're hearing, it's a double loss.
Yeah, it's a double.
It's a
yeah,
double loss
a
for
draw
both teams,
equals
which is not what you want to see.
No, it's not, because both of those teams are just sitting at the top tables, and rightfully so. I mean, we've seen more of those games, on Riley's side of things, on his team, with both Kano and now Fang and now him, all representing some just incredible play. And the same thing is true of the other team. Both players sitting at the top, undefeated for a reason. So we'd love to see that come to a conclusion, see where the conclusion resolves itself into.
Yeah. It also throws off. It throws off like the potential end state of this top 4, right? If you have a team that's supposed to be X and O, and a team that's supposed to be X and 1, and then they're both X and 1, all of a sudden you have a lot more X and 1s at this point in the tournament than you were, or not necessarily a lot more, but you have a team that should have been X and O.
Sure.
It's going to be X and 1. We're going to get an update here in just a moment. Let's listen in. They're going to continue playing. They do have a little bit of a time extension. The clarification has been reached, so it looks like there was a little bit more time. There's the Blood Rot Pox in response with the Blood Rot Trap. Now with the go again, looks like that's going to be the end of the turn. I guess, this one didn't have go again because it was an instance of Ancestry, of
Art of Desire.
Art of Desire body. So now
I want to point this out as well. I think this is hugely important. Regardless of where they stand, Riley literally has like 6 cards left in deck. And Dyllon is in a very good position, even though he only has about 6 cards left in deck, to be able to use the cards in the Banish from Riley. So he's in pole position, and now I think they've realized that this is the last turn of the game. He has to close it out here, because drawing up and passing on Riley's is that other turn, and I think he has to close it out here. He has 2 Chi, a Bonds of... is that a... Let's see if we can punch in there.
Yeah, that is just going to be...
They realize they can't cross the finish line, and he's not going to be able to punch through, and that's going to be the game. Double loss because of the draw.
challenging way to see this one end because of where these players were starting off in the tournament. It is, of course, nerve-wracking to play games when you are X and O, so this one is going to be a little bit of one we did not expect, but that does not mean these players are out of the tournament. If anything, it means they're playing for their tournament lives a little bit longer. Team events are not things we see all the time, and there are some intricacies to the rules when we play at the highest of level at the top of the tournament.
Yeah, these players are sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and now both teams are fighting for their lives. The drama just ratcheted it all the way up because it literally is anyone's games. There's teams out there that were sitting at X and 1 prior that were thinking we have to win out and hope that other people drop some games. Well, spoiler alert, everything just broke wide open. So don't go too far because round 7 is going to be right on the back of this one as we just hit time, and who knows what's going to happen on that one.
All right, bye.
We'll see ya. Drama galore at the end of round number 6, and now here we find ourselves in round number 7. This is the penultimate round before we cut to top 4. Yes, that's right. It's only top 4 in team events, and that means less room for losing games, losing matches. There's just no way for an X2 to actually make it, and there's no undefeateds remaining either. So really, it's anybody's game at this point.
Who knows?
You need to be locked here to see what comes of all of this craziness here in round number 7. Let's take a look at what we're going to be seeing this round.
Head-to-head upon your screens in a moment, and we have got a player we have yet to see. Oh my goodness, it's the team we keep focusing on, but however, we've only seen them win once and lose once. Let's see if they're going to go ahead and take it on this time. That is, of course, Naib, Shane, and Jonathan, but we're going to be focusing on Shane versus Marcus because we've got a Cindra for you folks, a Cindra on an X and 1 team. Whatever team loses this match is out of top 8 contention.
Actually, if I remember correctly, we have not seen this team win on stream because Naib was lit on fire by a Kano, and Jonathan was lit on fire by a 5.
Yes, the team won, but Jonathan lost in that round.
Indeed, that was the case. That being said, that was not a loss on their team's standings, and so they are, I believe, sitting at X and 1. And Shane here, we're going to be watching, is looking to carry their team just a little bit further on round number 7, going second against Marcus over on Cindra.
Aurora versus Cindra. This is another matchup I played a bunch last night, so I'm excited to see how this one comes across. Here comes 3 with Go again from the Ronin Renegade, and it is going to be the Mask of Momentum for Cindra.
Along with the blood-splattered vest and not the tunic that we saw being played by Phi earlier, but that is a lot more traditional, a lot more of what you expect blood-splattered vest for this hero versus what we saw Phi take out earlier.
Rising Resentment coming in, 3 more Go again.
Yeah, that's okay.
Turn 0, of course, a lot more apt to blocking, but keep in mind Aurora does have a lot of blocking capabilities, and as long as that blocking is on point, you can keep Cindra off of a mask trigger. The question is for how long and when do you have to actually give that mask trigger up? If you have shelter from the storm, you are able to avoid and dance around it a little bit more thanks to those the damage prevention that a kunai might accrue.
Interesting there. Marcus didn't want to go ahead and flick and pitch that last card away to bring the dagger back. Instead, just going to go ahead and arsenal and keep one of those cards in hand, so must value it more on this next turn. Let's see what Aurora is able to do. She's got an Arc Lightning and a couple of Lightning Surges.
Yeah, obviously you want those Lightning Surges, one of them into the arsenal if you can. If you start it there, that's great, but he is going to be playing this Arc Lightning, not trying to set up perhaps a larger turn. Instead, just going to use the Go Again effect that it grants the next thing to probably pass on to one of those lightning attacks.
4 Go Again, 1 Arcane. You've heard it when playing Aurora. You'll hear it some more Aurora, I'm sure. Yep, that's what point of the day we're at, folks. Here comes 4 on the chain. That's going to go down. Let's see. Taking the 1, taking 4 down to 35, then the 1 Arcane down to 34 from the Arc Lightning.
They got there eventually. Yep, it's that time of day. All these players have been playing since about 9:30. We're approaching, what, 3 o'clock now? Nope, just kidding. It's 4:12. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun playing Flesh and Blood here in Milwaukee. And Ravenous Rabble, with its own natural Go Again, revealing a Snatch, is going to make its way to the combat chain. 4 Go Again, and it's going to result in 1 ping of Arcane on resolution.
No blocks, no reactions.
And then take 1 Arcane?
Take 1 Arcane, so should be down to 29 goes Marcus.
The race is well and truly on.
Gonna go ahead and just a couple things to shore up as we see a little bit of some freezing from one of our players. So we're gonna go ahead and take care of that. Let's see just precisely, though, how Cindra wants to navigate this next turn. Have to see if Shane is going to keep that Lightning Surge for the Arsenal.
That's
or
what I would think.
Throw it. Yeah.
We can just kick it there.
So
I'm at 39, taking 4.
Yep.
So 35.
And then 1 Arcane.
And then 1 Arcane.
Check, check, check. Test, test, test.
Oh.
Chat, let us know if you're here.
Oh, we back.
You know, that was just
so back.
That was planned. It was such a good Arc Lightning turn, it broke the stream. Yet, nevertheless, here we are, yet again, Ravenous Rabble, as we saw just a moment ago. Thanks for sticking with us. It's going to come for 4 Go Again. It's going to present that Arcane. We did see just this exact thing. Funnily enough, the game we watched previous to this was this, grind fest, back and forth affair, blocking, attacking, trying to, get cards in the banish zone, whereas this matchup is more akin to a knife fight in a bathroom. It's going to be up close and personal. It's going to be over quickly, and you're going to need to call the custodian because there's going to be a lot of blood at the end of this one. And that 4 is going to take the damage. Plus the 1.
Yeah, look at this. The Lightning Surge just going to come out for no Go Again here unless the Snapdragon Scalers are committed to turn the Arc Lightning from a 0 to 3 into a 0 for 4. But Shane looks like he's saying, all right, dude, you're not blocking? I'm going to make you take even more damage than you might have expected. And actually going to maybe buy a block from Marcus.
I'm kind of surprised by this sequence right here. Sending that Lightning Surge instead of giving it to the Arsenal. Maybe trying to play around a possible Arsenal disruption piece, which Cindra does present from time to time, but instead just going to send it for 4, and then finally a block is actually made, but still a 3-card plus Arsenal hand at 28. I mean, the race is really on because you're going to have to play catch up pretty quickly, and look at that over in the hand of Shane. That is a Channel the Lightning Valley.
And a Scar for Scar, meaning Shane is hoping to take 13 damage on this turn to turn that thing on. Let's see if Marcus will oblige. Oath of Loyalty 4, Go Again. only Draconic cards, but I think that's not going to be a problem for Cindra to deal with.
Yeah, funnily, at this point, he's actually incentivized to allow the card draw from Mask of Momentum to try and get to a low enough life total to actually send the Scar with Go Again.
3, Go Again. Going to go ahead and mark on hit, and we saw the Art of the Dragon Fire get blocked with. So one of those fealty payoffs already in the graveyard.
Okay. Let's.
Deciding whether to flick here. I mean, he knows that there's no block being committed. He's asking the question whether or not he wants to send a D-react, but everything suggested that he was willing to take that damage. No flick here makes some amount of sense. Maybe he's thinking, okay, he's going to perhaps play around and block on this third chain link or just give me the mask draw.
Blaze Headlong now, 4 Go Again. This threatens the draw. Now the Flick Knives are still around to keep this chain going. No blocks.
No reacts.
No reacts. Take 4 down to 29 goes Shane.
And that will trigger the mask. That is going to draw a card. He is so close to setting himself up to draw a card off of Channel Lightning Valley and present 4 with Go Again to start the turn off.
Display loyalty here, just going to come on down. This is what Shane needed. He needed to go lower than 28.
Yeah. Okay. So just however you want to represent you.
They're grabbing the both fealty because there was a mark after the hot on the heels, and now the Blaze Headlong had already hit, and now the display loyalty just creates the fealty.
Okay, so it's 4 total.
He is going to flick here. Just going to get the value off it, which means he's probably keeping the arsenal to himself. Just going to hold on to that, perhaps. Grabbing that back and passing on over. Do we know what's in the arsenal for Marcus? I think the...
No, this was from the turn 0.
Right, I think the little pause there, I don't think we ever caught it.
Yeah, so not something that's going to be deployed just yet.
He's going to start with a Scar, and then all will be revealed. Marcus will say, I see.
4 Go Again. So I'm lower life.
Yep, there it is. Aha! The eyes made over on the Marcus side.
No blocks.
No blocks, 4 Go Again.
Now, at this point, he's going to flash in the
I am going to play this
Channel the Lightning Valley. Now, interestingly enough, he doesn't have a lightning card to pitch to this to keep it around for a turn, but this is a race. Oh, and what an answer.
Shelter from the Storm going to respond. That's a good 4 block.
He's going to try to send 4 again, does he? No, he does not. It is 2 Go Again.
Huge moves here off the top of the deck. Now Marcus can just give a single card to block with this one.
Well, you know what's interesting, though? He's already committed one thing to blocking at this point. Is he going to commit something else to blocking here to stop the card draw? Because if he does, the next thing that's going to be sent is a snatch representing a double draw that could be snapped on top of to send more damage. And this is a race. You're just full sending.
Well, and at the moment, you haven't seen a lightning card. So if you're Marcus, you're saying, well, maybe you don't have one, and maybe you're looking to draw one here. Here comes the snatch. Snatch for 4. Marcus has to block this one, but he said, I don't want to do this. But he is going to go ahead and stop the double draw. I don't blame you for not wanting to, but it's definitely correct, Marcus.
Yeah.
No doubt, my dog. Shane went to 25 to do this, and you've just stuffed the whole turn. You still have a couple cards to work with here. And that Channel Lightning Valley is not sticking around.
Yeah, that's a massive choice, and it's a good one that he made that. He still has 2 cards plus an arsenal, I believe, or is he just holding a singular card plus the arsenal? Either way, if he has any ability to send some amount of damage and just get him a little bit lower, then he can start to leverage his own life total and threaten mask draw turn after turn. He's going to pop the fealty, and is he just going to send a 1 for 5? Oh, no, it's a 0 for 4 Go Again. Art of the Dragon Blood.
Coming in for 4 with Go Again and would discount the next card played if it is Draconic. Huge move here would be if it was that Art of the Dragon Fire. You flick the kunai, you get the resource, you come in for the 7 with that other fealty made.
A bit of an awkward hand on the other side. You've got 2 0 for 4s. The ability to go again is great, of course, but then you've got essentially just 2 pitch cards.
How are we doing, sir? How are we doing?
Here, Marcus
Trying to
asking
remember all the dice.
how a gentleman is doing. Let's see just how Shane wants to deal with this 4. No blocks. Down to 21 he goes. Marcus, you're thinking on flick.
Mm-hmm. I guess the question is, if you flick now, are you more incentivized to just arsenal whatever card you have, or is that card worth sending to send your opponent even lower? I mean, at this point, he's going to be effectively at 21 or 20. Is that enough of a life lead to feel comfortable playing 5-card hands for the next, 3 turn cycles or so?
Here comes Flick Knives. Here comes Kunai.
And then I'm going to do the... Yep.
There's the counter on the blood splattered vest. What is that for? If not for a 1 for 5, maybe it's the kunai?
Now, he has the capacity to pop a fealty again
Yeah,
and then turn it in.
sure.
So that would discount the 1 for 5 at this point because
true.
Art of Dragon Blood. So maybe he's just going to buy back the dagger or send a dagger and buy back the dagger that way.
Yeah, he's just looking to get some value here because he knows this game might not last very long. He wants the
Exactly.
value out of that blood-splattered vest. He wants to basically get 3 tunic turns on demand. 1 damage going to be taken down to 19. Goes Shane, but he's got plenty of armor still to work with. Follow-up is the Blaze Headlong. Here's 4. This represents the draw. This is going to buy some equipment back.
He's going to block here. 4 go again. Completely blocked out. Activates Cindra. Grabs the 1 dagger.
And then this dies.
That dagger is going to make its way out of the game for now. And he's going to be left with 1 dagger. Now, being, 1 dagger versus 2, sometimes you can get into a little bit of a sticky scenario, especially when you know you need to flick to, force something through. But you can manage it. Being daggerless is truly the danger zone for Cindra because you can't push mask triggers. And in some cases, you can't even, really play out a hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Grasp with the Arc Knight for a rune chant.
CLV coming my way.
I wish.
No CLV here. He's just trying to utilize all the cards here. Here's 1 and 4 go again. 1. Marcus has to take down to 27. No AB. No SV. No Spell Void.
I'm going to declare no blocks.
Shocking. No blocks from Cindra.
23.
And instead, it's going down to 23. He's going to send here with the Fuse. Going to reveal that he does indeed have written in the stars.
We'll go again.
Yeah, I'm just, can I read this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great embodiment lightning. If you
Yeah, but here's the thing. No lightning card has been played. That's been the bane of Shane's last 2 turns. That means he's going to make the embodiment. He's going to draw the card, but he's not going to be able to swing that star fall.
Oh,
Yeah, we're good.
19 plays 19.
Yeah, so I'm going to play this.
yep.
Written in the stars. Going to go ahead, make the embodiment, and draw the card for the arsenal.
And Arsenal pass.
So that 1 card did turn this next hand for Shane into a 5-card hand. He's got the embodiment of lightning. He still has plenty of armor to work with. What is Marcus able to do off the 4-card hand that he has?
He's got a chain starter. He's got multiple chain starters. Now, this is Oath of Loyalty. Going to start with a 0 for 4. A pretty good, solid way to start any given turn. He has the ability to flick on this, so he has the ability to threaten that Mask of Momentum draw, and he's got his opponent at life parity with him on full tempo. So Mask at this point is a real consideration for Shane. He's going to take the first 4 here, but he's got to really think about how he wants to use equipment block and if he can manage to stop the flick effect from actually connecting.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Lava Vein Loyalty, 3 go again.
People can read ours. It's not like we're pumping it like crazy, Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're good, Shane. We can read it. We appreciate your consideration. So let's see, Shane, if he gives a block here, Flick Knives can keep the hit train alive. The hits will just keep coming. Today's top hits. Top 20 on the radio.
At this point, he's going to be a little stuck making the same 2-card block play like turn after turn. So at some point, he's going to have to try and pivot. But he's at the life deficit, which is pretty tricky for an Aurora shooting star against a Cindra that's just hair on fire.
Does still have some equipment here, so could give a 2 block from the Crown of Providence and 1 block on either the Carapace or the Grasp. It's the armor from Aurora that can start to feel so overwhelming sometimes. These Runeblade suites just block so well. Access to Lightning Greaves, Starlight Striders as well. in the Armory deck. Zap Clapper is doing so much work in so many matchups. Static Shock is going to be the block here. Flick Knives is going to go ahead. And, yep, keep the hit train alive. Down to 14 goes Shane.
Yeah, the fact that he has no prevention on this specific turn, no shelter from the storm on this turn, really means that he's going to be priced in to trying and stopping this right here. It is just going to come for 3. And so another card here or, you know, a combination of equipment means that he can try to keep some amount of threats for his own turn. Is that an Arc Lightning in the arsenal?
Looks like it might be. That might have been the random card off the top. This one, yeah, we're just going to give the 2 pieces of equipment. Does Marcus have something like an Ancestral Empowerment to get over the top? Or is it just going to be what looks to be big Lava Burst? Marcus here looks like, yeah, it's just going to be the Lava Burst. Comes in for 5. Threatens to put Shane down to 19. Marcus just playing off of 4 cards this whole game.
All the way down to 9 if he takes this, and that's a large life gap when you're playing a race like this. So, Skyward Serenade perhaps is what the call from chat is. Thank you, chat, for always looking out, and that's why we came back.
Shane leaning over, asking his teammate, "How's it going?"
Leans over, says, "How's it going?" It's going a little rough right here. As he's staring down a Lava Burst for 5, he's going to drop to 9 if he doesn't make a block here. But what does he do on his own turn? He's got the ability to play out some damage. It is a Skyward Serenade, as we see there.
That's a really good turn from Shane if he keeps these cards. He's got Go Again 2 different ways. He's got the Burn Up Shock to threaten the break point of the additional 4, turning that card to a 0 for 5. You can go 4, 4, 4, 5, 17. Threaten to put Marcus down to 2, excuse me. Down to 9 goes Shane. No draw. Cindra's going to bring back both these daggers.
And now we're going to have an explosive finale here. This is well set up for a lot of drama in this close as he draws up his 4 cards and what appears to be, or what could be, a very powerful turn in the making here.
Both of these cards coming in. 1 Arcane. Down to 18 goes Marcus. Let's see what it's going to be. Yep, that Arcanic Shockwave. That's the fuse. So 1 and 4 on hit. Deal 4.
Keep in mind that the Embodiment of Lightning is already giving this Go Again, so you don't even have to worry about, you know, popping Snapdragon Scalers. You have the Arsenal available to you as well, which is unknown by Marcus. He has no way to really tell what that is, but he does know that at least 4 more damage is, you know, on the pipeline. So he's going to take, looks like he's going to take the Arcane from this as well as the damage. I don't think he's well, maybe he's choosing to block.
Let's see how Marcus wants to go ahead. Try to shore this one up. He's got a block on the vest, a block on the knives, 2 block on the mask.
Yeah,
Is
if
he willing
he's
to
just
commit
looking
them?
at this as like a, you know, like the remaining damage on board is 4 + 4 + 4 from the burn up. He's looking at 12 damage.
You heard Marcus say, should I go to 9 and play that with
How many
you?
snatches have you seen?
One?
One?
Yeah.
No, you've seen 2.
Oh. Did I play one? Or I may have blocked
You
it.
blocked
I
one.
blocked it. I blocked it very
Yeah,
very
blocked
easy.
on that very first turn, turn 0.
Shoot. Do you have the snatch? I know you have.
It's a great question because forcing yet another card draw is basically just death if Marcus allows it to hit. But you're never going to know that until the end of the turn.
Yeah. You know it's gone in a flash in the hand.
I'm just going to say.
It's here. Call is no blocks. Down to 9 goes Marcus. Burn up is going to trigger. He's going to say the all-important phrase, show me what you got. Skyward Serenade going to be coming in.
Yep.
So yeah, no, I did my math wrong. If this all goes the way of Shane, if these 2 cards come out for 4 apiece, Marcus would head on down to 1. That means a shock on the next turn would just do it.
Mm-hmm. And it was all because of that extra point from Arcanic Shockwave.
Excuse me, or a Sigil of Suffering.
Yeah, it could also be a sigil of
Marcus
suffering.
just can't really go down to 1, can he?
He's going to have to commit some amount to blocking. I mean, no matter what, because one turn cycle later, you just make a rune chant and win the game, right? So he's going to have to commit here to blocking, and he's going to have to really ask, what can I do with less than 4 cards? He's got a wax on. Ooh. What can I do with less than 4 cards available to me? He has a chain starter in Brand with Cinderclaw.
Interesting. Didn't want to utilize it. Wanted to wait on the wax on here. Most likely was going to take the burn up unless he just fully committed to blocking on that turn.
I think he was very worried about Snatch, as he mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Like that card draw could represent so much that I want to stop it at that moment. When he saw that it was Skyward Serenade and he knew that Skizik was coming out, he would be able to just cover either that or the extra 4 damage after it with that wax on.
No blocks reacts. There's the wax on. That's going to cover that up entirely. Which means that this Gone in a Flash is now the end of the turn. Comes in for 4. Threatens to put Marcus to 9.
Marcus at 9. He could go all the way down to 5 here, right?
Absolutely.
5, a little bit more comfortable to be at, but so many of these cards in Aurora attack for 4, yeah? And any of those, if not committed to, being stopped completely, puts him right back in this scenario. So is he possibly thinking about, just a chip block here so that he can keep himself above a 4 attack plus 1, ping of Arcane?
Yeah, Marcus, is he able to rip some cards out of Shane's next hand? That's the real question.
Oh, this is a good block. A breaking point, you're never going to get the value off of that. It's just a 1 for 5. You can't afford it. You can't pitch it. You might as well put it in front, save your life a little bit, only go to 8, and now you can still play a decent amount of damage for 2 cards as Cindra, and you can still flick. And look at this. There's the Sigil of Suffering in Shane's hand. So because he made the right play, he did not open himself up to immediately losing the game right here. He's going to send that Brand 4-3 with Go again. Sigil of Suffering on the offer, perhaps. He's waiting for that 0 for 4. He's going to flick. He's going to send the point. Oh, and he does take a resource. Trying to get everything out he can.
Down to 5 goes Shane after taking that 3. And it's going to be the Hunted. This is coming in for 5, and this does demand either that piece of equipment or more from Shane. And if he just gives the Dyadic, he's dead to Flick Knives on his next turn.
Yep.
Really nice play here from Marcus. This is going to demand a card. Might just take that Sigil of Suffering. Looks like that is going to be the call. Reactions is going to be 1 Arcane. Down to 7 goes Marcus. Blocking 4 is that Sigil of Suffering. So taking 1 is Shane, down to 4.
And he managed to get him low enough at 4 that both of these players are really balanced on that knife's edge to see how these next 2 turns really filter out. 3 cards in hand, going to draw up to 4. A little bit tough blocking sometimes from the Cindra side. Let's see if he shows us his hand, what he ends up representing.
I saw Ignite. I think, times 2. Let's see what the play is here. It's going to be the Skyward Serenade. If Marcus just calls no blocks, he's just dead. It's a Lightning Press in hand. So if it is the no blocks call, that is going to be the game here.
And it's really tough, too, because this is a deck that obviously predicates itself on really not blocking and respecting it, and it sometimes doesn't have the capacity to block very well.
God, if you have the Lightning Press, I just die.
Yeah, Marcus, no, that is true. If he has the Lightning Press, you do, in fact, just die.
And this is a great time to go and count the graveyard as well.
So let's see. Marcus wants to navigate the potential of just dying, as he said. Yeah.
I think both players also looking down the table, double-checking where their team stands as far as the rankings are concerned, how important this game's result is. Both other teammates are still playing their game.
We're so good at this.
Aurora versus and Verdance Enigma.
We told them, like, you sure you want us on screen?
That's what we tried to tell them.
Players here bemoaning the fact that they're not very good at putting the damage dice down, but it's okay. You know, everybody's learning.
This is a tough moment because you see the hand full of 2 blocks, and he's going to have to make some decisions based on how he wants to if he wants to even have a turn. He is going to try and just commit some equipment here.
And this will shore up the potential lightning press.
Block 3, take 1.
Take 1, down to 6.
No reactions from you?
No reactions.
All right, going to 6.
Yep.
And now, if it's a blue on top, this lightning press is no longer lethal. But that's not likely. Let's see what the top of the deck shows us.
It happened earlier, but it did not happen this time, and there it is again. Now, smartly didn't play it on this first one, possibly baiting his opponent into making an inefficient block or not respecting the damage, but he's going to do the right thing, and that's check to see how many of them have been played, and he's going to realize, oh, yeah, it's 0.
Yeah.
And if he presses, or might have a press.
Yeah, Marcus, it's true. He might have a press because he does. He does have a press. So if you give 3 block here, the attack goes up to 7. You block 4, you take 2. If you just give the flick knives, if you block just the 2, you would go to 1, and then a Sigil of Suffering or a Shock just ends the game.
Yeah, putting him this block is dangerous because it, like you said, it sets him to 1, and we already saw 1 Sigil of Suffering do work, but Shock as well. That's a bit scary.
Yeah, I feel like you give the flick knives here. And then maybe Shane just keeps the lightning press for another turn.
It's just so hard to give up the piece that makes your deck what it is. I know at this point you can't force draw cards anymore because Mask is making its way to block here. And Flick Knives is really that last resort. But having the ability to put your opponent down to 1 themselves and then win off Flick Knives is sort of the foil to what Aurora is doing here.
That's what he said.
Let's see what the call is from Marcus. He might go to 1, and then it is on Shane to find one of those arcane damage effects. There are many left in the deck.
This block will decide.
You can see Marcus turning and asking his teammates, like, are you guys cool with this? This is the call I think I'm going to make.
This is so incredibly important. I love that he's queuing in and checking in with his team.
Hey, you've been doing good. That's kind of true. You've been following your heart, and you're here.
You could have a snatch. If you have the lightning press, it puts me to 1. Whatever. I'm just going to do this.
Okay.
Block 2.
I do it.
Okay.
Does have the press. Up to 7. Down to 1 goes Marcus. And the arcane damage closes out this game from here. Marcus played around it, though. He was aware. He was playing correctly. He was checking the graveyard. He did not just die to the thing. The question is, has Shane put himself into position?
No burn-up shot.
They both know. They both know what's to be expected, and let's see.
Oh, it is the Sigil
and he has the Sigil of Suffering.
That's the end of this game, folks.
No matter what, no blocks, reactions, win the game.
But look, Shane here might actually block with the card and wait to see if he can bait out something like a Shelter from the Storm or see all the cards in the hand.
Yep.
But that is inevitability. I mean, have we seen a Shelter from Marcus?
Yes, I believe
so
we did.
Yeah. So Shane might be thinking, are you trying to do the big bluff, the big double bluff? Because you have the Lightning Valley and the Sigil. And you also just win the game when you play it. But he is worried about the Shelter from the Storm, 100%.
Exactly. That's the only thing that you can play around at this point. The only thing that you have to worry about and play around is that Shelter from your Storm from the opponent.
Yeah, and before we do that, well, yeah, no, I already played it. I was going to say, I should have popped the field team.
I should have popped a field. Shane says, oh, gotcha.
Yeah, okay.
That's a bummer for you.
Yeah. It's not going to matter here in just a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can pop that fealty if you want. It's fine. Yeah, take back. No big deal. You're dead.
All right, so we'll pop the field team.
Yeah, you can say you popped the fealty.
In response, here's death.
It's not going to matter, my brother. All right. Oh, he's just going to go ahead and block the 3.
No reacts.
No reacts. Marcus doesn't know what's coming yet.
You're okay with that? Me doing
Yeah, Shane's fine with it. No, Marcus.
I think he knows,
no, Marcus.
I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, Marcus, I think Shane's okay with giving you the fealty. It's going to be all right.
Well, I mean, it's just to make, like, the chains happen.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, Shane's like, no, dude, you're good.
Just play the next card.
You're dead.
I just need you to play the
You're
next card.
dead,
Please,
but
just
you
play the
are
next card.
good.
No, you're all good. Continue, please.
You're good. You're dead, but you're good. You're good. good guy Shane out here, guys. Let's just get some good guy Shanes in the chat. He is playing around the shelter, but
No, 100%.
it is tough to watch. Here comes the ignite. Here comes 3.
Coming across.
No blocks, reactions.
Oh no, do you have it?
Oh, he
And then
does
he
have
sees
it,
it.
and
He
there's
sees it
the
the
fist
whole-
bump.
I just want to be sure, like, so you had to show me shelters.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Shane.
He played
said
one.
You showed shelters, but down to 0 goes Cindra, which means Aurora, shooting star, gonna take it.
Yep.
Shane Martin is your victor. We still have more games to be completed. Let's see what the update is. Show me results. We just have the one result, which means, folks, we're going to go run over, switch the camera, and see if we can figure out who's going to win this next one, because we don't have much time remaining in the round. So we'll be back in just a quick second with one of the next 2 games from this match. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we've got one more game remaining in this match, and it is for all of the marbles. Let's just dive right down into it, because whoever wins this one takes down the match and stays alive to fight for the top 8. We've got Verdance versus Enigma, and this one is close. We've got 2 counters on a channel, the Millennium Tree. If the Verdance wins this one, they are going to be able to put their team in contention for the top 4. If they lose, This round goes the way of our Enigma players team. 2 counters on the Millennium Tree, but a Phantasmaclasm on the combat chain. Let's see just how Jonathan wants to handle this. This is once again the Verdance player that put this deck on the map in Memphis.
And has exactly what they want on the board and channeled the Millennium Tree. Of course, they have Surge and Aethertide. They have a full grip. Looks like they do have D-React. Something was sunk from the Phantasmaclasm, but something was redrawn in its place. Looks like it was maybe another Rootbound Carapace. We'll have to take a look here in a moment. Is that a Scar as well? Probably brought in to deal with some of these this ward board that could create in this scenario. But looking over on the side of Enigma, it does appear that they presented Arcane Barrier 3 into this matchup. So very much respecting the power of the wizard and also leveraging the beauty of the blues that they have in their deck. The blue count is high. So leveraging both of those things has put them to just a slight deficit in life. But here at the end of the game, post Stormstriders, keep in mind, no more Stormstriders available. This is do or die here for both players.
Yeah, I wonder what those Stormstriders were used on. I don't know if there's a good spell in the hand on this turn. Verdance is likely turned on.
She has a healing potion in the hand, so something to play, but this is not the Waning Moon version of the deck. This is Surge and Aethertide, so they are indeed going to decompose here, and that's going to block for 4. And in doing so, they're going to take 5 down to 4 themselves.
Grabs the Plume of Evergrowth, which is a nice little cool play there. Down to 4, yeah, like you said.
So you do have the capacity to send 4 Arcane, but it's just going to buy a blue out of the hand after Enigma loads back up. So you kind of want to send like Scar here, plus, pitching to send the Surgeon for 4.
Yeah, Scar for the Scar. Scar for Scar looking great right now. Attempting to put this Enigma down to 4. As the Amp 3.
But the perfect answer in sync below is in the hand of our Enigma player over here. Going to be able to answer that with basically impunity. Question is, which card do you pitch and which card do you arsenal? Healing Potion and Rampant Growth Life are the 2 remaining cards. Either of them can be pitched to send the Surge and Aethertide. There's the presentation of the sync. And Healing Potion, at this point, probably a little too little and a little too late, whereas Rampant Growth Life can make its way out of the arsenal at instant speed to gain 1 at the very least if you had to.
Yeah, but maybe you just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which card gets pitched into the Surge and Aethertide for 4 Arcane here.
Jonathan, a master of the deck, he would know the call, and here in just a moment we're probably going to see what the lineup is. He could also just play the Healing Potion and then arsenal the Rampant Growth Life, but you lose out on 4 Arcane damage in doing so from the tree. That tree is going to take a hike after this, basically. If you're playing the Healing Potion here, you're consigned to trying and comboing on your next turn so that you can pop that plus the Rampant Growth to amp for essentially 3.
The camera so excited about this game, just jumping for joy.
Doing its best impression of ship on the high seas in honor of the upcoming set. He is going to indeed... Oh, he's going to pitch the Rampant Growth, so he's holding on to the E-Pot, or the H-Pot, if you will, the Healing Potion, and maybe he's just going to send that onto the board after this. So he's going to not arsenal anything. Instead, he's just going to end with the Healing Potion.
Down to 5. Goes Enigma. Oh, wait, yeah, you can just play the Healing Potion here because it's an instant.
It's interesting because it does set you up to, pop and gain 2, but it doesn't have an inherent combo attached to it because that Rampant Growth Life made its way to the bottom of the deck. So this line a little different than anything I would have thought, but he is the master, and he's sitting here at X and 1 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is it pops gains, and then it can threaten whatever ward that is presented from Enigma, right? Because it'll also ping with
your
Verdance.
hero power's turned on.
Yeah. He's also got a Heartbeat of Candlehold. That could be so nice on this next turn. Here comes, it looks like just 3. Go again.
Yeah, incidental arcane pings could be the way through this matchup. When your opponent's at 5, being able to gain life in short spurts, like you said, and just triggering point after point of arcane damage, especially when your Tunic's on 3, means that holding on to, if you can pull it off, of course, on this turn, depending on what else is presented after this, holding on to that singular, what was it? 1 blue. My brain has gone blank. He's going down to 1. And the CNC follows it up.
CNC follows it up. No defense reactions can be played. Does he have the 2/3 block to put in front of this Command and Conquer?
And it allows him to maybe hold on to that Heartbeat of Candle hold. That was the card whose name eluded to me.
He's got E-Strike. He's got the Heartbeat, but it looks like the Heartbeat might be the 3 block he needs here.
So E-Strike certainly being offered as the block. It looks like that's the combination that they're looking to play. Yeah, losing that Heartbeat here means that you don't get the 3 individual pings. We can assume that Verdance is online based on those banishes alone at this point. We're not sure how many turns into the game this is.
You know this matchup more. You played it way more than
You can hear Shane saying, no, you know this matchup more. You've played it way more times than me. I don't know if I'm the right one to give you advice. They're going to check out the graveyard, see what could be coming on this next turn cycle.
Small earthquake taking place. Our wonderful producer, Ethan Van Sant, stands back up just to see if he can figure out why that shake is occurring. But either way, 6 is being presented, and 2 cards are going to make their way to the combat chain to block this out. I think holding on to that Heartbeat of Candle hold alongside of what looks like another healing potion. Is he going to give this? Oh, he is going to block with the Heartbeat of Candle hold. And he's just going to hold on to what looks like Fruits of the Forest. Yum, yum.
Yeah, so have to imagine he's going to gain 2, ping for 1. This is where we have to see if our Enigma player is going to respond. 4 minutes remaining in the round. Does have a blue in the hand in the truce. And only 4 minutes remaining.
It's like Fang. No AB in here.
No AB?
No response to you playing it. I will AB.
Oh, will AB.
3, correct?
Burns triggers. There's the AB. Plays the other H-pot and passes the turn. Passes good. That took a card out of Enigma. Draws a bunch of 3 blocks. Every card in that hand blocks for 3. But what is Enigma going to be able to present on this turn?
They do indeed. Blocking is not going to be an issue for Verdance here. Those 2 healing potions on the board can indeed represent more pings of arcane damage. They can also combo with Rampant Growth Life if needed, but here's the block with the Emeritus Scolding and another Phantasmaclasm representing 9, and he's going to sink one of these cards to the bottom, redraw it after the fact.
But even if a card doesn't block, he has the Tunic to stay alive at 1, but he did draw another 3 block.
It's going to give the entire hand to block here, and the question is, does he pop a healing potion to try and keep some amount of pressure on with just a ping of arcane? No boots, no striders at this point is just huge. We mentioned it earlier, but it's even more important to point out that at this point, if you've already popped your striders, you're playing what's called a post-striders game. And in doing so, in something like Verdance, it's very difficult to really present, just dangerous threats to your opponent at any point without just amping.
7-ish minutes we're hearing for these players. It's like Jonathan here going to decide, does he crack the healing potion and kind of see how his opponent responds? Crack the healing potion, gain 2, see if your opponent ABs before you crack the second one. You're leaving your opponent this time with a full 4-card hand.
It also ends up putting you at life parity with your opponent, giving you a little bit more space to block. If there's a third Phantasmaclasm. Now, we just came into this game towards the end, so we don't know if a third one's already been played, but we've seen 2 on stream already. So if there's like a third one lurking, I guess we can try to take a peek as he flips through here.
No, it's on him. I did you back up? Yeah.
Sorry. I thought it was on you.
Let's see. Feels like to put yourself in a position to pivot. I mean, listen, again, I haven't played enough Verdance. I don't know if Jonathan needs those healing potions to get over the top and get over the finish line for the combo. Don't know if he wants to use them to buy some space on this turn, get up to 7, be able to take some damage.
The question really comes down to how much damage can he really push over the top of AB3 thanks to the Surge and Aethertide. He is going to activate 1. He's going to gain 2 life, go up to 5.
Verdance trigger is going to buy a card, it looks like.
Yeah, and just passing right there. I think this is probably the best line of play, but also look at the deficit of cards.
Yeah.
Verdance down to the wire here, whereas Enigma very healthy. And has a felling of the crown.
Has a felling, but I'm not sure if he even drew the blue. Gesture here is going to create a spectral shield. Comes in for 1. And this is where you have to imagine an Astral Etchings is waiting in the wings to pump this thing up to 5.
Does he have it? He does indeed, and that's going to come across for a large chunk. But the response here is going to be a Rootbound Carapace.
We'll be coming in for 4, not 5, excuse me.
Sounds like we just got the call that there are 5 minutes extra time. See if these players can come to a conclusion. This, again, is the rubber match to see what is decided with this one.
Yeah, winner of this game wins the match and stays alive and fights a win and in our next round.
He's got a Sigil of Solace in hand, so he has other ways to gain life and to get around potential lethal outs. But he's already staring down 4 damage, and he's in the reaction step. So at this point, he can just play that Root Bound, or he can try to take it and wait. Looks like it's a yellow Root Bound. No, it is a red.
Let's see what Earth cards head to the Banish Zone. And the Miraging Metamorph for 7.
Yeah, he's got a Plow under alongside that Felling of the Crown, so he didn't really have a good way of paying for any of that. So those two are just going to make their way to the combat chain. Oh, no, he's going to choose to gain the life first.
He's going to gain 3. I think he's going to go up to 8. He's going to, I think, maybe just go to 1. Yeah, he's got the Tunic, so he's going to probably
under.
Gain the 2 life. I think he's going to Felling. He's going to use the Tunic for the Felling.
Yep. No, you're right.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Interesting, though, not choosing to pop the
Not choosing to pop the... Yeah, I thought he would. I thought he would do that, see if his opponent ABs, and then come in with the Felling of the Crown.
Yep.
But again, this dude's played 1,000 more games of Verdance than I have.
8 plus stealing the card. Pretty good. Kudos to these players for just playing lights out all day. I mean, here we are, round 7, at the end of round 7, and I think everyone's brain's a little bit turning to mush, and yet here they are playing at such a high level. Gonna present the block and the sink to cover it all the way up.
That means the Spectral Shield can come in for 4 again. And it comes in for free. 4 go again. 4 free thanks to Enigma. But now
he finally finds the Ring of Roses in his hand. That's a card that he would have loved to have found perhaps earlier, but now it might just be resigned to blocking. Depending on what the texture of the rest of the hand is, that might just end up being the blocking card. Does have a Rampant Growth life as well. Does he have a spell, like a 0-cost spell to pair with it?
230. All right.
Or just the Surge and Aethertide could be.
the question is there going to be a follow-up from our Enigma player?
No floating. A singular card in hand. Could make its way to the arsenal if Jonathan is lucky. That's what he's hoping for.
I know it's a tight decision, but we're getting pretty close.
Yeah, talking about time here. A draw here would mean both teams are knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably queuing up the Channel the Millennium Tree here as the block, but now he's shifting again. Instead of Channel, maybe he's going to throw the Ring of Roses as the block. It's all predicated on if he has a blue. He does have a blue. He has Destructive Aethertide in the hand. And he has Rampant Growth Life. I mean, this would have been a fantastic turn if he had tempo to be able to throw all of this down, but now the question is, how does he get out of this turn scot-free while also having anything left?
What does our Verdance player have? What does Jonathan have? Jonathan have in the tank. And is there going to be a follow-up from Enigma after this? Block for 4 on the Spectral Shield. Activate Enigma, come in for 2. is going to be the follow-up. Oh, he can't come in for 2 because he's already attacked, so it's just going to be a Ward 1 as well. So he's got Ward 2. What does Jonathan have here? He's got Ward 2 against him with the Enigma.
Keep in mind AB2 as well, because he did get rid of the arm piece so that he could create that Spectral Shield for Astral Etchings to push for 4. So all of that gone now. He has really no way to pay for that tree, though, unless he pitches the Destructive Aether Tide, and I think that's going to be what he does.
Yeah.
And then he's going to pitch there, so he does keep it around. I think maybe he could have gone for like a Rampant Growth play here, but there was just no real opening unless you're buffing off of the like healing potion, which doesn't feel or doesn't really work.
Yeah, it looks like he thought he had AB3, our Enigma player. He's going to go ahead and make a Spectral Shield and then AB2 to keep a Spectral Shield around. And that now keeps the channel to Millennium Tree with the Earth card in the pitch.
Now this is huge because if he can survive this next turn, even though that Spectral Shield is going to come for 4 and there are cards in hand, this is turn 0. If he can survive, he can present some amount of arcane damage on this next turn, but is he going to be able to get to the end? He's at 1 and he doesn't have the space. He doesn't have the ability to even play that Seeds of Tomorrow. It's a dead card in hand. Doesn't have the space to just take some amount of damage. He has to give a block here. A 2-card block is basically a death knell.
I think this might be it for our Verdance player. If there's any real follow-up, oh, it's just going to be the levels of Enlightenment. So he can give the E-Strike. But the levels here is going to be able to, looks like, finish this game. He just chose +2. Yeah, so it's just going to be 5. And that is going to close it out, meaning our Verdance players' team falls. Once again, we see Naib and Jonathan fall, which means even though the Cindra player lost, Jeremy and David able to clean it up and move on to play for their win and in, meaning Cindra might be in the top 4 of this team battle hardened.
Indeed, indeed. And with that, we have now reached the conclusion of round 7. That leaves one more round. We're going to watch a win and into the top 4 here in round number 8. And as you heard, time is ticking, so don't go too far. We'll be back with round 8 in just a minute.
We have been lying to you. We've been sitting here all day and lying to you. Over and over, we have fed you lies, malfeasance, and untruths. As it turns out, there will be some X2s that make it. Remember that draw that we saw, all of us sitting here, that took 2 XOs and turned them both into X1s? That actually means...
I do remember that.
You remember that? That means there will be some X2s that make it in, which means all of a sudden everything has been turned on its head here. Final round, Team Battle Hardened, Classic Constructed, Samuel Burns, Steven, DM Armada, Cookus. And we have got some players who are looking to cook up a victory.
That's right. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Let's check out the head-to-head. Let's do it. Bring me in. I want to see it. I want to see it now. Guys, it's like we've seen these players all before this round. These are some of our main characters of the tournament. We have the Prism that won earlier. We have the Verdance, Naib, Jonathan, Naib, Shane team. I feel like we've been putting them on feature over and over again. And we have got, of course, Elaine. We saw her in that brutal turn against Michael Hamilton. She did want me to tell Stream. He said, you need to tell Stream, I know I'm supposed to side out the levels of enlightenment. I'm not. I just made a mistake. I know I'm supposed to. Please let them know I'm not a bad player. I'm like, well, I know you're not a bad player, but
well,
I will let Stream know.
They're both sitting here ready to punch their ticket into the top 4, attempting to at the very least. And, you know, you mentioned it earlier. We put them on Stream on multiple occasions, but that's because they're winning. That's because they're good, and they've earned the right to be there. And now we're going to figure out which one earns the right to go into the top 4. I do believe this is a rubber match. So I think that this is going to decide if either of these teams can actually make it in to the top 4. And keep in mind, it is top 4. It's not top 8, which means that we will have, after this round, which is the final round of Swiss, we will have 2 games, 2 matches, if you will, to feature, to show you the top 4 and then the finals of this event. So don't go too far, and we're not leaving right now.
Well, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you got to.
We're about to show you a game.
Oh, well, period. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's accurate.
I ask you to remain because we have a Prism player that we have seen earlier try to go 2-0 on stream. We have Naib, who got blown up by Kano earlier. Naib's looking for a little more agency in this one. The question is, will Prism and her on hits be too much to handle? From what I'm hearing, this is a bit of a grudge match between these 2 players, as even though they are friends, Don has a bit of a bone to pick. I'm not sure what it is, but Don's looking for a victory here, as is Naib, because he feels as though he has terrible stream luck, and he is trying to break the curse.
Yeah, sometimes you just end up on stream coming up a little bit short, and earlier he came up a little bit on fire. But going second in this matchup, maybe going to try to wrest control of the game. Your opponent already starts at a life deficit. If you can manage to put together one of those big combo turns that Zen can still do, even after the removal of his own version of bonds, you can really start to get there. But keep in mind, Prism just has such good numbers, and against a deck that isn't, rife with poppers, she can still get away with a lot. And so Don's going to try to make some headway here on turn 0 by playing Herald of Protection. No go again on this. No yellow has been pitched.
No go again, currently represented. As soon as the yellow hits the pitch, go again could join the party. Naib here going to have to give this one a think, wants to play around Angelic Wrath.
Keep in mind as well, this is turn 0, so you could just commit the whole hand when you realize that there is no go again. But tricks can be up the sleeve of a Prism player. Here early in the game, you might not see them, but still available. He's just going to give the
just buys the whole hand.
Don looks across, sees that shields are effectively down now. Is there a way to very trickily give this go again?
It would have to be, you'd have to activate the ward on Empyrean Rapture with the yellow, but no, can't do it because that costs the 1. You'd have to spend the 1 floating. I'm not sure there really is a way, so Naib just gives the whole hand.
Recognizing
this game with tempo,
too.
Oh my goodness. Take a look. That's a Command and Conquer. That's one of the, one of... He has a play set, I'm hearing? He won a play set? Who was giving out a play set?
No, he won 3 events. Yeah, he won 3 events to get a play set.
Oh my God, that's incredibly impressive.
That is that's a
3 events in the heavy hitter season with Kasai to get a play set of the Command and Conquers. Damn, must be nice.
That's one way to do it. I'll tell you what. That's one way to do it.
All right, let's see just how Naib wants to start this game off.
Sounds like so mad.
Now, it's interesting, too, because looking at this hand, with that CNC, with the E-Strike as well, he might just be content to, you know, like send E-Strike, bottom a card, hold on to the CNC arsenal, the other card, pop on the other turn, and then play the real game from there. That could be the decision that he's talking over. Does he end up doing exactly that?
5 go again
okay,
on the E-Strike.
5 go again, and he's going to follow up for some amount of damage. Maybe he just tries to send the CNC on this turn as an aggressive play instead of using it as a popper. There is an arsenal to threaten. Your opponent's already at a life deficit, so maybe you just continue to try and push that life lead a little bit more. And the answer is yes. Now, this CNC, of course, because it is Kasai, if he was playing as Kasai, it would attack for 7. But because it's only being played by a Zen hero, it will only attack for 6 and threaten the arsenal.
True and factual things from Steven Diamantacus.
Sometimes it just comes out that way.
See, Don, that arsenal is now threatened. Naib's going to move out of this turn without a card in the arsenal, but he is content to just threaten the arsenal of Prism. She runs a fair amount of no blocks. Figments, Wraths, Genesis. Don say, I would never put a pump in my arsenal.
It certainly wouldn't be a Soul Shield as well. That would perfectly cover up some other sort of attack. Be unfortunate.
Of course not.
But 2 cards in the hand. We didn't catch a glimpse of what it was on turn 0 that Don ended up putting there.
I think Don, yeah, 4 cards, right?
Yes, 4 cards.
Full 4.
4 cards in the hand, but we didn't quite catch what the arsenal was at the end of that previous turn when they had to do it.
Take to 6, takes the pump.
Would never have put it in the arsenal. True and factual statements said by Don.
I'm maybe just going to leave the audio up. These players having a fair bit of banter.
I love being protected.
Don loves to be protected. She's letting Naib know.
There is a popper in the hand of Naib. Does have weakest link there. That is going to be committed to the block.
Is supposed to Halo here? I don't want to now that you said that. If you have the Dyllon, it's like super annoying.
We maybe just don't even need to commentate this one. We can just let the players just talk about what's happening.
Their banter will elucidate for us their feelings of this game.
You're just trying to get my Halo out of the way.
Mm.
Yeah, we gotta get it. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, the Halo is going to be committed here. Put the Herald into the arsenal. You go ahead and draw a card, and now probably find the Figment of Triumph to turn this attack for 6 on Naib's side of the field on defense and attack for 5 and no longer be a popper.
But at the same time, Dawn leans over, tries to figure out a line for her Enigma comrade. Yes, Elaine on the other side, playing as Enigma. I forget who Elaine is playing against, what hero?
Verdance.
Oh, against Verdance. Okay,
Once
so
again,
yes.
Verdance.
There's the Figment of Triumph you pointed out. It is going to drop that down. This is going to connect. It is going to trigger yet again. Create a Spectral Shield as well.
Double Herald. Seems pretty good.
Let's see how Dawn wants to go ahead and move from here. She can get Herald of Erudition, flip it and attack and banish and draw 2 more cards if she wants to.
Give me a card. It's like pretty impossible to protect. At least I saw the Stonewall.
You can hear her just talking through her lines.
I have all the cards in my hand. And I have 2 floating, so it would go to 3 cards. Oh, I can't use all the cards in my hand, so I'll use the Ponder. It's gonna cringe.
She said if I can't use all the cards in my hand with the Ponder, it's gonna be cringe.
I like actually that behind where it's missing.
Nice of her to really just let it all out on the table for us.
Yeah, we don't need to do our jobs. They got this. This is far more interesting to listen to.
Yeah, with no Halo, you're just gonna like block out my first Herald every time. I think this is like my only real deck at a good edition.
He was like, yeah, I mean, that works for me.
I know you're actually like playing like a good amount of like blocky shit in your deck. That's the whole Runaways thesis.
The whole Runaways thesis
Yes.
is blocking.
Write that down. Write
in
that
your
down.
deck.
Forget about getting on the Discord. Write that down. That's the answer. Huge shout out to the Runaways and all the content they put out.
Send it in, using my 2 floating.
Here comes Soraya. Banish the card. Draw 2 more. Let's see, Don. Can you use all the cards in your hand, or is it gonna be cringe?
It does
Oh, she can. No, it's actually. Oh no, with the ponder. Now it's gonna be cringe.
Feeling a bit cringe already.
Judgment is a good one though. No cards out of banish. Let's see if Naib cares about this. Naib looked like lining up a couple cards there. Try to block this one out.
Trying to get the snowball rolling of
But if
figments.
Naib blocks this out, then Soraya sticks around for a turn, and that becomes significantly more threatening.
True.
And see, Naib unfortunately not narrating his every thought for us.
Dawn did mention though that, and maybe Naib takes a key off of this. At this point, without Halo on the board, you just block my first Herald every turn,
Because you run a lot of blocking-ish in your deck.
which ends up meaning that you don't have. It means you don't have the arsenal, or sorry, you don't have the soul, which means you can't trigger Soraya's effect.
Wow, yeah, block 6.
Pop my Ponderino.
Pop the Ponderino.
I'm gonna send this card on pass.
Have to see if it's that all you got. Let's see what else rockets up into the hand. Yeah, get that all you got in the arsenal. Draws a bunch of cards that block. Nothing that impressive, though, on the offensive side.
Naib kind of looking over to see what else is going on in the other games, would appear. He's got his card. It is technically going to be his turn.
Don with the Spectral Shield and Soraya. Yeah, Naib's just going to pass. Like Don was saying, you're just going to block out my first Herald. I think that is Naib's definite game plan here. Try to keep a card out of Soul at first. Make that Soraya significantly less impressive. But kind of an interesting start to this game, honestly, with the way that these players have navigated the first turn. The Popper immediately buys the Halo activation from Prism. Now she has to play a different game, trying to get some more cards into her Soul the old-fashioned way, letting those cards hit.
It is going to be a swing with that blue Wartune Herald coming across for 5. Much more easy and more approachable to block for Naib. And if he is wanting to put 2 cards in front of this, that is going to feel quite good in comparison to trying to stymie a 7-power attack. It is going to block for the 6.
Ancestral Memory is kind of sick. Is that... No, that's Japanese. That's pretty nice.
So now Don can just attack with Soraya with Go again.
We'll send in Soraya.
Just coming in for 4. Naib's just going to take this one every time. And then use the 2 floating. Blue protection. Is Naib going to block this one out as well?
So Working Woman's turn on the side of Prism, trying to get something into the Soul so that on the future turn you could activate Soraya.
Now, is she just going to flip immediately on this Prism trigger?
Well,
just get another Ward 4.
2 cards in hand plus Arsenal means that Naib likely to have a turn here. Try to threaten Soraya either indirectly or directly, just to remove it off the board. So flipping versus not, it kind of depends on what she thinks Naib's going to commit to. Also, we've seen the Triumph. We've seen the Erudition. She could grab Protection. She could just grab War if she wanted to just have something on the board that is Ward 4. Nope.
It's going to be Rebirth. Grabbing probably the Herald of Judgment back on top because of what it represents. Herald of Judgment. Everything's cringe to Don. Nothing is based. Everything is cringed.
Something was based earlier, but I forgot what it was at this point.
Really?
There were too many things that were
Something
cringe.
was based?
I think so. Maybe
I don't think she said something was
maybe
based.
it was that Japanese ancestral harmony. That is pretty based.
That is, I mean, yeah, definitively based.
Tiger's Fight or whatever.
All right, let's see what the turn is going to be from Naib. It's going to be the Tiger Taming Kakura first.
All different no blocks.
Declare no blocks, but that all you got is a perfect follow-up here. Going to cover that up and allow Don to draw a card.
I'm really curious to see how much Naib respects the Angel on the board, or if he's just going to try to indirectly take cards from hand to protect, to force Don to protect it that way.
Oh, sorry. Let me think on this. Oh, yeah, all good. No new information's been gained.
No new information has been gained, as Don says, so no reason to cause a fuss over Naib taking back that play.
I'm going to 3 at this.
I think that's the exact right call. I think you need to threaten that down, and that's exactly what you need to do is clear it yourself, because you're giving the ability to cover it up to Dawn
I love him.
and to get cute with your damage prevention and losing spectral shields instead. Now keep in mind that all you got is going to draw here.
I guess that value proposition's like pretty good here. You're on like
Yeah, unpreventable because of Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Paparino.
So this will clear both spectral shields if Don does not block.
I just want to send
Shout out to Sam Dando watching from the booth, watching the stream. He has closed captions on. He'll probably see us mention his name.
chain break call. Yep, all you got.
Can't tell yet because a little bit behind.
I do have to say, though, the AI captioning isn't the best, so it could just
I think there it is. Little smile.
No, maybe not. Could just translate his name poorly. No, now he's walking away, so.
Wartune Herald going to come in. That's going to buy another popper, the Command and Conquer. Pay one into footsteps, and here comes the Herald of Judgment that Naib actually did, I believe, know about. This is going to try to turn off the Banish Zone once again. That's going to buy a block for 6. Now Dawn, once again, is going to have a full 4-card hand and those 2 Spectral Shields. Eventually, Naib might draw some chi, and then it's Soul Train might keep on rolling to station.
Off to the races at this point. But Dawn sitting at only a 3-life deficit and, starting with a life deficit just because of her hero choice. She's already climbed well into control of this game, and she's making Naib respect the damage and have poppers, and he's got another one.
Yeah, and also I'm noticing a flick flack. Sounds to me like Naib actually did bring some of that blocking-ish as Dawn expected. There's a pop.
7 power poppers. I fucking knew it. Yeah, break the chain. I'll pay into footsteps. Listen to Wartune.
Don here clearly expected to see the 7 power poppers.
We don't need to do anything.
Knew it.
They're just let them cover this.
6 damage now with the Wartune Herald. Naib, you want to recover this one as well.
The answer is yes.
Block
Look
that
at
one
this.
out. On once again, just seeing that the Runaways are in fact inclined to do some of that blocking. Naib checking in with Jonathan on Verdance on that Enigma game as well, part of the most fun part of these team games.
2-card hand for Naib. Let's see what he tries to put together here. There's only 2 ward on the board in the form of 2 spectral shields. At this point, threatening that is pretty inconsequential. Really what you need to do is start to wrest control of the hand of Dawn away from her. If she continues to just have 2 Herald attacks back to back each turn, you're just going to run out of runway essentially, unless you keep drawing those poppers. And clearly he's brought in a large number in comparison to what you would expect. Naib is certainly running a more unique list. We saw earlier in the day the Tooth and Claw play from the same deck.
24 or 21.
And that life totals here, describing it to the rest of the teams.
We can get around that. Like, he's on, probably, around, 2 to 3 biggest links. Some CNCs and Blanche.
They're talking about what Naib has in the deck, looking through the graveyard.
He's through a Blanche, 1.
He's got is that a Drop in the Ocean Marvel in hand, it appears? So not much going for him there, unless he can combo that with whatever's in the arsenal.
I drew back up.
Turns back over to Naib.
Naib still coaching through on the other games as his teammates. It is over to him. Play is on his side of things.
See just how Naib wants to.
I trust. Okay. Who did this?
Well, there you go. You've got the double. It was a stir the pot, actually.
I'm going to target.
Pass over plus stir the pot. Here comes the double transcend from
You can try recurring
them.
this. I'm gonna target this.
So cringe. It gets
So
balanced,
cringe.
right?
Yeah.
So cringe goes the way of the Herald of Judgment.
I'll find another.
It's going to double
She
for
said, "I'll find another."
one.
This is awesome. 2 off of the floating. That's going to take both of the shields.
Grabs himself a Tiger off of the trigger of Zen. He has the resources to pitch into whatever he chooses to play here.
Ooh,
Just gonna-
pouncing cheek.
Yeah, this deck is certainly different. Key Unleashed the choice here, and that's going to come across for a
Excuse
nice
me,
big
Chi
chunk.
Unleashed. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. A card that I think you don't see every day. It was included. The red was included very early on when Zen first came out, but the yellow, yeah, the yellow was never really brought in. And we're being told it was a Runaways special.
On your banishing your drink.
Yeah, look at this. So the Warcry of Themis. This is a new card from the Hunted. She banished a card from her soul to turn the Chi Unleashed face down when the Crouching Tiger came onto the field. So that completely nullifies that attack.
Crouching Tiger here going to
Warcry
attack
of
for
Themis.
1.
Just turn the card face down.
And the turn is done, and he's forced to hold on to a Chi. Can't even arsenal it, of course, because it's Chi there.
That's not cringe at all.
No,
it's
that was
based.
quite based.
Yeah. You can pop it and give it effective go again.
Don saying, yeah, you can pop this one, but then I will have go again thanks to my phantasmal footsteps.
6 on a Tiger.
6 going to create a Tiger on block. No go again here for Dawn.
It's like really obvious now, so I'm not really sure what I can do at this point.
Let's see how Dawn wants to continue.
Get some advice.
Get some advice from Elaine.
Well, I could just like tuck it, but I really don't want to do that. I don't want to like be a personal if I need to. And I got, like,
It's so interesting because the way that she's discussed it is already pretty heads up that she has the Angelic Wrath, regardless of what he could do about it. So if she chose to arsenal it, that knowledge is now pretty much well and truly open. So playing it out here, you might as well just do it so that your opponent doesn't hang on to that information.
Yeah, it's one of the funny things about these team events, especially when you start to discuss things with your teammates. Don saying, you know, she knows what he has, what he has not.
He has a Transcendence and a Tiger in his hands, and then one on
Talking to Elaine about what he has in his hand, conferring with her teammate.
It's just like probably gonna
Gonna have to wait and see
resources are actually
what the call is on the Figment. I have to imagine Empyrean Rapture is going to be activated to flip one of those 2 Figments for 4 more life.
Well, get some like value on the phone. Well, like the big thing is like flipping it smart. Okay.
See what the call is going to be. It's going to be the Figment of War. Grab that Courage token.
It's so interesting to hear them discuss because they are doing exactly what you would expect a top team to do at one of these team events. They are discussing, they are getting their, team's opinions on what they think. They're consulting them for advice, and they're sitting at the top tables trying to make their way into the top 4.
Yeah, this is a win and in. The team that wins this round moves on into the top 4 of this tournament. Stakes have not been higher all day long.
Psychic damage is trying to cause.
Psychic damage is indeed coming across. We have the Bologna now protecting a little bit with that Ward 4.
That all you got once again coming down. Tiger coming in 4-1, threatens that Ward 4. That's going to go ahead and have to take a block from Dawn.
This could be a Stonewall Gauntlet moment if chosen.
You can just get like swipe here. Yeah. We're just supposed to take my 1 value.
I'm wondering if she's supposed to take the 1 value. I think we know it's the Chi, right? Yeah, from the turn before, which means Tiger Stripe Shuko is going to be live on if Tiger Swipe is grabbed, which means that the damage won't be able to be prevented.
You got it? No, it's a tough one. Are you winning? Not winning.
Are you winning? Not winning. Not winning is the call from the teammates.
But when was the last time you heard that said on stream? This is the beauty of a team event, the uniqueness of a team event.
Are you winning? No, not winning.
Not winning.
fun just listening to the table banter for the most of this round.
1000%.
You know what I mean? As these players are enjoying the game and getting advice from their teammates.
We're going to watch the games tomorrow, and it's going to be Classic Constructed. By the way, stick around tomorrow, ProQuest
Yeah,
Plus,
ProQuest Plus.
Classic Constructed. And we're just going to be hoping for this type of table banter, and it's just not quite going to hit the same.
Not going to be the same.
Team events, so unique.
Also, while you're here and while we're waiting for Don and Elaine to discuss, head on down to MinMaxGamesFab.com.
We've got a great deal on high seas. I think if you buy a case, you get $20 store credit.
Yes.
For singles. So
It's
you
true.
you can buy a case of the hottest set that's going to come out for Flesh and Blood because pirates are in it. And then you can go and pick up extra pirate cards to really fill out those brand new pirate decks. Also pirates.
Yes, that's a fair point. Also that. Chase the tail here, going to be the grab.
I said got down. Because we can chase and
Where did the other tiger come from? Oh, I guess from the block with the
boots.
With the boots.
Oh yeah, the tiger on board. What am I doing?
Ooh. All of the consideration, and sometimes it's a study long, study wrong, and it might be the case right here because the 4 is coming across.
Yeah, this could have been an easier 4 points of value. Now this is going to be take 4, down to 16 goes Dawn. Tiger comes in for 4, no prevention. Take 4, down to 12 she goes. She's going to draw. Off the that all you got. Now Naib has the traverse. I was going to say there might be something like a Herald of Erudition, but the Traverse the Universe plus a single card. Do it a lot, destroy that up, but there's 3 no blocks in the hand from here.
Massive moment. Now this is going to come in for 6 because of the Courage token as well. So 6 here being asked of Naib. This Traverse plus a card is already going to be difficult as you see 3 of those beautiful Marvel Cheese. He's going to do some digging. He's going to double transcend here.
I knew it. I was going to say, tell me, Don. Tell me what that is.
What is
Knew
it?
it was going to be cringe.
It's cringe.
I had to imagine it was going to be cringe.
The bottom of the deck. Okay, yeah. My super sick if
Yeah, thank God.
And then the Rising Sun, Setting Moon, he's going to look for a card that blocks. There's a Flick Flack. That will all of a sudden turn one of these 2-block equipment pieces into a way to shore up this Herald of Erudition.
I think I know what Dawn's response might be to this draw and then play of the Flick Flack.
Well, she's not going to know it came off the top, but it's true. Oh, look at this. Never mind. What if you just put all 6 of your equipment block into this? Because the Flick Flack insulates you from even the red Angelic Wrath here.
Grabbing the Chi. Gonna try to pivot on this turn. That's a pretty big pivot here.
Yeah.
Full selling the entire equipment suite, grabbing the Chi. You've got yourself a nice chunk of cards, and what can you do to leverage this situation? Now, this is not the only attack on the turn.
Now it's going to be a big old War-Tune Herald that comes down. Not going to have go again.
7 go again.
Representing 7 plus 4 life gain. Mauling Chi plus the Flick Flack going to shore this thing up. Naib is not going to create that Zen state. He's just going to use these Chi. Just keep doing some major work. Kakara for 2.
He's got the ability to activate Zen after this. He's not too worried about that.
Yep.
No more resource gain off of Kakara available, but he's got enough that you can't leave your chair, so he's going to take his chair with him.
Is that the rule?
It is indeed the rule in team events. You're not allowed to leave your chair. If you do, you can no longer speak to your opponents, to your teammates in any way, shape, or
walked away
form.
with his chair? Hilarious.
So, absolutely writing right up to the line of the rules is.
Well, you know, it's a little tougher on the stream match. You're not actually right next to your teammates,
Yes,
so it's a little harder for him to talk to Shane.
Very true.
Yeah.
We did separate the tables so that we can have a nice, stable, steady area for all of you to enjoy and join us in watching.
So, we've got a Prism player at 12. We've got a Kakata on the combat chain coming in for 2, threatening a good chunk of Don's remaining life total. We've got a Prism player.
No, do your thing.
Almost
Naib
1,000
swats his
players
way back
here
into this.
watching Naib return to the table carrying his chair. Welcome to all, almost 1,000 of you grab your closest friend, your dog, your closest friend's dog, come on into the stream and make sure you hit the like button. 250 likes to almost 1,000 people is a ratio. It's not one that we could work with. Make the number go to the other number as we actually trigger. And grab the Breed Anger.
Breed Anger here, of course, going to be coming in for 4. There's the cut from Dawn.
You see, and already we are up to 261 likes. That's how you do it. That's what we do here in Flesh and Blood. Breed Anger going to come across, create another Tiger.
And get the go again.
Dawn down to a very scary 9 life. But keep in mind, this is Prism that we're talking about. Prism can go Herald into Herald for just insane value. Naib sitting at 20, though, so out of like 1-turn lethal range from Dawn, meaning that he could conceivably just send as much damage here that he has the rest, capable of, and then take something on Dawn's turn and then go again on his own turn to try and really close this game out.
There's blocking 3, taking 1. Going down to 8 is Dawn. Is there any good follow-up here from Naib? Pass priority, pass turn. Tiger goes away. Tiger can't be done anything with. I think that was pretty good English.
We'll go with that.
Tiger can't be done anything with. Yeah, no, I think that was pretty good, guys, don't you?
All of those are words that exist in the English language. Yep. You could put them in whatever order you want, really.
Yeah.
At this point.
Herald of Ravages coming across 6. Go again. Yeah, that's just going to buy the arsenal from Dawn. And that, honestly, might very well be the way that this game potentially even ends. Here comes in Harmony of the Hunt. This is going to go ahead and actually not create the Tiger because Naib couldn't pitch a blue into it. That full tempo switch from Naib, I thought that might be the way that this game could conclude. This is going to be Zen, activated with the Chi. Harmony of the Hunt here, though, was just 1 with go again.
He's looking to see if he has Chase the Tail. He does have a Chase the Tail available to him. He could pull that. He's got 2 cards.
But yeah, activating
Tiger Swipe.
Activating Zen in response to the Harmony of the Hunt effect to get the blue in the pitch when it actually resolves.
Yeah. Going to take the Tiger Swipe here. He's got 2 cards left in hand and no resources floating. He gets the Tiger there. Tiger Swipe, the threat that is very well aware. 2 Tigers. Here's the first one. Is this a Tooth and Claw? I didn't notice.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't see it. Tiger Swipe, though, coming in for 4. Threatens to make some Tigers that at the moment won't do much. No, it looks like another Tiger Swipe.
Now, it does appear that one of these matches has concluded. We're not sure in which way it went, but with one player moving over, it's really down to these 2 matches, and this one's on a knife's edge. 20 plays 7. So on the back foot is Dawn.
Dawn won't be able to take both of these Tiger Swipes. She's going to have to block with something. Yeah, Stonewall Gauntlet, I was going to say, this might be a good time for this. That's going to go ahead and trigger, bring that attack for 4, down to an attack for 3, so she takes 2, down to 5. This is an excellent time for Stonewall Gauntlet. Actually, is it? Because can he just break the chain?
Yes, he can conceivably just break
the
the
actually,
chain.
no, never mind.
It was just a block for 1. There were other opportunities on this game for this exact play to take place where she could have gotten more value out of that Stonewall Gauntlet. But heads up here to recognize that you just break the chain and send the crouching Tiger and Tiger Swipe yet again.
Now Dawn, what does she do with this attack for 4? Can make more Tigers, but those Tigers won't be doing anything on this turn.
Blocking for 3, taking 1, and 1 card left in hand. Going to Arsenal that card. Clear everything up and bottoming those pitch. And this is it. It's back to Dawn. Cards in hand. One of those was a non-blocking. There's the Herald of Triumph. Did he draw into yet another popper?
I think he did. I think he has a Blanche in his hand. But he's saying, oh no, he's checking the graveyard. I think he did draw a Blanche. The 3rd and final 7-power popper.
Talk about being prepared for this exact matchup. Having exactly these cards, and this is what it's for. It's for this matchup and just the absolute answers.
How many do they play of these things? I've seen 5 of them already.
How many do they play of these things? He's asking you about the pumps.
These things.
Oh, the figments.
Oh, figments.
There's 5. There's one there.
He's trying to decide if he actually cares to throw cards in front of this or if there's not going to be really a trigger. One's in pitch. The Figment of Protection is a huge one to be able to pull from the deck, but you don't have the access
do it on
to
this turn.
I know.
Yeah, Don has shown the propensity for Tenacity, the Figment, to be in the list. That's not one we've seen before, but that one's just going to be taken. Naib down to 13.
Trigger, and he's going to find out, turns out there is one more.
But you have to imagine Don was really hoping to be able to grab the Figment of Protection.
That would have helped a lot on whatever could be coming on the following turn. It is going to be Ravages. Ravages, maybe Tenacity, and Protection are left in circulation. Ravages comes out, takes the Arcane.
God, that card art is sick.
It really is.
Shout out MJ.
Some just absolute beautiful pieces.
Yep.
It's going to go ahead and flip over, I think, Rebirth. An attack for 4, pitching away another card. It's got 1 floating. I wonder if it's a War Tune Herald in the arsenal to make use of that floating resource. And if it is going to threaten lethal. It would have to be red War Tune here. Oh no, it won't even do it. It'll be to 1. It'll be to 1. But it's just
and a passing mirage.
So Naib has kept all 5 cards. He's gone down to 8 for this turn. He's got the Kakara for 2. Immediately threatens the Angel.
He does have an aspect of Tiger Body. He has the 100 Winds to combo it alongside. He does indeed have the 0 for 4 to follow that up with, so this is going to be a very damaging turn. That ward soaks up the 100 Winds red. Aspect of Tiger Body here creates. It's going to block here. Tiger's going to come across after the fact. This is for nothing, but it's going to set up the pouncing key, which is going to come across with the effect for 4 with Go Again. 1 resource floating.
Oh, sorry, 1. Sorry, this is 1. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, that does come for 1 because of the Tiger taming Kakara.
Naib says, you didn't see anything. Now the pouncing chi comes in. This becomes 4 with Go Again. So it wasn't a Blanche in the hand. It's going to buy 2 more cards to block.
Yep, and literally all cards committed to blocking there. And with full tempo is Naib. Again, going to have another 5-card hand here. He did not use the arsenal. I personally don't remember what that arsenal could be, but we could see it being developed here. Now there's a 2 chi hand.
It was a Crouching Tiger from a couple turns ago.
I'm going to pump and gain a life.
Pumps it up to 1 attack. Going to gain a life as well. Double transcending here. Those chi are going to go back to the hand. Has the ability to activate Zen. Has the resources to put together a pretty powerful line. Do we know if he has another aspect of Tiger Body in hand?
Yep. Oh, in hand.
Because we can always get a Chase the Tail. But if he has it in hand, then this could just be lights out. And it already can be lights out.
Yeah, because he had the Crouching Tiger in arsenal.
He does have 1 in hand.
Look at this. He's got everything going together the right way on this turn. Here comes 4. Go Again. Don's all the way down to 2.
Knocking the dice over with impunity.
Block 4. Pitch away. Probably a no block. Yeah, pitch away the Angelic Wrath. Here comes 3 more. Go Again. That buys a block for 3. The attack for 4. Buys a block for 3. The weakest link is gonna do it. Don falls. It might be cringe, but Naib Mobassir moves on to the victor's column. And that means I believe we are gonna have an update. Let's see if we have a winner of the match or just of that game. And we already have the champions of this win and in. Shane, Naib, and Jonathan are in your top 4 here of the Team Classic constructed Battle Hardened. First in the United States here in Milwaukee.
And this was after we thought that maybe an X2 wouldn't make it in. Who cares? Doesn't even matter because they are in the top 4. They are hunting for that elusive battle-hardened team win. And of course, in the first ever Team Classic constructed in America, they could maybe pick it up. How exciting is that?
And we do know that the Kano, the Fang, the Slippy team, they were locked last round. So they are definitely going to be in our top 8 as well. I might want to watch the Fang, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe should we ask the people? Should we ask people what they want? What do you think?
I think that's a great idea. Let's go ahead and sound off in chat. What would you like to watch in the top 4? We do know several of these heroes.
We don't know everything.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know everything, but we know several of these heroes.
We'll maybe put it in once we know more. We don't know anything yet, but we'll put it in a little bit.
Just sound off with a hero you'd like to see.
Yeah, just talk to some heroes. We just want to hear what you have to say. And while you're doing that, you might as well go to MinMaxGamesFab.com. You might as well pick up some high Cs.
Yeah.
Get yourself a case.
It's Pirates. It's Pirates. Why would you not do that?
$20 worth of singles. So we're going to take a quick break before the top 4 concludes and even begins because there is still 2 more rounds of Flesh and Blood before we crown a champion. So we've got top 4 coming up after these final matches conclude. Don't go anywhere. More right after this.
Hello, hello. It is Mansent on the mic while everyone else is on a break still. Wanted to jump in with an update on the top 4 bracket. Took some organizing to get this all in order. If it doesn't look great, it's our first top cut with the graphic like this. I'll make it better next time. But for your viewing pleasure, we have first seed Nathan, Abigail, and Cedric, Team Fab Squad. We actually never saw them on feature because they lost round 1. They lost round 1 and just kind of submarined it all the way through. But they are repping Kano, piloted by Nathan, Aurora, piloted by Abigail, and Cedric, piloting Enigma. I think I said those backwards. They are going to be versing the 4th seed team, who we just saw win their winning in. Their team name is the Cuddly Koalas. Specifically, they wanted Cuddly spelled correctly. They are not going for the double alliteration with the Ks. Aurora, piloted by Shane. Zen, piloted by Naib, and Verdance, piloted by Jonathan. Lower end of the bracket, we have the Team Birthday Boys, who did make it. They were the favorites. Everyone loved to see that diversity, and they have done it. They have made top 4. It is Riley piloting the Slippy, Blazin' for Lethal, whose real name is Ronan, piloting another Kano. The 2 of Kanos made top 8. And then Alex piloting the Fang. They are 2nd seed, Team Birthday Boys. They will be facing off against another team we saw plenty of times on feature. B, Budnik on Verdance versus Raven, then on Zen, and Jacob on Aurora, Team Fruits of the Forest. This is your top 4. There's still a bunch of organizing to get to with pictures and placement of where they're going to play and things like that. So we'll just jump to another quick little break. Reminder, this is like 1-to-1 live, so we got to deal with some of this. But that is the top 4 for everybody. There's also updated prizing in the bottom right because they are playing for an increased prize pool, $3,000 prize pool total, whereas Battle Hardens are normally $2,000. This is $3,000. And yeah, it's a lot. It's going to be great. We're going to figure out who wins in just 2 more short games. There are no living legend points on the line for this. No living legend points are awarded to the winning lineup of heroes. I saw some people in the chat screaming for Zen to leave. That is not the case here. I'll let the casters come back in a bit to talk about the meta representation that led into this top 4, but it's pretty spicy, like the 2 of Kanos, both made top 8. 2 of the 3 Verdance made top 8. 2 of the 3 Zens made top 8. Pretty cool stuff. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the top 4 of the Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee. Of course, me, DM Armada, here alongside Sam. Sam, you look a little different than last time we saw you, but glad to see you.
I thought growing my hair out would be a better look, and I wanted to change to something a little bit more comfortable after the last. It's been a long day. So.
It has been a long day, and
definitely.
in fact, you actually played in this event, and you had a good time. We saw you on round 2, I think.
Yes.
And that was a blast to watch.
And now I'm here.
Now you're here. We won't say anything about what that implies as far as how the rest of the day went.
I finished X2 for the record.
What we can say is that we do have a top 4 graphic for you. So let's go ahead and take a look at the 4 teams that made it in to this top 4 event. Of course, top 4 is a little bit different than a top 8. We're going to see 2 of these matches play out. And as you can see there, on the top there, the Kano on the top and the Kano on the bottom. Both Kano teams made it into the top 4. Does that shock you at all?
Not quite, really. I mean, I think that people always suspect Kano to not be an aspect of the meta, and as soon as that happens, he comes through. And of course, in the land of Wisconsin, where we have some of the greatest Kanos in the world residing, I think it's very clear here why they're sitting at the top.
It is what is, like well known about Wisconsin is the land of Kanos.
Yeah.
Kano, Aurora, and Enigma there on the first seed as Team Fab Squad, and up against Team Cuddly Koalas, an inventive name. That sounds exactly like something we would see as a Fab event code. And yet, it is the team name for Shane, Naib, and Jonathan. We've seen them on stream multiple times. Down in the second seed versus the third seed, we have slipped through the cracks. Arachne, we saw on stream earlier. We've got Kano as well, and Fang, which I think everybody is so hyped to see that team play out. And of course, playing against them, we have Verdance, Aurora, and Zen. Now, that is going to be the matchup that we watch. And 2 of 3 of the Verdances, 2 of 3 of the Zens made this top 4. We're going to tune into that bottom 2nd versus 3rd seed match. We're going to see what Team Birthday Boys versus Team Fruits of the Forest has in store for us. So let's go ahead and take a look at the matchup we're going to be following. As you can see here, slip through the cracks. We've got Verdance over there. You've got Kano, Blazing for Lethal's Kano. In fact, that's a pretty inventive Kano list alongside of Aurora. And Fang versus Zen. If you had to pick one of those matchups, what would you like to watch?
Well, of course, I'd love to see Kano, but I haven't been here all day. So Fang, I feel like, is quite an appropriate matchup to go into here. A hero that, from the release of Hunted, has kind of been looked down upon a little bit. Brian has hinted that there's something better in there, and as the game has continued to progress and more innovations are occurring, the hero is clearly showing up more frequently with a very recent Battle-Hardened win, and now potentially another Battle-Hardened win.
So let's go ahead and jump down into that game. We had it prepared for you. All ready to go. So you made the right choice. Congratulations.
Oh, thank goodness.
And that is exactly what we're going to watch. Alex Tyler on Fang. Drakai of Blades is going to attempt to take down Raven Williams on Zen. Tamer of Purpose. And going second is Alex into Zen's going first. If you had to sit in either of these seats, playing either of these heroes, do you have a leaning as far as the matchup goes?
Well, typically, Fang does struggle into aggro. That is one of the things that you typically don't want to see as Fang. But I know that these players, as they continue to innovate on the list, are very aware of that and are creating new advancements in those matchups. So typically, I'd rather be the Zen player, but Alex, a notable warrior player, most notably as a Bolton player, successfully winning events and topping many, many events for a long time, has now moved on to Fang. No stranger to an aggro match with a warrior hero. So I'm sure he has a plan, and I'm sure he knows how to go into this as well.
Yeah, if I had to pick a seat to sit into, first of all, I love playing both of these heroes. I'm a huge fan of Fang as he was introduced in the most recent Hunted set. I would want to sit in the Fang seat, partially because Fang is very powerful if he gets online, and also because going second means that you can actually start the game if you draw into one of those tip-offs. You can start the game by marking your opponent and get the ball rolling quickly. Now, the question is, will Alex draw into that as they present equipment and start the game up?
And of course, Alex wanting to get those fealty online as soon as possible. That's going to be his goal right out the gate here to make sure he can start getting maximum value from his daggers. Now, Raven, I'm sure, playing Zen is not going to make that easy and is going to hopefully come out of the gate also trying to play their own mini game of trying to transcend as quickly as possible. So we could see some really quick-paced gameplay depending on how fast Zen transcends and, of course, how fast Fang gets the fealty online. Or we could kind of see a wet noodle fight here where neither of them are getting online and are struggling, and in the meantime, just kind of doing some mid-ranging gameplay.
Now, this is a rematch, if I remember correctly, of round number 5 when these exact two players played each other. And the way that game ended up going, it was very similar to this current setup where Alex did indeed go second. He found that tip-off, he played it, and he got the ball rolling immediately. And really, Raven just didn't find enough gas to pressure Alex. From the point where he got 3 fealties, he just took control. Now, the question is that going to happen again here? It looks like filtering through his hand, he doesn't have that tip-off like he found so readily available on that turn 0.
Now, what's pretty sick about this Fang hand is that there's 2 Loyalty Beyond the Grave immediately in the first hand. So turn 0 here, if Raven decides to put on a little bit of aggression, Alex can easily block with those and then have that online right away. So he can have access to a 5th card whenever he wants moving forward to this game. And I'm sure right away, boom, there it is, comes down. He is going to prioritize making sure that that gets blocked immediately.
Biting Breeze Blue is going to be covered up. It is only an innocuous 1 attack, but it's going to be an arsenal immediately. And that is an interesting, because like you said, you would expect, I want to get value out of both of these D-reacts, but kind of saying, no, you're not going to get that opportunity to filter anymore. Biting Breeze is the only card presented on attack, and so therefore, now Alex needs to, move over to his turn and actually attack, pitching a very powerful card in Blade Flurry, but it's a red. Just coming across with Scar Tissue Red, Scar Tissue Yellow.
Fantastic. I mean, that's one of the best cards in the list at this point. I mean, it's very, very ideal to get that early and to keep pressuring it all throughout the whole game because, as you might know, Feng marking the opponent is quite ideal. It's kind of into the game plan, right?
Indeed, and you would expect to try and attack every single turn with 2 Obsidian Fire Veins because marking and then trying to get the benefit of hitting after that mark is important. But in these early turns, Alex seemed content to just swing the 1 and send a bunch of damage rather than trying to play around. And in that case, didn't have the Draconic attack, or attack reaction, but he was totally fine just sending the extra damage, pushing a little bit of life gain, life deficit, and trying to get that mark online.
Yeah, and then parking that loyalty into the arsenal, ready for it to come out this turn, ideally. Ancestral Harmony whiffing, which is a little sad, but still going to be ideal as the turn proceeds here, because I believe Raven does have a Transcend. It looks like, yep, there it is, Stir the Pot. So we have achieved Transcend.
Indeed. Tiger Taming Kakara coming across for 2. Going to be pitching for that Zen. Let's see what is grabbed here.
I think, is that a Pounding Gale in hand, or am I completely freaking out right now?
Oh, the knowledge is hidden from us.
It looks like there is a 1 of Pounding Gale in the list. That's pretty awesome, actually. I'm very curious. It is going to get the buff from the Ancestral Harmony, which is interesting here. But I'm very curious to see how Raven wants to go forward when utilizing that card.
Raven has the Tiger to gain the buff from the Tiger Taming Kakara, has the opportunity to grab whatever she wants here, possibly considering that Chase the Tail there. Chase the Tail, one of those just power cards now left for Zen, being able to just send that plus aspect of Tiger Body to create these super big go-wide turns, but as of right now, it's going to be that Chase the Tail.
1-for-7s are pretty good, I hear, especially when they're getting buffed by Ancestral Harmony and the Tiger Taming Kakara and Tiger Swipe Shuko, probably. So we're going to go ahead, throw that Crouching Tiger down. I did also see, I think there was a Weakest Link in the hand, along with the Chase the Tail and the Pounding Gale. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to navigate the turn here, most likely having to pop the Pouncing Paws to get max value.
Exactly. That is looking to be the name of the game here. Otherwise, you don't have the access to another Tiger so that you can get the buff off of the Chase the Tail. That's why you grab the Chase the Tail. There is going to be the pop there.
Weakest Link and interesting include, there are a number of targets that are in Alex's list, like Tooth of the Dragon. There's also Pledge Fealty, I believe, if that's in the list. Yep, it is. So there are actually a number of hits that could be worthwhile, depending on how the hand lines up for Alex. Again, Feng also having quite a bit of 2 blocks in the list can be a little difficult sometimes to block out.
Yeah, Alex, very content to take a lot of damage on this, and this is kind of what you see Fangs do. They are comfortable taking a bunch of damage because they're trying to get fealty access, and the mark is currently in play here, so you know that there's at least 1 fealty on offer if he's able to connect on this turn. Hopefully more if you're sitting in the seat of Alex, but Raven resting control of the tempo so far in this game.
just ripping a Cosmic Awakening with 2 Transcends off the top. Will we see a Traverse to get that cheese so that we can throw the Cosmic for 20?
Look, if this happens again, if Raven manages to pull off a second Cosmic Awakening for 20, just keep in mind, the other Sam sat here in this exact chair and lost his mind when Cosmic was put into Arsenal and then subsequently thrown for 20 to try and close the game out. And we could see that happen again here.
Yeah, but rather than park it in Arsenal, why not just rip it right off the top of the deck? I mean, that is some crazy value, and especially at this pace of the game where you can kind of eat some of this damage as Feng is trying to get online with Fealty. What's, going to slow him down a little bit, but 20 damage. That's not a bad investment in your Traverse, I think.
No, I think you're quite astute in saying so, and looking at the hand of Raven, that might be the offer here. The 100 wins is going to make its way. There's the Transcend.
It's happening. It's happening.
Everything is coming up roses. Look at this. The stars are aligning, and we could be seeing yet another Cosmic Awakening 420. 2 on the same day of coverage.
Wow.
Would be a new record.
That's pretty impressive. And not only being able to throw the 20, you still get to have the weakest link in Arsenal following that up. I can't wait to see. Now, the Traverse getting cashed in pretty early here, which is something to note. But, I mean, when you're just trying to end the game as fast as possible, throwing 20 damage right out of your 4-card hand, I think is pretty reasonable.
Now, keep in mind, this exact same play line happened to Alex earlier, and he managed to win the game still.
I can't wait to see his reaction when it happens again. Here it is.
There it is.
Oh,
Triple pitch.
Shakes his head a little bit.
Just a casual 18. Cosmic for 18. Nope, there it is, 20.
20. We don't even have a dice that big.
Ah, there's the die. There
Found
it
it.
is. Scratch that. There's the 20 die. Everyone has a good chuckle because we've seen our second Cosmic Awakening for 20 today, and it's going to be met with the kitchen sink.
Man. Already at 26 life, 20 is quite a substantial amount of that life total. Raven's sitting at a comfortable 29. Now let's look at a couple upsides here. We have Pouncing Paws is gone, Traverse is gone. 2 of the more powerful pieces of equipment that Zen typically uses are offline. So as we continue to go forward here, Zen does have the potential to brick. We don't have any way of getting our chi outside of just drawing it or continuing to transcend. And now with the 3 going to the bottom until we shuffle the deck again, we're still going to have to be looking for some more transcend cards because those are all 3 of the chi that are active at this time, and they're all at the bottom. Oh, but, there we go. Just rip another transcend off the top.
Problem solved. Did draw into another weakest link, so now we have 2 weakest links in circulation. A little bit of it coming up the works.
And there's the 2 pledge. If only the weakest linked 1 turn before.
Yeah, 2 pledge fealties here are going to come across and finally online, but this is a far cry to the game we saw in round 5 where 3 fealties were online by turn 3.
Yeah.
And we're just absolutely just to the wall pushing pressure. And now Alex maybe can turn the corner and start to go just above rate.
Man, path well traveled with levels in hand. That is just what you want to see. I mean, that levels is going to come down with the go again so you can get the draw. And we do see the weakest link we know is still in Arsenal with another one in hand. So we're going to get another card off the top. But with that said, it's still a pretty reasonable hand to also be able to transcend and follow that up with something probably like a Tiger Swipe or something like that.
Obsidian Fire Vein here offered for 1, but then pop on the fealty means that a Scar Tissue comes across is Draconic, recoups that fealty token, and puts him up to 4 after the second dagger, then goes forward and hits. He does draw into a defensive card here. Let's see if he has the space to play the That All You Got. It's a deceptive deck that can block quite well is Fang at times when he draws into these cards, especially after he's gotten his fealties on.
Yeah, and he can kind of slow down a little bit too, because remember, he still has the loyalties that are in his graveyard waiting to come online. So if he does get a hand that is powerful enough, he can fully just send the fridge or hold back his hand. So right now, he's got to prioritize maintaining a certain level of life so that he can leverage that if he does get a powerful 5 or 6 card hand that he wants to throw back to threaten a sizable life deficit. But as the game continues on, Raven has full tempo here. It is going to be a little difficult to find that window. I hope that All You Got does get value at this point if they're able to swing with the Tiger Tamer. But outside of that, we'll see what Raven is deciding here. I'm very curious if Raven is trying to decide to do the plus power or the draw. I would imagine draw would be ideal, but let's find out here what they decide.
Yeah, it looks like the levels of enlightenment making its way to the combat chain. And Will we see in response the activation? No, it's going to be go again as the choice.
Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder if they're going to try to do a double weakest link?
Going again here, the coverage and the redraw. No need for the blue, so he sinks the tip-off that he had in hand. Very smart play, because you don't need the resources anymore. Weakest link, however, going to ask the question, do you want to deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, we might just see a Transcend to give it go again, followed into a Tiger Tamer into the second weakest link in Arsenal, which is quite a substantial amount of damage to be throwing at your opponent at this point.
Yep, 6 is met with 6 on the combat chain. Go again is going to be established, and there's the second one, as you said. Weakest link number 2 going to make its way across, and you know, you can play from a hand deficit, if you will, on Alex's side as Fang, because everything is free once you've gotten your fealties online, but there's a certain point where you do need Draconic attack reactions to really effectuate an above-rate turn.
This is so interesting, not swing the Kagura, because somewhat almost playing around that all you got that Alex has left in his hand. Is Raven a fortune teller? How could they see beyond this to be able to not swing the Tiger Taming, but to hold it back, almost as if to not trigger that all you got in hand? This is insane. Look at, there it is. Man, what a foresight play, I guess, maybe? I'm very curious what the thought process was behind that, but very well played regardless. Alex sitting at 9.
Onto the turn of Alex, like you said, sitting at 9, and this, we mentioned it earlier, this is far cry different from what we saw earlier. Raven at 23 with all the tempo in the world, going to be able to block with impunity Tiger Eye Reflex. Now, we knew the Affirm Loyalty was in the hand, in circulation.
Tiger Eye, such a powerful card here, setting up for the next turn, just allowing that a little bit of defensive value to follow up for the next turn for have some more consistency and some more offensive power as well. So Raven sitting at a comfortable 17 to Alex. Now, don't forget, Alex does have the Valiant Dynamos, which is going to keep accruing value as the game goes on here. Seeing another loyalty from the hand. Oh, but we haven't had that all you got. Oh my gosh, dodged both of them.
Well, there's the Kakara, and there's the that all you got from the Arsenal. That will draw a card at the end of this turn. This will come across and will be met with the Valiant Dynamo 1 block. You get so much value in this matchup with just all of these little incidental 1 blocks. There's the third copy of Loyalty from Beyond the Grave. That, combined with something like Brave Forge Bracers, could cover this cleanly, or you could just choose to use Shelter from the Storm.
Alex sitting with a pretty defensive hand in there with a Shelter and with the Loyalty, and it's got a little bit of armor left, but you can see that armor is going away very quickly. After this turn, Alex is not going to have pretty much anything left other than the Grains and then the Valiant Dynamo if they're able to keep some tempo around to keep swinging. But Alex's hand is relatively reasonable in terms of what it can do with a 2-card offensive output here. And I'm curious if Alex is going to look to try to pop the loyalties to get some tempo back, or if he wants to keep saving them for a future turn. I mean, time is running out. His life is getting lower. So it really is going to be a matter of now or never in a couple turns here.
The 2 block. Now on to Brave Forge Bracers. Going to draw the card off of the That All You Got. And effectuate, let's see, his 3-card hand after he looks through his graveyard. He could choose. Now, I think he's really thinking, do I want to pop the Loyalty after seeing what I've drawn into this 4-card hand, starting with Oath of Loyalty, choosing not to get a 5-card hand? Maybe feels like he has enough tempo here available to him with the amount of attack reactions, and he definitely has 1 card that you have to keep your eye on in the form of Long Whisker Loyalty, which will be active at this point for all 3 modes.
Yeah, and then he kept the Loyalty as well so that he can park that in Arsenal after this turn is over. Looking like this is the turn that he needed to really put out the offensive value here. Life totals are getting very, very close, and Long Whisker is a very strong card here on the 3rd Draconic Chain Link.
And 1 coming across again, still threatening more attack reactions. Let's see if Raven...
+5, basically.
Let's see if Raven buys the bluff here. This is the beauty of Warrior, the ability to bluff with a single card that might steal at least 1 more card in block here and try to slow down just the pure tempo that Zen Tamer of Purpose provides.
Yeah, asking if Hunt's End, how much does it buff? Hunt's End is a terrifying card when you get into this game state against Fang, where it really becomes a do-or-die situation. Do you block? Do you not block? giving up the Tiger Stripe here. You got to save some life, stop the mark, but most importantly, prevent death if Hunt's End was to come out there.
Yeah, making the right read yet again.
And there it is. Hunt's End drawn into the hand. If Alex can survive this turn, it is really going to be a powerful next turn here.
He has the ability to put some blocks forward, but this is a major, major turn with the Sacred Art Jade Tiger domain coming down. This combined with the Tigers created, combined with the Zen activation.
Man, and getting those 2 Tigers easily can convert one of them into throwing that E-Strike in hand for 7 at the end of the chain, too. This is going to be so much damage. I'll be surprised if Alex can block all this and still be able to throw back a good amount. But as long as he can keep that Hunt's End in hand, there is hope.
Keep in mind, he can also activate Loyalty Beyond the Grave at the end to draw a card. So, but he's got a Pledge Fealty in hand. That's a no-block card, which makes it very difficult for him to survive while also holding on to that Hunt's End.
Man, and here we go. We're going to get that last Tiger, and we're going to search out probably a Tiger Swipe, I'd imagine, and then end with the E-Strike for 7. That is so much damage that we're going to end here. Searching. Let's see. Yep, there it is, the Tiger Swipe. Alex currently can block, looks like 3, probably 8, I believe, because Searing Gaze, Hunt's End, and then Long Whisker. So we'll be able to block 8. I don't think that he is quite dead yet, but being only able to hold on to the Pledge Fealty is going to be pretty rough for his next turn.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult turn just to survive, because if we're looking at it on the face, this is already representing 4 damage. You can imagine he's probably going to chuck 2 cards in front of this.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to keep a 3 block, and then that's 4 damage that's going to come across with the Enlightened Strike here. And that, I think, is just going to seal it just barely, because that 3 block, and he knows exactly the issue. It's not going to be enough. He's got the Pledge Fealty, and that wins Raven the game at Mach speed, mind you. These two played the lights out of this place, and oh my goodness, much different from what we expected or what we saw in round 5, and we do have an update. Let's go ahead and take a look at the graphic.
Yeah, the Cosmic Awakening for 20.
Cosmic Awakening for 20, and look at this. Blazing for Lethal falls to Aurora. And so, just like that, in record time, we have 1 top 4 done.
Wow. And again, showing Zen and Aurora, 2 of the premier aggro decks in the game, at taking down Kano and Feng. Now, it's not a surprise in terms of how, and what's interesting about that last game too was Raven did go first in that match and was still able to outpace in the aggro match. I'm very curious if Alex had popped that loyalty the turn prior, if he would have gotten the Hunt's End potentially that was in his next hand that could have closed the gap there potentially.
Well, you look at that, but you also have to talk, I mean, the tail of the tape really falls back to playing Cosmic Awakening off of the essential natural draw, drawing 2 Chi Cosmic and knowing that, hey, I can send this for 20. That is a game-breaking move, and Raven found the line. So
those Mistveil heroes are pretty good, huh?
Picks up the win. So we have our first finalist set already, but don't go too far. We're going to get you one more, and then we will see the finals very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. It's been about 10 hours of grueling play, and yet here we are at the precipice of the finish line. It's almost time for the finals of Battle-Hardened Milwaukee. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the graphic, the breakdown, the bracket, as it were. And spoiler alert, all of the heroes are repeated across the board. If you wanted to watch Aurora, there's Aurora. If you wanted to watch Verdance, there's Verdance. And spoiler alert, there is also Zen. The 4th seed versus the 3rd seed are on display here in the finals. It's Team Cuddly Koalas versus Team Fruits of the Forest. Yes, I am going to say the team name because that is just worth it. But how do you feel about seeing this hero selection?
I feel that Rosetta and Mistvale were really great sets, and they have been very appropriately balanced, as we can see here. I think that Verdance is honestly one of the maybe more surprising heroes to see making its way to the top. Not that the hero is underpowered, but she has had taken a little bit more time to find her footing in the meta, I think. And now that we're seeing more innovation and a better foothold in the meta, we're really starting to see the hero open up and unlock more of its potential. Especially, you know, a hero that is maybe a little bit more susceptible to aggro and having a little bit more of a burst plan. I think the lists have adapted to be able to handle that a lot better now, as we see both Verdances going to be played into aggro matches. I'm very curious to see what plans they try to enact, whether they're going to be a healing potion setup or if it's going to be trying to mid-range more effectively. So I'm very curious to see what plan, and again, the Zen and Aurora matchup, I'm sure, is going to be a barn burner regardless, right?
Exactly. You know, it's interesting. We're looking at this as, you know, a team event. This has been, you know, 3 players sit down, choose their heroes, and then play that into another team. And I love looking at these top 4 and realizing that there's always a place for a wizard in one of these top 4 decks. Because when you sit down to play in a team event, you can sort of target these different pain points on the meta. Okay, do we want an aggressive hero? Do we want a controlling hero? Do we want a hero that can kind of do both, have some answers to a lot of decks? And then do we want a wizard on the team? And it turns out in the top 4 teams, they all wanted a wizard. And there's wizard representation across the board, in this case, in the form of Verdance.
And that's the kind of the coolest thing I think about the metagame aspect of a team event, where you can base your team composition. You know, we see Zen and Aurora, pretty consistent decks across the field where you feel reasonable into most matchups, so you can rely on them as anchors for your team. And then you can have the specialist wizard that really can target these decks that don't know how to handle it, or it might not have the ability to enact a game plan against it. And then sometimes the wizard might get against a Phi that just runs them over. Because
I don't know what you could be referring to.
I have no idea. But the random dude playing Phi that kind of runs over Verdance. But that's okay, because then you have the reliability of your other teammates to secure their wins. And I think that's a really good position, because sometimes I would say Flesh and Blood feels like it should be a best 2 out of 3 game. Just not in every matchup, but a lot of them you do. And that's the awesome part about a team event. You get that best 2 out of 3 experience, I think.
Exactly. It gives everyone the opportunity to, you know, like rely on their teammates, as you say, and it really opens the meta up even more. We talked about it when the breakdown of heroes was shown earlier in the day, that it's still a pretty wide open meta, and I think this is caused in part by this team event style, where you can really feel pretty comfortable bringing just about anything because you can rely on your teammates. And if you're a specialist, even if you're a specialist on a hero that isn't at those tippy top points of the meta, you can still come in and steal a couple of games and get a couple of wins for your teammates, can't you?
Definitely, especially Jonathan, as we saw earlier, and then also these very notable players who are piloting some of the best decks in the meta. So you can be very reliable, and it can be very consistent across the board.
Okay, we've set the stage for you. We're going to take one more short break. We're going to be back with you for the finals here at the Battle-Hardened. So get everybody in here and get your popcorn ready. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. Finally, the time has come, and we are going to be bringing you the finals of this event.
People are very excited in chat for this. I know. Glorb, shout out to you. We're bringing you the last game. No need to wait anymore. We're coming at you live. Coming up next, we're going to be bringing you one of the Verdances that is going to be playing against the Aurora. It's going to be a Rosetta showdown for the last game here. Surely will be exciting, and, you know, I can't wait to see what the audience thinks.
Yes, this is going to be a good one, and we're going to be hopefully bringing you multiple games if we can squeeze this in. We're going to see this first one, as you said, and then if we have the opportunity to catch the conclusion of any of the other games, we will be bringing those to you as well. But here it is, the finals, everything that we've been waiting for. Let's go ahead and drop down into the arena and see how this all plays out. Shane Martin on Aurora Shooting Star versus B on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Going second, Shane taking first play. I believe, did Shane have the opportunity to choose? In this moment, I'm not quite sure. Either way, going first in this matchup into Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
Typically, Verdance wanting to go second just so they could try to fill graves so they can get to decomposing as fast as possible. Now, Shane, moving into this match, I'm very curious to know what the sideboarding is going to be consisting of. Now, the game plan typically is to just aggro down the Verdance and not give them the opportunity to even get any breathing room, as the Verdance is going to try to be attempting to activate those plows, and Felling is to create some space for them as they go into this match.
Some of your favorite cards you told me earlier.
Oh,
Felling
yes.
of the Crown, Plow.
I love Felling. I love Plow. I love non-interactable disruption. It's some of my favorite things in the game of Flesh and Blood. But I do think, although I have been quite salty about those cards in the past, I do think it is one of the necessary cards that Earth needs. The deck being very mid-range focused, it needs something that can force your opponent off the tempo so they can recover, set up, have some more of those D-reacts in their arsenal. As opposed to Aurora here that we can see right away, is that a CLV? and an Arc Lightning in hand. It must be good to be Shane today.
It is indeed, and that's a great way to start. Going to be able to park one of those into the arsenal and just pass off of this rune chant. Or you could even just play this out if you wanted to. Let's see how Shane chooses to interact on turn 0. Going to indeed play that out and just get that very first counter online.
Shane dropping it on the table, saying, look, I have it. I'm not even going to try to hide it. And what's also interesting, as you can see, Shane has opted to go wombo combo route. We will be trying to find a Flicker Arc Lightning combo to just obliterate this game in a matter of 1 or 2 turns. So Shane has already found one piece of that combo in the Arc Lightning. Now we're going to need to be finding the last one. Very interesting to keep the Arc Lightning in hand here so that it doesn't get potentially disrupted by a CNC or a Plow moving forward.
Yeah. And he's going to draw up and pass on over and on the side of
another
B.
CLV drawn.
Oh, that is pretty good. And it looks like another double Arc Lightning, or maybe just the one and another CLV. Either way, we are going to be returning the favor. And there's a bit of arsenal disruption in the form of Destructive Aether Tide. This is going to be buffed up by the channel, the Millennium Tree, which is pushing this, amping this up to 4. Now, on the side of Aurora, we do have Arcane Barrier aplenty in the form of AB3, so there was the ability to prevent this and kind of keep the arsenal in tow, but instead going to be accepting the damages, and that is going to make its way to the bottom, or sorry, into the graveyard. I
have to correct you. He only has AB1. That is Aether Iron Weave.
Oh my God, it does. Yeah, you're right. It isn't Dyadic Carapace. There was nothing he could have done about it.
Which, again, coming back to the comment I was making before, keeping the Arc Lightning in hand rather than an Arsenal, keeping it susceptible, immediately seeing that pay off as the Arsenal gets destroyed from non-preventable, non-interactable damage here. But Shane kind of awkwardly holding that CLV in hand. It does kind of present a difficult situation here because he can either drop it here and risk not getting much value from it if the Verdance opts to block out, as opposed to holding it back, just trying to extract what value he can out of the current channel, and then almost just hoping that he can carry it into the next turn here.
Let's see how the turn plays out. This is going to cause the draw. We do know the draw off of the top of the deck. It is going to be that Lightning Surge. A great card from Arsenal, but right now it's just in the hand, could be presenting its own 4 damage.
Now we're getting a little gummed up in the hand, depending on how much Shane wants to hold back here. He could end up just dropping the CLV as we move into the next turn, or we might opt to see him put it in Arsenal again, which is a great place to park it if you are at risk of getting disrupted, so that way you can just play it in response. But we do see here in the Verdance hand that there is a Mind Warp, I believe, that I see?
No, there's
no Mind Warp.
There's going to be a Nourishing Emptiness, though, which is a really fun little piece. There are enough pieces of equipment over on the other side, though, to block this out. That Nourishing Emptiness not going to extract too much value on its own, but a fun little spicy piece to play out there just in case.
Yeah, the Verdance hand looking like it's better off blocking than it is really attacking. So I'm sure that the Verdance, and the second CLV coming out. So he is opting just to play it so he doesn't end up IPing himself going into the next turn.
Yeah, he's going to send the Starfall on over for 2. That was the Lightning card for the turn. Now the question is, how is he going to play out the rest of this turn? Is he going to choose to try and Arsenal that Lightning Surge, or is this going to be a Send? And it is going to be a full Send, trying to pressure the life total of B.
Just sending quite a powerful turn here right out the gate. Now the players are not updating the life totals as we see it right now, but that has been quite a bit of damage that's come across the board here. Now I'm curious if Verdance is going to be trying to just throw the Surge in here to maximize the channel value. We also could see them go into Surgeon and then follow up the Nourishing, and then they can keep their tree around one more turn, which I'm sure is what Bay was trying to hold back their hand for so that they could maximize value from the tree. Sorry, B.
Holding that card, as we see here. Oh, just a little bit off, unfortunate. Holding that card as a potential block here, trying to prevent some amount of that damage. It looks like it was just a simple Wizard Blue.
Opting to not block here and take the damage, valuing to keep the tree around one more turn to maximize value, which I do think is a very smart line here. That arcane damage is going to rack up quite fast. Shane, again, as we noted before, doesn't really have any way to interact with that damage at this time. And if you do keep it around one more turn, that does open up more lines if you draw another Destructive Aether Tide on the next turn, or a Mind Warp, which could be very critical as we move into the next turn here.
Shane channels the Lightning that he played, the Lightning Valley that he played this turn, letting the first Lightning Valley make its way into the graveyard, keeping it around for yet another turn cycle. And there's the activation of Surge and Aethertide. This is coming across for 4, pitching the Heartbeat of Candlehold.
Really seeing a battle of the channels here. Both players seeing their channels very early on in the game and duking it out back to back as we see the value that these cards are exchanging. Now, B is going to have to arsenal an Arcane Twining, I think, which is not an ideal arsenal target. But if they are playing Seeds of Tomorrow, not too bad if they end up finding that card, which is a much higher value output against the deck like Aurora as they're about to move into the next turn here.
And the other benefit is that if we are keeping channel around one more turn, we do have a spell to combo alongside of the Surge and Aethertide. So if we are able to push over 4 damage, then that becomes a spell for 5, and that is quite nice, even as a blue.
Correct. Yep, non-interactable damage here as we're just going to keep chipping away. Basically true damage. Again, seeing that the Wombo combo armor set is on board, it is a matter of time that you want to try to end this game as fast as possible so that your opponent does not find the combo pieces they need to ultimately have their mega turn.
The equipment covers up that nourishing emptiness, forces stops the draw from taking place. He is going to channel.
Double channel, keeping the tree around. So Shane might have had 2 CLVs, but B has the 1 tree that has stayed around now for 2 turns. Three turns now, moving into the next turn here.
Arc Lightning in the arsenal, still holding on to that, trying to assemble the various pieces of this combo. He's got Channel Lightning Valley, he's got Arc Lightning, looking for that Flicker Wisp to really try and go wide, but instead going to start off with Exude Confidence, go again. This does have a wide-ranging implications for the texture of B's hand, depending on what B drew into, if you're not meeting this with a higher power card.
I do think that there's at least 1. There might be 2 Rootbound Carapace in hand, which is just absolutely backbreaking in this moment because Exude is going to keep that effect. The entire chain goes on, and but we do have Fruits of the Forest, which could potentially end up unlocking the hand here. But we do run the risk that if Shane has a blue in hand and can buff that Exude, we will, again, be locked out. But it might be the only option that B has at this moment.
You might just be priced into making that block, and it turns out that is going to be the case, and the turn just continues. Entwine Lightning being fused with Second Strike, coming in for 4 with Go again. Second Strike, of course, still in the hand because fusing is just revealing. It's going to make its way back, and then this 4 Go again is going to be, representing the possibility of 1 extra damage if it connects, and a card draw if it connects, thanks to Channel Lightning Valley and the effect on Second Strike.
Fortunately, now we can block with those root bounds, which is really good because that's an Aetherize in hand. Now, you being a longtime Wizard player, I'm sure are very aware of what Aetherize is, but for some of the players out there that were not around during Crucible era or have ever seen that card, because that might be one of the first times I've actually seen that card seen play, to be honest, what do you think Aetherize in this particular matchup is really trying to target? Probably the CLV, I imagine, right?
Yeah, it can target CLV, it can target Lightning Press, which is a fantastic one. Really, just about, and Somersault is a fantastic target, especially if you're playing things like Felling of the Crown and they're just trying to block with advantage, if you will. It's a card that really doesn't see much play at all. I know you see it in Blitz if you're playing in that format because the format's so fast and sometimes you can just play out that gotcha moment, but not one of those cards you're used to seeing or even playing against, and yet it has a tremendous amount of value into specific matchups. And we were talking about this before this match started. This is the payoff of playing a specialist hero in a format like this, where you can just get value off of playing some of these cards that people are not expecting into matchups that are not prepared.
Yeah, and that's so sick. They're going to park the Aetherize into Arsenal as well, moving to the next turn. Being that it is a 1-cost card, it is kind of awkward, but being that you're playing against a hero with Arcane, it's not unreasonable to pitch a blue, block out the Arcane that follows or has that comes beforehand, and then Aetherize the critical instant that they need in order to punish or keep their turn going. And ironically, here we see Shane having one of those lightning presses in hand at this moment as well.
Yeah, which can make this turn a lot different than what I think Shane would be planning if that card ends up being negated. But it all depends on what B draws up as Verdance. Now, I think it's really important. Oh, there's the Flicker Wisp, so he knows it's on the top. But it's really important to understand from the Verdance side of things when to block, when to try to extend the game, and when to apply pressure. Because the longer this game goes, in a lot of cases, the more this Verdance can benefit from these life gain effects and things like that. So how long does B want this game to actually extend? Are they going to be pushing lots of damage? Are they going to be trying to block? And in this case, 3-go again is met with absolutely no response, taking the damage.
Ooh, and I'm sure B's heart skips a beat right there in a moment as they see the Lightning Press be revealed for the Entwined Fuse, knowing that the Aetherize is an arsenal to potentially shut it down, but also knowing now that they're going to have to face the Flicker Wisp on the next turn and just hoping that there is not an Arc Lightning sitting, because that arsenal has been there for quite some time, and we've seen Shane IP himself as well to keep that arsenal there. So B, noticing that, I'm sure, is aware or has a suspicion that that is possibly an Arc Lightning in Arsenal.
Yeah, Arc Lightning plus Flicker Wisp. The name of the game for Shane here, obviously you pointed it out earlier, bringing in this equipment suite means that we're looking to push that crazy damage. Now this is heads up. Snatch is on the table and the Lightning Press was revealed earlier, so 7 is the offer and everybody knows it. The question is, are you going to present 7 block? Are you going to present 4 block thanks to the bark skin? And do you plan to pitch to actually Aetherize that card?
Now, they probably can suspect that the Lightning Press is going to be played here, knowing that there isn't going to be an extension that follows that, but it's just going to be for pure raw damage and not needing to IP going into the next turn. So B has to decide, am I willing to take the damage? Because the draw isn't really as important. And I saw that in B's hand, there's not a lot of blocking. There's Rampant Growth, there's Mental Block, and then there's some other cards. So that is not a lot of damage in terms of being able to prevent going to the next turn. And depending on what else is that third card in hand, now there's not going to be much of a threat going into the next turn too to disrupt. It's going to be kind of a lukewarm turn. Which is very terrifying, knowing that Flicker Wisp is following shortly after.
Yeah, keeping everything in front of you is probably what's going to be asked. And there's the question. No response, and so that Aetherize remains in the arsenal. Now, I think the best target, of course, in this matchup is CLV, but we've already seen 2 of them make their way to the graveyard. So at this point, what are you really looking for and to really kind of blow this wide open with that Aetherize?
Yeah, and I think following the Arc Lightning turn, it is going to be a better usage of it because you are going to ideally be pitching for that Arcane block as well. It is really not a great trade to be pitching an entire card to stop a Lightning Press to use the Aetherize. So it could be much more critical. Oh, thank goodness we have the Mind Warp. So it is going to demand at least a card, right? Because we're going to have to be able to A-B pitch this to prevent it. So regardless, Shane's going into the next turn with a 3-card hand.
3 presented by Mind Warp, a card that came out in Dynasty. Didn't see much play out of the gate. It was experimented with in Kano, but now has its home here in Verdance and with the ample AMP opportunities that Verdance provides.
All right, so moving to the next turn, I do see Skyward Serenade. Oh, one of my favorite cards that came out in the Armory deck, a massive upgrade for Aurora. At first, seemingly being, a reasonable upgrade, but as we move forward here and have seen that card played more and more, that card is ridiculous. And also on this turn with the Flicker and the Arc Lightning, oh my gosh. Skyward Serenade becomes a 0-cost 8 damage card under the Arc Lightning Flicker combo, and I think we're going to see him just pop it off right now.
I agree. I think this is the time to do it. You would look at this and maybe you get a little greedy. You go, okay, this is a 3-card hand. Maybe I can just save it for a 4-card hand. But
yeah,
at 23 and 25 respectively, if you can put your opponent to, very dangerous life totals, you can wrest control of this tempo and really just control the game until its conclusion.
Now, before this game, we were actually talking about how insane Skyward Serenade is and just the consistency that it adds to the deck, the extension it adds to the deck, and in this instant, how much more damage it is in this insane combo that we're going to see, because this unlocks the entire play. Oh, and we already have the normal Skizzix in hand, but we're going to get another one following this. And this now unlocks the Aether Iron Weave, which is going to unlock the gold, which is going to unlock 4 more arcane damage. So this is going to spiral out of control very quickly.
Yeah, keep in mind the gold is also, in addition to dealing arcane damage, going to draw a card replacing the pitch that you're going to be sinking into it. In this case, you're not even pitching to it because Aether Iron Weave is going to be getting you those resources. So it looks like we're at 1 card, but we're about to have several more at the very least, and a lot more damage coming the way of Verdance.
And back in the good old days when Aurora was playing instants that were powerful, that Aetherize could stop. Unfortunately, we are all now seeing a bunch of non-attack actions that are hitting the board, which cannot be affected by that Aetherize and Arsenal, which I'm sure going into this turn, B was feeling a little bit more comfortable, at least knowing that they had that ability to stop a very powerful instant, while in this instance, we're now seeing it is doing pretty much nothing unless we're drawing an instant off the top here. So let's see what Shane ended up drawing.
Gold being cracked. And
oh, it's not a Skyward. Yeah. It's a CLV.
He finds the CLV. I know it was a current funnel, I believe, that he had in hand. Nevertheless, the CLV here actually could be stopped by that Aetherize.
It can. Unfortunately, it's not doing anything right now.
No.
So we've kind of shut down, other than being able to pitch the blue into the Starfall, which is still going to be a substantial amount of arcane damage, especially with B at 9. We are going to be pushing at a very low threshold with the CLV being able to go into Arsenal for the next turn. So B has been holding back their hand quite a bit going into this turn. They haven't blocked with anything yet. They've just been taking damage at this point.
They've fully accepted the damage that has been presented, and it's going to be even more here. Obviously, the Starfall is coming in for 2, and then the arcane damage after this from the resolution of Go Again is going to be for 2. So 2 and 2, very similar to the Rosetta Thorn that we saw reprinted, if you will, back in the Rosetta set.
This is interesting that Shane is opting, I'm assuming, to hold the 2 Arcane over for a embodiment of Lightning rather than opting to put it into a Rune Chant to do another amount of Arcane damage with the Arc Lightning Flicker combo. But, you know, with it being, you know, holding it over, they're probably thinking, I have CLV, I'll be able to put that in Arsenal. Oh, okay. So the hand that they're holding here is Tree, Mental Block, Fruits.
And a Scour as well. Scour, which sometimes can get you some insane value into certain matchups, including sometimes into this one. I've been able to deal up to 2 to 3 damage just by burning Rune Chants and embodiments. We'll see if that actually gets played.
So it looks like Jonathan won his game. So Verdance on the other side has won. So now he's hopping in to assist Shane in the matchup against his own hero to give the best amount of insight that he can going into this match.
And what that means is Shane sitting here at 25 on this massive turn with B at 7. It literally comes down to this. If this game ends with a Shane victory, they have officially won the battle Hardened. Wow. If not, it'll come down to the third match that is still being played, as you can see right next to them.
Man, so B's hand sitting here, it does not throw back a lot on the following turn. But the unfortunate part about this turn is that a lot of the damage did not come from physical damage. It had to be through Arcane. So as we're getting in right now from Sam, this actually is the deciding game. It sounds like the other team or the other match has also ended with the in favor of B's team. So this is the final game. Who wins this decides the entire battle Hardened.
Well, and Shane's put himself in a very good position. Sitting at 25 on an Arc Lightning turn, he found the Flicker Wisp. This is coming across for 2 and 2. Good old Rosetta Heroes, good old Rosetta Thorn type damage. And is this going to, he's just going to take it, grasp after the fact, making that Rune Chant.
Very smart line here, because if they're carrying over the Rune Chant for the next turn, again, with the perceived CLV that they have, this is going to force B to have to push a card in order to block this damage, which B is now choosing to do here to block this final bit of damage as we move into their turn. It's great to see the players' teammates jumping in and really trying to call in the reinforcements to help them finalize these last wins. What a cool experience to have as a player, sitting here, having your teammates beside you and actually being able to help you and talk to you about a game, unlike in a normal tournament where they all just have to kind of sit there and watch quietly and just hope that you make the right line. Then after they come up to you, go, man,
yeah,
you should have done this.
Yeah, the classic you should have done. And it's like, you hate to see it. But no, that's the best part about this event. We've talked about it all day, the leaning over, the banter, the discussion, the working through lines. And at this moment, it literally comes down to you and your teammates finding the narrow path through to victory.
Great reference. In the middle of my game, actually, I had put that reference, the Dune reference here of the narrow path. But Shane's going to drop here. It really decides, does Aurora deck brick anymore? I feel like it very rarely bricks these days when I play against it. But we're going to see Bia have to decide how they're going to utilize their hand here. They have the fruits to potentially pitch away to gain life to try to help build another bit of buffer as we go into the next turn. But the life lead is growing quite substantial here.
Oh, sending for 7. Now, Fruits of the Forest here going to be committed to the attack, not for the life gain purposes, but to present some amount of damage. The Aetherize, by the way, still looming in the arsenal, not making any headway whatsoever. I wonder if B was wondering, maybe I should have just used it for the less value. Maybe I could have had a different arsenal along the way. Maybe that could have given me some more space in this matchup. But at this point, you're almost hoping that you find life gain just to stay alive, and that is not the position you want to be in Verdance. You can't wrest control of this game back from the lightning speed of Aurora if you're just hoping to cling to some life gain.
I think B is going to be very, very excited here as the CLV comes out from Shane's arsenal and they finally get to see that their patience pays off to Aetherize that card and then have that additional pitch. Here we go. Let's see Bia's reaction. Leans back, takes a breath, thinks about it. I'm sure they're looking at their hand to see what card am I going to pitch away here.
Okay. And there's a couple of options. Yeah, there's definitely a couple of options. You've got yourself a very powerful D-React that can do double duty. He's going to let it resolve. Okay. Can you not play out your turn without pitching? That could be the big question mark.
What are they waiting for? Are they going to... Oh, the EMS could be a really strong target here to hit with the Aetherize, but that is very interesting. I'm very curious to know what they think is a higher priority to stop than the CLV itself.
Well, he's going to pitch to Arcane Barrier here, and then the 4 is being presented. They have the D-React to stop this on hit.
Ooh, and then
will there be an Aetherize here as Electromagnetic Somersault resolves? You have the resources up. You're trying to represent that you can stop arcane damage, but this could be the moment that you're looking for.
I'm very interested to know what else they're holding out for. So there's 2 cards left in Shane's hand. If they bring the Entwined back, that's just going to be another 4 damage. They do not have the D-React, and there it is. The Aetherize comes down. This has got to be very backbreaking.
Now, we've just been told, and this was rumored earlier, but we have just been told that this event not only will conclude with winners here on the Battle-Hardened Milwaukee, but it will represent 25 living legend points per hero on the winning team, which means that if Zen hits, I think it's guaranteed at this point because there's a Zen on either side. So Zen is going to guaranteed get 25 points. All 3 of these heroes are going to guaranteed get 25 points at this. The question really just comes down to which one of these teams is going to gather points for their respective heroes.
Correct. And it's hilarious that regardless of who won, the same heroes were going to be gaining LL points.
Spoiler alert. So yeah, that's some news that you can take back and chat over in chat.
Zen just showing how powerful he's been just in this metagame ever since he's come out. I mean, at the very beginning, I still remember when people thought he was bad. And here we are, all these months later, still dominating. After being ripped apart, taking bonds, having all these different meta shifts, he's still shown that he can prevail throughout this game. And I think Aurora is making a very strong argument that she sits in a very powerful position as well. B holding their hands to their head, leaning back. You never want to see this card. This card is an absolute nightmare.
Talk about a bomb, and this one is one. Burn-up shock coming across. That shock is being presented. It represents not just 1 point of arcane when you're sitting at 5 and 20% of your life, but also a card draw, and that is back-breaking. So you have to stop this point of arcane, and now you have to stop everything on the turn.
Yeah. You can hear everyone on the team saying that is the one card that we did not want to see. Of all the cards, it's the one, and you can see why, because I think that those are 2 yellow Rootbound Carapace in hand, a Sigil, and then a Mind Warp, and that hand does not block breakpoints at all, which at this point, with the burn-up threatening an additional 4, it is going to be very hard to survive this turn.
The pitch maybe of the Sigil of Solace to perhaps allow you to stymie some of this damage.
Oh no, we do have a plow under here too. So a bunch of yellows.
Yeah, that mental block, I think it was a mental block there that could be discarded to prevent damage. But at this point,
We have no way out of this game.
they have no way out of this game is what is being said. The table, I think, starts to realize the writing might be on the wall. Stormstriders isn't going to save you as Verdance. Too much of this damage is leaked, and that combo turn was just too good.
Yeah. I mean, looking back on this game, right, I mean, Shane saw CLV very early on, followed by the second CLV very early on, followed by holding that Arc Lightning since turn 0. Had that Arc Lightning waiting to find the Flicker Wisp to combo with, and fortunately did not get disrupted by Plow. We did not see a felling come down at all. The game was too fast for B to find those disruptive pieces to try to slow Shane down or threaten the right cards. Really seeing the decision-making at the very beginning of the game to not arsenal the Arc Lightning that then proceeded, the destructive Aether Tide came down. If they had made that one decision, this game could have been different.
And that's the game right there. Static Shock's going to come across for 4, and that's going to push over the top. Doesn't matter about anything else because the damage is there. And congratulations to Shane and his team for picking up the battle-hardened Milwaukee win. Team CC has made its mark here for the first time in the U.S., and congratulations to them for picking up the win.
Team Cuddly Koalas taking it home. My boy Jonathan, who I played earlier in Swiss, destined to win this event from that moment on. So proud to see him make it all the way to the end here with some other very notable players. Very well played. I mean, what a very long day. What a grueling day out there. 8 rounds of Swiss followed by the cut here, and just performing well across the board.
Yeah, congratulations to them for picking up the win and earning those prizes. I believe they all got PTIs from this, as well as gold foil envelopes with those legendary cards in them. Congratulations to them for picking it up. And just to keep you apprised of the situation, we do have a final win here, but we are going to be back tomorrow with yet more Classic Constructed. Why don't you tell them what we have tomorrow?
So we're going to have the ProQuest Plus tomorrow. 64 players, capped. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more Aurora. We're going to see a lot more Zen. We're going to see a lot more Florian. A lot of what we saw today. But there could be some exciting spice out there to do, I think. I think there's got to be some more Fies.
You think so?
Some more Cindra.
Do you know of anyone that might be playing either of those heroes?
I don't think I'm going to be allowed back out of the booth again tomorrow.
Okay.
I had to fill in for the emergency today, but we're going to grab the team for an interview right now, take them back, ask them some questions about their day. So just wait a little bit longer. We'll be back shortly. I promise it will not be long. Please just hold your horses. We'll be right back.
are here with a winning Team Classic constructed battle hardened team, the Cuddly Koalas.
Cuddly
Well
Koalas.
done.
Cuddly Koalas.
How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Tell the people how we're feeling.
We're feeling great.
Yeah.
We weren't actually going to be a team until like 12 hours ago.
Yeah,
12 really?
Thursday morning.
Okay, well, walk us through how did it come together? How did you become a team?
I mean, I wasn't supposed to be here. I need to go visit my folks, so I was supposed to be in New York.
Okay.
And then I was just, we're just chilling one night, and Shane was like, "Hey, we don't have a third." And I was like, "All right, I guess I can spare a day." And so we came out here and
Nice.
played. Yeah.
Hilariously,
Nice.
I was at Disney like Tuesday this week, and then John was like, "Hey, you want to go play the Battle Hardened with another friend of ours?" And then he couldn't make it, and then I was like, "I kind of really want to go." And so I bugged Naib, and Naib's like, "Yeah." And then John's like, "You want to go?" And he's like, "I don't know." And so we literally like hemmed and hawed until Thursday morning, and then we were just like, "Yep, we're going."
Yep.
Oh my God.
It was really all Shane.
Incredible. Well, I mean, turns out sometimes you don't need a lot of prepreparation to come in and kick a lot of ass and win a whole battle
I mean,
hardened.
turned out we picked the best heroes.
Yeah, I picked the best heroes. It was a perfect mirror at the end. Perfect mirror at the end. So talk to me about the team format. How did it feel to play all the games? I know you guys might not necessarily have a lot of reps as a team, but now you certainly have after a full day of this. So I've heard only really good things out there from the experience of playing in 3v3. But tell you guys won the whole thing. You played more than anybody. Tell them how it was.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I've played few team tournaments before. I don't know if you guys played them before. They're super fun. Like, I try to find any excuse to come play team tournaments. And I think, at the end of the day, you just trust in your team, and they do, they carry you. So it's great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was really fun for sure. Very tiring.
Yeah.
And I definitely forgot my pitch stack every game because I was watching everybody else's game.
Yeah.
What I initially think I think about it is like the pressure in 1v1s can sometimes be like a little overwhelming for people. Like me, I get a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
And so like when I get a team and it's like, oh great, now if I fail, I have two people to lean on.
Yeah,
and it's like
yeah,
really
yeah.
nice about it.
Yep.
So I really like that.
Nice feeling. I know from playing a couple team events myself, when you either win and you like clutch it out for the team, it's so sick. And if
Yeah.
you lose, you're like, oh, come on guys,
Come on.
you got this.
Yep.
I want to check in, Jonathan, because you really kind of put Verdance on the map in Memphis, and there were two Verdances here, both in both the finalist and the winning team. How's it feel to be kind of looking out over all these people playing Thorn of the Rose and being like, yeah, I did that shit?
I'm just glad everybody's on Hero now. Like, Verdance is really fun. I think she's still relatively unexplored, I think. I think there's still a lot of ways to innovate.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited to see where she goes from here.
Cool. Well, what's your next event? You're all playing it on the World Tour. Where are you guys going next? What is your next event?
I'm playing in Dublin. I have one more chance to LSN, so...
Yeah, 25 points to
Yeah,
Zen.
25.
There are two Battle
yeah.
Hardens before Pro Tour. If he wins either of them,
For sure.
Gone.
And
Gone.
I'm trying to get my buddy to play in Jakarta, so we have two chances to
Okay.
to try to LSN. So
and then Pro Tour?
Yeah.
Dublin and Pro Tour?
Hopefully he's held by then.
Okay,
We'll see.
okay.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
Nats, I just went to Disney, so
Yeah.
I need a refund.
Yeah. Okay, US Nats, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
Nat's probably for me.
Nats,
Yeah.
sick. Very sick. Well, thank you guys for being here. Congratulations on your win. I hope you guys all enjoyed today. Make sure you check out MinMaxFab.com. Get your cases of high C's. They have a sick pre-order bonus. And we'll see you back tomorrow for the Pro Quest Plus. Good night, y'all.
Yeah.